Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents In a Badger Way by Shelly Laurenston, narrated by Charlotte Kane. Prologue.
I want my sisters!
The general stared down at the 11-year-old child, screaming at him and his soldiers. He didn't know what had happened. She'd started off as such an amiable asset, quiet, unassuming. She hadn't put up a fight when they'd come for her. Her sisters had. The weird pack of people living in a small group of houses in the middle of Wisconsin had barely managed to hold the two older girls back. Of course, they hadn't really looked like sisters. One was black and tall, the other Asian and petite, with massive shoulders. He'd assumed she was a gymnast. His sister's daughter had the same kind of shoulders, and she was going to the Summer Olympics. In all honesty, he'd wanted to give those two girls the number of a recruiter. Anyone who fought that hard should consider life in the military. But their little sister hadn't put up a fight. She just put her head down, grabbed a backpack filled with notebooks, and followed his men out to the car. And she'd kept quiet for the first 2 weeks. Then something had changed. She had changed. Drastically. One of the psychiatrists they hired to monitor the child's emotions said she was suffering from a bout of depression and that she needed medication. At first, the general had not wanted to hear about medication. Medicating an 11-year-old girl seemed the height of inappropriateness in his estimation, and no one wanted to affect the way the prodigy's brain worked. He'd assumed she just needed discipline. She needed to see him as the father figure she'd never had. So he'd gone to see her, trying to engage her in dialogue. That hadn't helped. She had simply stared at him with a sour expression until, after about a week of visits, she'd suddenly launched a heavy metal lab instrument at him. Nearly got him in the head, too, but he ducked in time. Then she'd started screaming, "I want my sisters," and she hadn't really stopped since. No matter what they said to her or tried to bribe her with, she didn't want to hear it. She wanted her sisters, and she wanted them now, apparently. Despite his best intentions, he'd finally given in to the psychiatrist, and he'd gotten approval from his superiors to medicate the girl. At this moment, medical personnel were waiting outside the lab with a needle filled with whatever drug they'd chosen because little Miss kept spitting her pills back out when they forced them on her. The general tried again. "Now, Miss Stashuk." She slammed her hand against the granite countertop.
"It's MacKilligan! I'm a MacKilligan!" she screamed. "And I want my sisters!"
"I tried," he told her before stepping back. "Nurse?" The psychiatrist's personal nurse walked in with a stainless steel tray, a filled syringe on top. As soon as the child saw it, she actually became frightened. Her eyes widened, and she scrambled back until she hit the lab table behind her.
"Stay away from me!"
"It's all right, Miss MacKilligan," he soothed. "We just want to make you feel better. Isn't that right, nurse?" The nurse nodded as she moved forward. "That's it." The child stared at the nurse for a long moment before she suddenly accused.
"You're trying to kill me."
The statement was said so calmly, but so definitively, that everyone in the room froze and stared at her. "What?" the general asked.
"You're trying to kill me,"
she accused again. The general blinked, shocked. "Of course we're not. Miss MacKilligan."
"You want me dead. You're working for the other side."
"What other side? What are you talking about? No one is trying to kill you. We're trying to help you." Her face red, fingers curled into tight little fists, her entire body one taut line of tense muscles. The little viper screeched,
"You're trying to kill me!"
Her voice was so loud, the general actually felt she'd made the lab windows shake. But he was sure that was simply his imagination run amok under such strange circumstances. "No one is trying to kill you," he yelled over the child's screams. "We built this entire base for you, so calm down and take your medicine." The nurse stood beside him now, and with a sigh, she called for 2 orderlies. The man came in and went to the girl, attempting to grab her arms and hold her still. But the fight the general hadn't seen when they'd first brought her in, he saw it now. Like a whirling dervish of panic, the child swung her arms and legs, spinning away from the men, screaming wildly before she took off running. "Grab her," the nurse ordered, while the orderlies chased the child around the large lab. But every time they got close to her, she'd duck under their legs, jump over their grasping hands, or throw something at them so she could make her mad escape. Rolling his eyes, the general nodded at one of his men. That soldier closed the door, cutting off the child's exit route. The general motioned to 2 others. With precise movements, those soldiers went for the girl, one sweeping the child up into his arms and holding her with her back against his chest. "If you will," the general said to the nurse. She placed the tray down on a lab table and uncapped the syringe. She moved toward the child. Struggling and screaming, the girl tried her best to fight off the man holding her body, while another soldier held her arm out. But these trained men held her easily without harming her. Grateful this disaster was almost over, the general exhaled and let his gaze roam the room. That's when a metal grate in the ceiling was kicked away by a sneakered foot, slamming into an orderly's head and dropping him to the ground with a serious head wound. The Asian half-sister of the prodigy jumped from the duct and down to the floor. The older sister followed. When her feet hit the ground, she grabbed the second orderly and tossed him across the room with amazing ease, while the other girl charged the soldier holding her sister. As she moved toward him, she suddenly brought up one foot, placing it against the lab drawers. She pushed off toward the other lab station, slammed her other foot against the granite, and launched herself toward the soldier. She wrapped her entire body around his head, but the soldier continued to hold on to his captive. The second soldier went for the oldest sister, but she grabbed his outstretched arm and swung him into the lab table. Then she grabbed him by the back of his neck, pinning him face down to the table. She raised her leg and slammed it down on the back of the soldier's calf, breaking his knee. His scream echoed out across the room. The general sighed in aggravation. He would deserve a medal after this assignment was over, because this was goddamn ridiculous. The soldier at the front of the room yanked the door open and yelled out, "I need help in here," to the ones who stood guard in the hallway. They rushed in. They had their firearms pulled, but that stopped as soon as they entered and immediately lowered their weapons. The general didn't know why until he felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his temple. "Let my sister go," the eldest calmly stated, loud enough for them to hear, but without the panic of her baby sister. "Or I'll blow the motherfucker's brains out." It was a sad day when trained military couldn't handle 3 little girls, the eldest not even 18 yet. With the middle sister still wrapped around his head, the soldier released the little girl. Stevie MacKilligan stepped away from him, brushing blonde hair off her face and out of her eyes. When she was done, she focused on the nurse, who was still holding the syringe.
"You were so ready to give that to me," she said.
"It's just something to help you," the nurse asserted softly, rationally. "To keep you calm."
"Really?"
The child snatched the syringe away from the nurse.
"Then you try it."
The psychotic little bitch went up on her toes and slammed the syringe into the nurse's neck, pressing the plunger once the needle had entered flesh. Screeching, the nurse fell back against the lab table. The general understood, though. That had to hurt. But then the nurse kept screeching, falling to the floor, rolling to her back, and suddenly foaming at the mouth, her entire body spasming wildly, until she stopped. Everything. Moving, breathing, living. The general slowly looked from the nurse's corpse back to the girl. Her expression smug. She said,
"Told you she was trying to kill me."
Charles Taylor ignored the complaints from the she-wolves in his pack. They wanted him to call the cops, the FBI, call the White House, call anybody. Do something, they demanded, in order to get little Stevie back. But Charles knew better. Some things you just had to let play out in their own time. And this was one of those times. His granddaughter and her half-sister had disappeared exactly 2.5 weeks after the U.S. government had shown up on Pac territory, and Charles knew where they'd gone to get their baby sister back. His granddaughter and her half-sisters were not like the other kids. They weren't even like the Pac pups. And so, instead of intervening, he'd let them handle it themselves. While the Pac females were busy on the phone, making calls, trying to get information, his granddaughter and half-sister had been holed up in their rooms, quiet. They'd gone real quiet. Something so disturbing that Charles had ordered his pack to stand down, to stop whatever they were doing. They thought he'd given up on the little one because she wasn't his granddaughter by blood, but that was far from the truth. He'd simply learned that sometimes a wolf had to stay hidden in the trees until everything blew over. That was how one survived. A limo with 2 military vehicles in front and 2 behind pulled onto his street. He sat on the porch whittling a small unicorn from a hunk of wood he'd found in the backyard and didn't move until the limo stopped in front of his house. He stood, dusting the wood shavings off his jeans and Jimi Hendrix t-shirt. The limo door opened and his granddaughter came out. She looked so much like her mother, it made his heart hurt. But he didn't tell her that. She had enough to worry about. The middle girl followed. She had a bloody nose and a black eye. She might have gotten it scrapping with some military types, but something told Charles that it had come from her older sister. That little honey badger was nothing but trouble and very hard to control. And finally, the youngest. She had her big backpack strapped to her shoulders, and she ran awkwardly to keep up with her bigger sisters. "Pop," his granddaughter said as she walked by. "Pop, Pop," said the little Asian one. "Hello, grandfather," said the youngest. "Welcome back." She stopped to smile up at him, and he smiled back. She'd cried once when he hadn't returned her smile, so he always smiled back. Always. He placed the unicorn in her hand, and she grinned. "Lovely artistry," she murmured, studying it before disappearing into the house. Before he turned around again, he knew that there was a wolf standing within 10 feet of him. Taking his time, Charles looked over his shoulder until he locked eyes with what had to be a Van Holtz. An old Van Holtz, but still, at any age, Charles's pack had always avoided Van Holtz wolves. "What?" Charles asked. "Edgar Van Holtz. I don't care." He smirked. "You should. I'm the reason your granddaughter and her sisters are back with your pack and not in maximum detention at some army base. They did do some damage. There are many who think at least the oldest should be charged." Now Charles smirked. "Please, like you could hold on to any of them." Van Holtz nodded, grinned. "Good point." He looked at the door the 3 girls had disappeared behind. "My suggestion, which I didn't ask for, but you'll get it anyway. Put the little one out there, like when she was into music. But now, do it for science." He handed Charles a folder. "Give this to the oldest. Get Stevie signed up for these science competitions and special grants. It will get her name out there. And do what? Make her a bigger target? Our government won't be able to just take her without every news source in the universe going after them, wondering what happened to Stevie MacKilligan. and other governments will have to deal with the U.S. if they try to take her. Again. Some foreign interests, when they found out she was too tightly watched at the base, sent in agents to put her down. Charles's angry frown was so vicious that Van Holtz raised his hands. Calm down. It was handled. By you or my girls? That smirk. Good luck, backwoods wolf, Van Holtz said, returning to his limo. You'll need it with those three. Charles sneered at what he was sure was a tailored suit hanging off that man. Nothing he hated more than snobby wolves. His eldest granddaughter came out of the house and stood beside him, watching all the vehicles head off. Everyone okay? He asked. Yep. He handed her the file of information the wolf had given him. What's this? She asked. Competitions, grants, all that stuff. You need to get your sister involved. For the money? For safety. Get her name out there. Get her known. We don't want anyone doing this to her again. His granddaughter nodded. I'll take care of it. He knew that. She took care of everything. Weight of the world sat on those shoulders. Look, he said, turning toward her so they faced each other. Do whatever you've got to do to protect your sisters. I've got your back. I know you do. The screams of sibling hostility exploded from inside the house, and his eldest granddaughter closed her eyes, letting out a huge sigh. She hated when her sisters fought, but Charles didn't mind it so much. It was the only normal thing about the three of them. She turned to go into the house, but stopped long enough to go up on her toes and kiss his cheek. Without a word, she moved away from him, and he faced the yard again, staring straight ahead. He heard the front screen door open, and his eldest granddaughter barked, Max, untwist Stevie's tongue right this second. I don't care what she said to, hey, that does not mean grab her throat. Release Stevie's throat right this second. This very second, or I swear by all that is holy. Charles smiled, although he knew he shouldn't. He shouldn't condone their behavior. But how could he not find that just so cute? Chapter 1. 13 years later. Doreen thought she was dreaming, thought it was all imaginary. Something sad and twisted in her subconscious. But when she turned over, the small but powerfully built woman was straddling her elderly husband, her knees pinning his arms to the bed, a pillow over his face. Her husband, Peter MacKilligan, was struggling with all his might to dislodge the woman who was on top of him, but nothing he did worked. Her husband was old, nearly 85, but his body didn't show his true age. He looked like he was still in his 50s. He was strong, still boxed, lifted weights, swam every day in their indoor pool. He'd always told her it was genetic. The men in my family are all like that, he'd say. And yet, he couldn't get this woman off him. Doreen turned and reached for her cell phone, but that's when the woman spoke. I wouldn't if I were you, she said. She had an accent, sounded like her husband's half-siblings from Scotland. Doreen looked at the woman over her shoulder. She was still on top of Pete, still pinning him to the bed, still smothering him with a pillow. Here's the thing, love, the woman calmly explained in the midst of killing a man. She even had a smile, a large, bright smile. You can call for help. Use your phone, or just a scream for one of Pate's boys, and help will come. I'll run, of course. They won't catch me. I'm fast, you see. I'll be gone, and you'll have stopped this. How proud you'll be. But then, one night, when everyone's forgotten about you, I'll be back." Pete's struggle slowed, and after a little longer, stopped. Leaning back, the woman pulled away the pillow and pressed 2 fingers to Pete's throat. Satisfied, she slipped off him and came around their bed, sitting down next to Doreen. Brushing her hands against each other, as if she was dusting off flour after making bread, she continued, "And when I come back, I'll peel that pretty face right from your skull. Wouldn't like that, now would ya?" "Of course not," she said, patting Doreen's knee through the bedsheet. "I'm sure you wouldn't like that at all. My great-uncle Pete always had an eye for the beautiful ladies. What are you, wife number 6? She shook her head. "I never get it. You marry once, I understand. You marry twice, sure. First one could have easily been a mistake. But after that, you're just an idiot." She crossed her legs, picked some lint off her jeans. "Now," she went on, "like I said, you could scream and cry and call for help, or you can wisely keep your mouth shut. Wait until I'm long gone and call for one of Pete's boys. They'll think he died natural. Let them. They won't want an autopsy. MacKilligans don't like that sort of thing." She sighed, sounding disappointed. "That's why I had to do it this way, you see? I would have much preferred to put a leather strap around his throat and wring the life from him. It would have taken ages, too. But there's honor in that, for both of us. Because, for our kind, it takes a lot to kill us. But I guess you don't know much about that, huh?" She sniffed the air. "Yeah, full human, so you don't know about any of that. But you can count yourself lucky. You'll get a nice bit of cash from the estate and can go on and live your life as long as the Almighty allows. Won't that be nice? Rather than waking up again and finding me standing over you." Doreen forced herself to nod. "That's a good lass." Again, she patted her knee, and Doreen fought the urge to recoil, to run screaming from the room, the building, the state. The woman stood, stretched her back. The sounds of bones cracking had Doreen cringing. She watched the woman walk across the room to the open window she'd probably come through. "Now, don't forget," she added before slipping back out as soundlessly as she'd slipped in. "Lots of tears for his sons, and lots of 'he can't be dead, he can't be dead.' That'll impress the family, and they deserve that, don't you think?" Then, with that disturbing grin still on her face, she was out the window and out of Doreen's life. Shaking with a fear she'd never known, Doreen slipped deep into the covers next to her dead husband and waited until the alarm clock went off. Then she got up, went to one of her stepson's rooms, and while the family gathered, rushing around to call the doctor they had on payroll and the lawyer who kept them all out of prison, she sobbed and kept repeating, "He can't be dead! He can't be dead!" When he went to bed late that night, he thought she'd be there to complain about his long hours working. But then he remembered. He didn't have a wife like everyone else. He had Irene Conridge, the genius. Niles Van Holtz, Van to his friends and pack, but Holtz to his mate, found his full human wife still doing her own work in her very messy office, her gaze fixed on her computer screen, her fingers flying over the keyboard, desperately trying to keep up with her even faster brain. He didn't wait for her to notice him. She never would. Instead, he leaned down and kissed her neck. "I'll be right with you," she said, still working. "Go have lunch, and I'll meet you downstairs. It's 3 a.m. Her hands froze on the keyboard. "Oh, all right." Van sat down on the floor, his back resting against her desk. "Did you eat at all today?" "I had breakfast." When he continued to stare at her, she added, "A very large breakfast. Is there a reason you're here?" Van rested his arms on his raised knees. "They found 3 more. Irene dropped back into her seat, her lips slightly parted. It took a lot to stun her, but here they were. "Burned?" "Yes." "The same other issues?" "Yes. Hybrids in the process of shifting into or out of their human forms when killed. But for whatever reason, none turned completely back to human, which they should have when they died. We all shift back to human after we die." Irene shook her head. "Fascinating. He's really advanced his work. You know, we don't know it's him." "It's him," she snapped. "Trust me, it's him." "Because you don't like him?" "I don't like most people, but he's the only one with the science to come up with this." "That's because he's been working on ways to change DNA to get rid of the most deadly diseases, like cancer and diabetes." "I wish you would just admit that you don't believe it's him because he's one of you, a fellow shifter." "You're right. I have a very hard time believing any shifter would do this to another." "Because you refuse to believe some shifters are more human than others. He's also a scientist, and I know my own kind. We can rationalize almost anything, as long as it doesn't touch our work. We can give you very logical reasons why we're doing it, even when we know it's wrong. Trust me when I say he is no different. At the very least," she added, "we need to investigate him thoroughly. My people have already started, but it would be great if we could get someone on the inside. I already told you that I'm out. He loathes me. Do you have any idea how many times you've made that statement to me about so many people?" "I could calculate it, but I'm sure the final tally would be quite large." She raised one finger. "There is one option that—" "No," he said firmly. "We're not going to discuss this again. Those 3 are too unstable. First, it amuses me that you think you can force edicts on me like, 'We're not discussing this again.' Of course we're discussing this again, and we'll discuss it as often as I like." And that's why he adored his wife. She never took any of his shit. Second, I'm not talking about all 3 of them. She has connections to him that we can use to our benefit. "But doesn't she loathe you too?" "Oh, yes, absolutely. I doubt she'll ever forgive me for what I did. But the difference is, I have an in with this one." "Is that what you call a 17-year-old boy?" Irene smiled. "He's better than nothing." Chapter 2. 3 days later. Shen Li opened the cabinet door over the refrigerator, and that's where he found her, panting and sweating, her legs pulled tight into her chest, her eyes wide and bright gold. Her eyes were normally blue, so he sensed that gold wasn't a good thing at the moment. She was also naked, very, very naked. Why the hell was she naked?
"I'm fine,"
she said before he could speak.
I'm fine.
"You want me to close the door?" he asked. She shut her eyes, turned her head toward the corner, and nodded desperately. Shen closed the door and faced the room. He knew immediately what the problem was. It was the bears. A room full of them. That would scare most normal people, but Stevie MacKilligan was not a normal person, not even by his standards. And his standards were pretty liberal, being that he wasn't really normal either. How could he be when he could shift into a giant panda? An ability built into his DNA, like his mother's brown eyes and his father's weird knuckles. But even by shifter standards, Stevie was not normal. Cute, interesting, but definitely not normal. Which was why Shen knew she'd stay trapped in that cupboard until the end of time if he didn't help. "All right," he said to the bears. "You guys need to go." They glanced at him, then went right back to eating the baked goods that Stevie's eldest sister, Charlie, had put out before she'd left the house. He'd heard her heading downstairs before the sun was up, just so she could bake, meaning only one thing: she was stressed out. And when Charlie baked, the bears showed up to feed. A situation that didn't bother Charlie, but freaked out poor Stevie. The bears continued to ignore Shen, but he wasn't surprised by that. He was dealing with a room filled with grizzlies, polars, and black bears. Bear breeds that didn't really consider pandas one of their own. Pandas just weren't terrifying enough, because pandas didn't let the little things bother them. They didn't explode in a violent rage when someone startled them, and panda mothers never ripped off someone's head because it was too close to their children, nor did panda fathers go on hunger-fueled rampages because a meal or two had been missed. They were pandas. They just rolled along through life, happy to be happy. And, like his brethren, it took a lot to push Shen to actually unleash his anger. He'd always had a very high tolerance for bullshit. Still, he knew that Stevie didn't have that tolerance, high or otherwise, although he'd never really actually seen it in action. Stevie's two sisters seemed to have a deep-seated fear of their baby sister snapping her bolt, as it was called. Apparently, it went beyond mere wild animal rage and into something else altogether. Not in the mood to deal with whatever cleanup that sort of thing entailed, Shen decided to end this before it became nasty. He walked out of the kitchen, through the dining room, and straight into the living room. He grabbed the duffel bag he kept behind the chaise lounge, returned to the kitchen, dropped the bag on the floor, and pulled out his favorite weapon. He leaned against the refrigerator and began his assault. First, he unleashed his fangs and used one to strip off the leaves, which he'd eat later. He then used his back teeth to crack down on the green bamboo shoot, breaking off a piece that he could then chew. Then he did it all over again, and again, and again. The sound radiated across the room until he saw that every eye in the place was locked on him. Bears, especially grizzlies, hated what they called weird sounds, and they found the constant chewing of bamboo by giant pandas among the most irritating, mostly because it rarely stopped. It took 3 minutes, but when they saw him go for another bamboo stalk, they all picked up what was left of their treats, their cups of coffee, and walked out the back door. Grinning, Shen tossed the bamboo back in his duffel bag and reached up to knock on the cabinet door. "You can come out now. They're all gone." He opened the refrigerator door and pulled out a bottle of water. But just as he started to take a drink, he realized that Stevie still hadn't come out. Frowning, he used his free hand and opened the cabinet door again. Stevie was still curled tight into the corner, her hands dug into her hair, her thin, naked body tense and shivering. "Stevie? She came at him then, exploding from the cabinet, the top half of her body leaning out, extremely large fangs coming toward his face. Shen jerked back and felt the enamel of her fangs brush against his lips before snapping closed on nothing but air. Then she roared, loudly. The windows in the house rattled before she disappeared back into the cabinet, slamming the door after her. Well, that wasn't normal, Shen said to no one. Charlie MacKilligan began to rub her temples and glanced up at the gorgeous man who stood beside her. A migraine was starting to settle behind her eyes, and that was never a good thing. It made her tense, and she tended to say things she couldn't take back when she was tense. But she knew what was going on here. They were building up to something, attempting to lull her into a false sense of security with mindless chatter before they made their move. Her father often did the same thing, so she was used to it. Of course, the fact that her worthless father often tried the same technique on her made Charlie angry and distrustful of the people who'd pledged to protect her and her sisters. Apparently, the shifter world had decided that hybrids were worth their time to protect. This was the first Charlie had ever heard that. Most purebreds didn't know what to do with her and Stevie. Not only were they the combined DNA of two different species, they were the fucked-up offspring of Freddie MacKilligan, which everyone found way more offensive than the intermingling of different species. It wasn't fair, really, that they'd been hit twice like that, by their mother's poor choices in men and their father's uselessness. Big fingers gently stroked Charlie's cheek, and she smiled up at Berg Dunn, her big grizzly bear, literally. He could shift into a grizzly bear. The morning after her cousin's wedding a few weeks ago, she'd woken up to find herself sleeping on top of his back, bear fur tickling her nose. He'd shifted in the night, and it was shockingly weird to realize that her head was resting on his grizzly hump like it was a hard pillow. Then, as she was sitting up, trying to shake herself awake, she'd watched a big bear butt walk past the open bedroom door, followed a few seconds later by another bear. Those were Berg's triplet brother and sister lumbering by. They'd also shifted that morning and were wandering around their house in their bear forms. Apparently something they did whenever the mood struck them. Something Charlie couldn't do, because, unlike her sisters, she couldn't shift. Something else she blamed on her father. "Headache?" Berg softly asked. She didn't bother to lie to him. She'd never believed in suffering in silence if she didn't have to. "Yeah, but it'll be fine." The "once they get out of here" was implied. Charlie glanced over at her younger sister to see how she was holding up. As usual, Max was on her phone. She lived on that thing, making Charlie wonder if her sister had an entire other life that she was unaware of. Then again, she probably didn't want to know one way or another. Max stopped texting long enough to scratch the right side of her face, where she had those fresh scratches going from her eye down her cheek. "What happened to your face?" she softly asked, because she was too bored not to. "Nothing," Max lied. "You messing with that cat again? Leave the cat alone." Max lowered her phone. "I want her off our property. She's spraying everything. It's driving me nuts. Besides," she suddenly added, "I can take her." Dude, she's a cat that brazenly lives in a neighborhood filled with bears. That's not brave. That's crazy. She's a crazy cat, and she'll tear your eyes out. So stop it. Max started to reply, because she could just never let things go. But the sound of someone clearing his throat distracted her. Charlie looked across the giant desk she and her sisters were sitting in front of. The wolf male on the other side raised one eyebrow. "Do you mind?" he asked. "Well," Max began, but Charlie put her hand on her sister's forearm to stop her. "Of course," Charlie said nicely. "Please, go on." "Thank you." This was Niles Van Holtz, head pooch of the Van Holt's pack, or alpha dude, or whatever they called themselves. Charlie had the feeling that Van Holtz thought because she was half wolf, she'd respond to him like the rest of the wolves in the world seemed to. But she didn't. Because she was also half honey badger, and because her wolf grandfather hated the Van Holt's pack. Rich pricks was how he described them. And Van Holtz was rich. His family had a chain of very expensive restaurants around the world, and he had private offices in almost all the major cities in the States and Europe, complete with a full staff. All those offices weren't for the restaurant business, though. Van Holtz was also in charge of an organization called the Group. They took care of shifter problems, and, to the Group, those shifter problems included hybrids. During the time he'd been in charge, Van Holtz had somehow managed to team up with Katzenhaus, which protected the Cat Nation, and the Bear Protection Council, BPC. Those two organizations protected their own species worldwide, and until recently didn't really bother with hybrids unless they had to. But according to a very smug Van Holtz, that's all changed. We protect everyone now, don't we, ladies? And at the time, he'd put those wolf eyes on Mary Ellen Kozlowski of Katzenhaus and Bela Ben-Zeev of BPC, and what he got back was a less than enthusiastic, "Yeah, sure." Of course, the protection of the MacKilligan sisters wasn't really what had Charlie dealing with any of these people from shifter worlds she knew very little about. It was the problem that was surrounding Charlie and her sisters, the same problem that had been making their lives nightmarish ever since they'd been born. Her father, always her father. But this time he'd brought company with him. The Guerra twins out of Italy, Caterina and Celestina, two very vindictive, angry wenches who were not only Freddie MacKilligan's half-sisters, which had been unknown to Freddie and the rest of his family for most of the twins' lives, but who had also just found out they were honey badger shifters. Angry, vengeful, spiteful honey badger shifters. Short of war involving nuclear powers, there was no other worse combination in the universe. Add in that they were very wealthy women with no real boundaries, and everyone in this room knew that the Guerra twins had to be dealt with quickly. Since they'd been last seen at the wedding of Charlie's cousin, however, the twins had gone deep into hiding and had been very quiet, which did not fool Charlie or her sisters at all. Those bitches weren't gone. They were plotting. "There is something else we need to discuss with you," Van Holtz said, his folded hands resting on his giant desk. "Ah, here it comes. About your Uncle Pete." Charlie gazed at Van Holtz. Then she looked over at Max. "Do we have an Uncle Pete?" Charlie asked her sister. "We have several Petes, a few Peters. Most are out of Glasgow. This is your Uncle Pete in New Jersey." Charlie stared at Van Holtz again before asking her sister, "We have an Uncle Pete in New Jersey?" "Maybe. MacKilligans have a lot of Petes." "He is your father's uncle, actually," Van Holtz clarified. "So he's our great-uncle Pete," Charlie said. "Yeah, we don't know him." "Well, sadly, he has died." "Uh-huh. And we believe that he was murdered." "Shot in the head somewhere in Brooklyn?" Charlie guessed. "Because we've lost a few MacKilligan men that way over the years." "No, he died in his bed." "A MacKilligan dies in his bed, and you think he was murdered? MacKilligan men don't usually end that way." "What makes you think it was murder?" Max asked. "If he's our great-uncle, isn't he like 1,000 years old?" "Not quite." "MacKilligan men, when they're not shot in the head," Charlie explained, "they tend to live a very long time. Sadly," she added, thinking of her father. the man who would not die. There's evidence he was suffocated, maybe with a pillow. Charlie frowned. Are you sure he's a MacKilligan? Because that doesn't sound right. My sister's correct, Mac said. Most MacKilligan siblings start trying to kill each other with pillows by the time they can crawl. It's true, Charlie insisted when she saw the look of growing horror on Van Holtz's very handsome face. My sisters and I didn't do that, of course. But then again, we weren't babies together, so we missed the whole infanticide period of the honey badger childhood. Anyway, what all that means is most of our family has developed a tolerance for that sort of thing. I'm not saying a badger couldn't be killed that way, but it would take ages to put one down with a pillow, and a lot of strength to keep them pinned to the bed. It's really faster to shoot them in the back of the head, Mac said. We specify back of the head because shooting them in the front causes damage that doesn't always kill. We have very hard heads, so depending on the bullet, it may not actually rip through the skull and get to the brain. And we have quite a few cousins that, if a bullet did hit them in the brain, we're still not sure it would actually do any damage because they are that stupid. Charlie glanced at Max. Right? Absolutely. I hit one of my cousins with a bat once. It did nothing. It was wood. It broke on his head. And Max took a really strong swing. Okay, Van Holtz barked, holding up his hand. Please stop. I can't listen to this anymore. What I'm telling you is that we are certain your great-uncle was murdered. That's all you need to know. And we need to know that why, exactly? Because there's going to be a funeral, a large one. We've heard your relatives from Scotland will be coming. Charlie leaned back in her chair and stated flatly, We're not killing our cousins for you. Van Holtz's eyes grew ridiculously wide. That is not what we're talking about. It's not? Max asked. Because it makes sense. They'll all be in one place, and we can pretty much just mow them all down, women and children first. No, Van Holtz yelped before he looked away and took several deep breaths. That is not what we're asking. Oh, Charlie said. So you just want us to go to the funeral so we can spy on our family, right? Van Holtz glanced over at his younger cousin, Ulrich Van Holtz, who everyone called Rick. I see. Charlie brushed non-existent lint off her jeans. Because a honey badger family is not nearly as important as a pack or pride or a teddy bear picnic. I don't think bears call themselves that. Look, Rick said, we're not trying to have you do anything you don't want to do, and we're not interested in family business information. But we were hoping that you could provide us with information about our Uncle Will. Charlie finished for the also good-looking, younger Van Holtz. Did all their males look that good? Your uncle is a very dangerous man, Rick went on. We're not even sure how he's being allowed in the States, but he is, and we want to know why he's coming here. I know why he's coming here, Charlie replied, glancing at her sister. Max smiled back because it was hitting her, too. If Will is coming here, he's coming here for one reason, and that's to make my dreams come true. He's coming here to kill my father. She clapped her hands together. Isn't that awesome? Van Holtz stared at them for several seconds before he admitted, Sometimes I have no idea how to respond to you. Shen continued to stare at the closed cabinet door until he realized someone was standing beside him. Did I hear roaring? The kid next to him asked. Shen looked over at the teen he was paid very well to protect. It was why Shen was living in this house with 3 women he wasn't related to or dating. Because even his family needed space from the 17-year-old. But Stevie liked the kid, and to Shen's continual surprise, Kyle Jean-Louis Parker liked Stevie. Shen hadn't thought the kid, a child prodigy, liked anyone. "Yeah," Shen replied. "You heard roaring." The kid then asked, "Stevie?" "Stevie." "Huh. What did you do?" "Nothing. I even cleared out the bears that were sitting in the kitchen eating sticky buns." "Oh, there were other bears here?" He nodded. "Yeah, that's gonna freak her out. She's only comfortable around you giant pandas and the Dunn triplets." "That's why I got rid of them." But she still wouldn't get out of the cabinet. And when I went to check on her again, I saw fangs that really shouldn't belong to anyone on this planet. "Fangs?" Kyle frowned. "She flashed her fangs at you?" "She didn't flash anything. She tried to take my face off." "That's not good. That's really not good." "I get that, but I'm not exactly sure what we're supposed to do if she won't come out." He shrugged. "I guess we can wait until her sisters get back." "I don't think we should do that." "Why not?" Kyle took hold of Shen's arm and pulled him into the living room. "We have a slight issue." "Kyle, when you say we have a slight issue, I know that you mean we have a big fucking problem. What big fucking problem do we have, Kyle?"
Well, Stevie has mentioned to me that she's concerned her meds have not been working lately, which happens sometimes with certain medications, and especially when you're dealing with a honey badger metabolism."
"Wait, what? What are you talking about?"
"Stevie has a panic disorder. Her meds help her control it, usually, but she's a shifter and a hybrid who's part honey badger, so fixing that issue is not as easy as finding an overpriced Manhattan psychiatrist and getting a new prescription. She's been in contact with her doctor, but he's in Germany, and the meds are on their way, but there's no guarantee they'll work, and—"
"You know," Shen finally cut in, "this sounds like not my problem or my business, so I think I'm just going to go—"
No, we have to do something."
"I really like you better, Kyle, when you don't care about anyone."
"I care about those who are important, and I deemed Stevie important many years ago. What she can do with her brain will make a difference in this world, unlike yours."
"Yes, insulting me will definitely make me more eager to help."
"I'll say it again. We have to do something, now."
"Why?"
Kyle again grabbed Shen's arm, this time more urgently, and dragged him back into the kitchen.
Then he reached up and opened the cabinet door. Shen was ready to jump back in case Stevie tried to bite his face off again, but she didn't. Instead, all he saw was her cute naked ass bumping and grinding, because the other half of her was trying to crawl through a hole she dug inside the top of the cabinet. He could hear her claws tearing into the wood, brick, and whatever else she was coming in contact with during her desperate escape out the now safe kitchen. He was sure that if she'd hit titanium, she'd tear that out too. She wouldn't let anything get in her way.
"You see?" the kid pointed out. "She's burrowing."
He closed the cabinet door.
"If we don't deal with this now, she'll destroy the entire house within the hour."
"Where are her sisters?"
"They went out with Berg, so it's just you and me."
"And what do you suggest we do?" The kid was silent for a moment before he asked Shen, "My sister's paying for long-term disability insurance for you, right?"
"There are bears. There are bears. There are bears. Run away. Run away. Run away."
She heard her rational voice attempt to reason with her irrational brain.
"You're fine. The bears are gone. You're safe. Just calm down."
But she couldn't calm down. She couldn't listen to her rational voice.
She couldn't stop herself from tearing into a home that did not belong to her. All she knew was that she was in great danger and she had to get away by any means necessary. Oh, wait, that was from Malcolm X. Was that appropriation? That felt like appropriation. Good God, what was happening to her? You are spiraling, her rational voice warned her. And she knew her rational side was right. She was spiraling, but she couldn't help it. Her system was in overload. Her meds had stopped working, and if she didn't get away, she would shift right inside the house, destroying it and possibly half the neighborhood in the process. So she kept digging. Nothing would stop her from digging.
This is not my problem, Shen argued. This is a MacKilligan problem.
Stevie is one of my best.
Only. The kid glared at him.
I have friends.
Shen squinted at him. Do you?
She is one of my best friends, and I will do what is necessary to care for her.
Then call her sisters and let them deal with it.
I told you they're out with Berg in the city. It'll take them time to get back here. The house will be gone, and Stevie will be underground by then, burrowing her way through the neighborhood and destroying a lot of house foundations in the process. I'm assuming the bare neighbors won't take that well.
No, they wouldn't. But still, I will not accept responsibility for her. I barely want to do that for you.
Lips pursed, the kid pulled open the cabinet door again, and now Shen could only see Stevie's bare feet. They hung out the hole she'd dug, twisting and twirling as she continued to work her way through the inside of the building to get out.
Damn it, Shen muttered. The kid was right. At this rate, she'd dig a tunnel that went straight from the kitchen to the roof. Sighing, Shen reached up and grabbed Stevie's feet. You should be doing this, he growled at the kid when Stevie screamed and started to kick at him to get away. I'm an artist. I can't risk my hands. You know that. Smirking little prick. Honestly, the things Shen did for money. Going up on his toes and taking a good grip on her ankles, Shen pulled down and out, yanking Stevie from the safety of her burrow and slamming her to the floor. He cringed. He hadn't meant to pull so hard, but that slam to the floor didn't stop her either. Nope. Stevie just kept screaming, swinging giant claws, and kicking out her feet while letting everyone know,
You'll never take me alive! You won't eat me alive!
Deciding that no female was pretty enough to deal with this level of bullshit, Shen flipped her over, grabbed her around the waist, and lifted her off the floor. He tucked her under his arm like a big sack of rice, making sure her arms and legs were pointing away from him, and started toward the front of the house. Get her something to wear, he barked at the kid.
Where are we taking her?
Kyle asked, grabbing what looked like a bright yellow dress off a chair in the dining room. I have no idea, Shen admitted, but we can't keep her here.
You're right.
Kyle raced toward the front of the house so he could open the door for him.
But I think I know exactly who can help us. She's in town right now, so it's perfect.
Who are you talking about? Kyle glanced at the still fighting Stevie.
Just trust me.
I don't trust you.
We're taking her to someone who can help. I promise.
Shen hoped so, because Stevie had abruptly gone from screaming and swinging to completely rigid and hissing. It reminded him of a stray cat his parents kept finding behind their house. It kept pissing back there, and the smell reached into his mother's kitchen. Every time their father tried to remove the cat, it acted just like this. They reached the SUV parked in front of the house, and Shen jerked his head toward the back. Get the keys. Open the doors. Kyle pulled the keys from the back pocket of Shen's jeans. He remotely unlocked the vehicle and reached around Shen to open the back door. Once we're on the road, Shen continued as he moved forward to place Stevie inside the vehicle, we'll call her sisters. Tell them to meet us at your family's... Shen stopped to assess the situation. Stevie had spread her legs and arms wide so that she could clamp her feet and hands against the SUV's metal carriage, stopping Shen from pushing her inside. Honestly, he'd not expected that. Why would he expect that? Why would he expect a grown woman with tiger and honey badger DNA in her system to act like a common house cat? Taking a breath, Shen again tried to push her inside, using his chest against her back. After the second failed attempt, he barked, "Seriously?" That got him another hiss. "You know what we need?" Kyle ruminated. "A cat carrier. We probably don't even need a big one either. Stevie can make herself into a small ball without much effort." "What?" Shen asked. Then he barked, "Shut up." Man, he wished Stevie's sisters were here. This was what they were really good at. At least Charlie was. She knew how to calm her baby sister down, coax her out of cabinets without violence, and keep her from tearing Max's eyes from her head. Shen didn't know how Charlie did it, and to be honest, he didn't have time to learn. It was early. He was hungry. And all he really wanted to do was sit down and eat a few pounds of the bamboo that he had stowed in his room. Not play nursemaid to a former prodigy with panic issues because a few grizzlies and polar bears were in her house. When the pushing continued not to work, Shen became desperate and said to Stevie, "Okay, listen up. I know you are under a lot of stress and need new meds or whatever, and I really want to help you, but that means I need you to get in this car right now." When she didn't move, he suddenly had a brilliant idea and added, "So stop being a princess and get in the goddamn car." It was as if a light went on in her head, and the cat in his arms suddenly turned into a pissed-off woman. "Princess?" Stevie snarled, an insult he'd noticed Max had tossed at Stevie more than once, which had always led to a violent confrontation of some kind between the sisters. "Princess?" she now yelled. "Yes, you're being a princess right now." Her head turned and kept turning until her nose lined up with her spine. "I'm being a princess? Me?" "Ah!" Shen yelped in surprise. "Is what your head doing normal? At all? Don't try to distract me from your insult. Turn back around. You are freaking me out." "Oh, calm down," she taunted as she turned her face forward. "You big baby." Annoyed by the insult and noticing that her arms and legs were no longer gripping the outside of the SUV, Shen shoved her inside. "Hey!" she complained as he closed the door in her face. "Like a house cat," he muttered, snatching the keys out of the kid's hand. "This is so entertaining," Kyle crowed. "Get in the fucking car, psychopath." "I'm just a narcissist," Kyle calmly explained. "My older sister, Delilah, though? Now, she's a psychopath," he added with a big grin. "Clinically diagnosed and everything." A princess? He'd called her a princess. Her? Stevie Stashuk MacKilligan? She was as far from a princess as anyone could be. And Stevie knew that because she'd actually met royals. She'd performed for them when she was a child, and then had given them tours around the labs she'd worked at when she was a teenager. And the one thing Stevie was absolutely sure of was that she was no princess. How could she be? She was constantly aware of others' needs and feelings. That's why she was invited places, and Kyle Jean-Louis Parker was thrown out of places, because, like a true prince, he could not care less about anyone's feelings but his own. So that giant panda, actually calling Stevie a princess, did nothing but upset her, because it wasn't true. She was not a princess. "What are you yelling about back there?" Shen barked at her from the driver's seat. Stevie blinked. Uh-oh, she'd said that out loud, hadn't she? She hated when she did that. "Then stop doing it," Shen ordered. "You're distracting me."
Her eyes narrowed on his fat panda head. She was tempted to slap him right in the back of it. Kyle unbuckled his seatbelt and turned so he could reach back and grab her hands, holding them in place. "Let's play our we're better than you game," he said with false cheer. Stevie cringed, realizing she'd just spoken her thoughts out loud again. "I threatened his big fat panda head, didn't I?" she asked Kyle.
"You did," Shen told her, "and my head is not fat."
"It's not small," she barked back.
"Stevie," Kyle said, voice strong, "look at me. Focus on me. Because I'm fascinating."
"I'm not a princess," she felt the need to point out again.
"Of course you're not. I wouldn't be friends with a princess unless she was a lot richer than you are."
Stevie nodded. "Thanks, Kyle. That makes me feel so much better." The panda pulled up to a light, stopped, and let out a long sigh before looking back at her and asking,
"Seriously?" Berg Dunn was always amazed at how Charlie managed people, depending on who they were and how they fit into her life. When she spoke to the head of Katzenhaus, Charlie was friendly and polite, and often told Mary Ellen Kozlowski exactly what she wanted to hear, while doing exactly what Charlie actually wanted to do. And when confronted by the cat, Charlie didn't slap her down or shoot her in the head, as she'd been known to do with those who put her sisters at risk. But Charlie was always direct and honest when she dealt with Bela Ben Zeev of BPC. Berg had originally thought that was due to his relationship with Bela and BPC. But no, it had nothing to do with him. Charlie just respected Bela, and she was always direct and honest with those she respected. They often didn't agree, but both ladies were too smart to ever challenge each other. They were aware neither would come out of that particular confrontation alive. Then there were the Van Holtz wolves. Charlie never smiled at them, was never honest with them, and more than once, Berg was terrified she was going to throw Max at them, literally. Just pick her sister up and chuck her at Niles Van Holtz, because throwing honey badgers at a person is an excellent way to get someone's face ripped off. She just didn't like them. And they were as nice and polite as they could possibly be. Berg didn't know wolves could be so polite. Yet no matter how polite they were, or the fact that Charlie was half wolf, it didn't seem to change her lack of desire to make the leaders of the very powerful pack her allies. And he thought he knew why. Because Charlie didn't trust them. Not yet, anyway. And if Charlie didn't trust you, she had no use for you. Sadly, the Van Holtzes hadn't realized any of that yet, so they didn't see the problem with asking Charlie to spy on her own family. She might have little patience or respect for the MacKilligans, but they were still her family. "Again," Van Holtz cut in, his voice curt, "and for the 60,000th time, we are not asking you to destroy your family." "Just kill them," Max casually tossed in, forcing Berg to sit in a nearby chair and look out the big windows of the office so that he didn't laugh in anyone's face. "No!" the wolf barked. "We do not want you to kill anyone, especially women and children." The sisters said in unison, shaking their heads. "Yeah," Max said, "that is not a good idea. To kill the men first and leave the women and children alive? Because they will retaliate, especially the, cubs." "I thought it was pups," Charlie said. "Maybe it's badgerlings, like ducklings?" "Aw, that's cute." Van Holtz placed his elbows on his desk and buried his head in his hands. "So, yeah, the badgerlings?" "Yeah," she said to her sister. "I like that too. The badgerlings are definitely something you want to wipe out real early in the process." Max's phone vibrated, and she looked down at it. "Excuse me a minute," she said before standing and moving to the far side of the room. Charlie stared at Van Holtz. So does that work for you?
No!
No need to snap, White Fang. Van Holtz's younger cousin quickly stood and moved in front of the desk, blocking his uncle's now gold wolf eyes from Charlie's view. How about we just let this go, he suggested. We'll deal with the Will MacKilligan thing on our own. How about that? Charlie shrugged. That's fine with me. Great! I think that's it then. Okay. Wait, there is one thing, Van Holtz said, slapping his cousin's hip until he moved off his desk. I was wondering, next time when you come, if you could bring your sister. Charlie pointed behind her. She's right there. Your youngest sister. Oh, uh-huh. Max suddenly appeared in front of Berg. She leaned in and whispered against his ear, and he was working really hard not to cringe away from her. She was just so close to a major artery that it was uncomfortable. We need to go. Okay, why? Just trust me. But if I say it to Charlie, she'll panic. So can you do it? Yeah, sure. Great. She moved away from him, thank God, and toward the office door. Berg could see Charlie again, and she was nodding at whatever Van Holtz was saying, a halfway pleasant smile on her face. With a shrug, Berg stood and went to her side, crouching down. I just think, Van Holtz was saying, that it would be great to meet her. I've heard so much about her. At a pause in the conversation, Berg leaned in and said, It's time to go. Oh? She looked at him. Everything okay? Yeah, but we have another appointment. Okay. Charlie stood. The Van Holtz men stood with her. She held out her hand, and Van Holtz took it, giving a firm shake. He then tried to pull his hand back, but Charlie held it and tugged him forward a bit. Gazing into his eyes, she said, You stay the fuck away from my baby sister, or I'll find out where you live. Sneak into your house, and while your wife is sleeping next to you, I'll peel the skin off your body. And if you don't believe me, ask the Peruvian drug lord who once kidnapped my sister. His wife never even knew I was there. And your wife won't either. So, stay away from my baby sister, so I don't have to make your wife weep. She smiled. Okay, do we understand each other? Van Holtz didn't answer. He just kept staring at her. So did his younger cousin. Great, she said to his non-answer. Speak to you guys soon. Charlie turned and followed Max out the door. Berg paused long enough to say, okay, bye. Head down, he followed Charlie and Max to the elevator at the end of the hall. Once the doors closed, Berg observed, That seemed a little strong. Charlie's smile was faint. I like clarity. Berg expected more on the subject, but nope. Turning to Max, Charlie asked, Is there a problem? Got a call from Shen. Stevie's meds stopped working. Charlie cringed. I was afraid that was going to happen. Don't worry, though. Kyle went to his mom's townhouse downtown. He said she could help. Max shrugged. Let's face it, with those kids of hers, I'm sure she's got some great psychiatrists on speed dial. That could have gone better, Rick said, dropping into the chair next to his cousin's desk. They're crazy. Van was still standing there, staring off, his expression blank and confused. They're absolutely crazy. I thought we'd already figured that out. Rick shook his head. So now what? Plan B, I guess. Plan B? You want me to call Deanne and... Dear God, I'd never ask your wife to involve herself in this in any way. Rick smirked. The fear in his cousin's voice was, to say the least, entertaining. No offense, of course, Van eventually added. Of course. No, I've got a better plan. My wife. The snort laugh was out before Rick could stop it. Rick cleared his throat. "Sorry, you were saying? My wife is in town." "Great, we should have dinner together." The glare was so harsh, Rick stopped speaking. "And she, I'm sure, can handle this." When Van didn't add a wink to that statement, letting Rick know he was joking, Rick nodded and said, "Of course, I'm sure that Irene Conridge, Ph.D., internationally known for making a pope cry, can deal with 3 women, one of which just threatened to skin you alive while the other happily offered to mow down the women and children of her own family without any problems." Van rubbed his nose. "Your sarcasm is noted, cousin. To paraphrase my wife, just saying." Chapter 3. Kyle unlocked the front door to his parents' rental home and walked inside. He turned back and watched his friend step in behind him. Stevie had her arms wrapped around her middle, hands clasped around her elbows, and her eyes darted around the hallway. It was like she was expecting some kind of random attack that could come from anywhere. Over the years of knowing her, Kyle had seen Stevie under stress. He'd seen her become stressed over what many would consider little things. He'd seen her lash out when she heard noises she didn't like, or scream hysterically when someone touched her shoulder. He was used to that. He was not used to this quiet, tense, softly growling Stevie. This Stevie was freaking him out. It wasn't what she was or wasn't doing, though. It was her energy. An intense, dangerous energy that had the jackal in him ready to head for the hills. And his jackal side was something Kyle didn't really deal with. It was there, it was a part of him, but as an artist, he felt he didn't need it. He barely acknowledged it. But for the first time, he felt it scratching inside him, panicked and ready to bolt. "Why don't you wait in here?" Kyle softly suggested, gesturing to the grand ballroom with a wave of his hand because he was afraid to touch her. Stevie nodded and walked in. Kyle turned and started down the hallway, but his overly familiar bodyguard yanked him back by his shoulder. "Where the fuck are you going?" the giant panda demanded. "To get someone who can help her." "You're leaving me alone with her?" "Aren't you the trained professional?" Kyle demanded, turning to face the security guard his sister insisted he have with him any time he was away from the family. "Can't you manage one tiny woman until I get back?" "That's not my job. I'm supposed to be managing one tiny boy." As Kyle was at least 2 inches taller than the 6-foot panda, he didn't take the bait. He wasn't so easily taunted into giving someone what they wanted. "I'll be back. Keep her away from everyone." Kyle headed deep into the house, ignoring the bears. "Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean?" He knew where his family would be if they weren't in the grand ballroom, practicing or working. The kitchen. It was where the Jean-Louis Parker clan gathered. But as he neared that room, he heard strange sounds for the middle of the day. He heard children laughing and running, giggling and screaming. For most houses with lots of children, these might be considered normal sounds, but not for the Jean-Louis Parkers. If they were home at all this early in the day, each of them would want quiet so they could do their work. Usually, the only sound they tolerated was the music that came from Coop, Charisse, or their mother, Jacqueline. His older sister, Oriana, was a dancer, but she wore earbuds to listen to her music, so the only sounds that came from her was of her toe shoes against the floor and the occasional snarl when she couldn't get a move exactly right. His other younger siblings leaned toward math, science, and art. All of them demanded silence and hours to work alone, especially in the summer when they weren't forced by ridiculous government laws to attend regular schools with regular useless children. So what were these annoying noises Kyle was hearing? He finally reached the kitchen and pushed the swinging door open. He immediately froze, a faint sense of panic inching up his spine. Shit, he said out loud.
You cursed,
a child he'd never seen before told him, pointing her finger.
You cursed, you cursed, you cursed.
13-year-old Freddie, although he preferred to be called Frederick now, pushed the child toward the back door. Go away. Still chanting, the kid walked off, and Freddie turned toward Kyle, grabbing his t-shirt and raising himself on his toes so he could more easily look his brother in the chin. Help me, he growled. What is going on? Kyle demanded, looking around the room. There was evidence of children everywhere. Stickiness, half-eaten sugary things, electronic handheld games that were covered in more stickiness. It was disgusting. Mom decided we needed a play date with the wild dog pups across the street. She and Dad felt we weren't getting enough of a real childhood, Kyle finished for his brother. He rolled his eyes. Don't blame Mom. This has Dad written all over it. Dad and Tony. The only two normal people in their family, Kyle's eldest sister Tony and his father Paul, were lovely human beings, but they sometimes managed to get in the way of the work. And the work was all the rest of them cared about, despite the fact that each of them focused on different things. Kyle was a sculptor. Freddie was all about physics. Family members were divided between the artists and the scientists/mathematicians, but each of them was a prodigy. All except poor Tony, his oldest sibling, and their father. They were nothing but average people with average lives. Kyle shuddered at the thought. Where's Dad now? Kyle asked. Out back with most of the children and a few wild dog adults. Kyle glanced back down the hall, remembered why he was here. You know what would be great? For me to make a run for it while you distract everyone? No, for you to take everyone back over to the wild dog house for a little while. I don't want to do that. I want to get back to work. I thought you, of all people, would help me get back to work. Later, just get everybody out. Why? Would you trust me? But I don't trust you. Freddie's eyes narrowed. You just want the house to yourself. I don't, but believe what you want. Just do what I'm telling you and get everybody over to the wild dog house. Now. Fine, but I'm not happy. I am aware. Kyle moved away from his younger brother and headed toward the eldest, Cooper. He was standing by the refrigerator, a bottle of soda in his hand, chatting with one of the adult wild dogs. Excuse me, Kyle interrupted. Can I speak to my brother for a moment? Sure, the wild dog cheered. Then he stood there, smiling. Kyle took a breath. So go away? Okay. Coop chuckled as the wild dog went outside. Why can't you be nice? I don't even understand what that means. Now, have you seen Aunt Irene today? She texted me earlier. Is she still here? I think she's upstairs with Mom. Why? I need her. The rest of Kyle's words became lodged in his throat when he glanced out one of the windows that overlooked the yard. While Freddie did his best to shepherd the annoying wild dog pups and the adults back to their own home, Kyle saw who stood by one of the tables, his eldest daughter leaning beside him, wearing a hockey jersey 6 sizes too big for the girl. Although Kyle had no doubt that one day that little girl would grow up to be a very large and dangerous female, just like her father. Her father, Bo Novikov, homicidal hockey player and great organizer. And if Bo Novikov was here with his kids, that meant... Where is she? Kyle demanded of his stunned brother, grabbing him by his t-shirt and yanking him close. Where is she, Coop? Wow, that had to be the best soda in the world. The Jean-Louis Parker twins had told her it was when they handed her the bottle. Even though the soda was caffeine and sugar-free, it tasted so great. She couldn't believe how great it tasted. Blaine continued to backflip her way down the hallway. She didn't know why she felt the need to backflip down the hallway of the Jean-Louis Parker home, but she did, and it felt awesome. Look how in shape she was.
even after giving birth to several giant children, but her shit was still tight, as they say. She should have gone into gymnastics. She would be a great Olympian, a totally positive representative of the United States of America. Why? Because Blaine loved everyone. She loved animals, she loved shoes, she loved tiny furniture that people put into fancy doll houses. She loved everybody. She loved the world. The world! Blaine's legs slammed into something, and she wouldn't have thought much of it, except that she heard an oof that surprised her. She landed on her feet and turned to see Shen Li holding his head. She knew Shen. She loved Shen. He was a giant panda. How cool must it be to be a giant panda? Pretty cool, Blaine bet.
"What are you doing?"
Shen asked, rubbing the entire left side of his face and glaring at her. Backflips, Blaine told him. I love backflips. With his hand still pressed against his face, the panda stared at her, eyes narrow.
"Are you okay, Blaine?"
he asked. I'm great! Blaine turned and spotted someone standing alone in the massive ballroom entrance. She immediately felt bad for the person. They were so small and alone. But they weren't really alone, because Blaine was here. Grinning, Blaine charged over to the stranger and threw her arms around the woman's shoulders, squeezing her tight from behind. Hi, Ah! Shen's head was still throbbing from where Blaine's feet had hit him, but in the haze of his pain, he knew something was wrong with the always pleasant wolf dog. Her energy level was off the charts, which was saying a lot, because Blaine always had a high energy drive. Still, he wasn't exactly surprised when she suddenly caught sight of a very quiet Stevie, gazing forlornly into the ballroom. He, sadly, also wasn't surprised when Blaine ran up behind her and threw her arms around Stevie to give her a big hug. Blaine had become known for her attack hugs, and Shen definitely wasn't surprised when Stevie's response to that hug was to scream hysterically. The girl panicked at squirrels. Squirrels! Non-attacking squirrels, too. So getting grabbed by some random stranger would make her panic. But Shen never in a million years ever expected what happened right after Stevie began screaming. With Blaine on her back and still screaming, Stevie abruptly turned, her eyes wild and panicked, and she began to shift. But she shifted into something Shen had never seen before, not ever. The fangs came first, bursting out of her gums. He thought the ones he'd seen in the cabinet were terrifying, but these were worse, so much worse, because the fangs weren't just long, they were also wide, rows on top and bottom. To accommodate those fangs, Stevie's head shifted next, her nose growing into a snout, her ears turning into just holes against her head, her neck expanding, muscles rippling. Orange, black, and white fur exploded over every bit of skin. Giant, lengthy claws burst from her fingertips and her toes. Powerful muscles covered her legs and arms. When she landed on all fours, Shen thought she was done. She wasn't. Stevie's entire body began to grow, and grow, and grow, in length and width. In horror, Shen watched as little Stevie MacKilligan grew into something absolutely enormous. She was the color of a Siberian tiger, but she was still a honey badger, a giant 20-foot long and 10 to 15-foot wide, orange, black, and white honey badger with humongous paws. Blaine had fallen off Stevie's back when she'd shifted, and in full panic mode, the wolf dog jumped to her feet and turned to run. But Stevie brought her head down and grabbed Blaine by the back of her t-shirt, lifting her off the ground. The wolf dog screamed hysterically as Stevie tossed her into the air, then caught her by the back of her t-shirt again, letting Blaine hang from one of her giant fangs. Unable to move, Shen watched Kyle slide to a stop in front of the open door. "Oh my God," he gasped. Blaine, struggling to get loose, yelled out, "Get me out of here!" Kyle looked at Shen. "What are we going to do?" Shen glanced around, wondering who the kid was talking to. When he didn't see anyone, and understood the kid was talking to him, he asked, "What do you expect me to say?" "We have to do something!" Coop ran down the hall until he reached them, freezing when he spotted what took up most of his family's ballroom. And unfortunately, right behind him was Bo the Marauder Novikov, hockey pro, former child prodigy of hockey, and well-known rude bastard. He was also Blaine's husband. "Blaine!" he barked when he saw his mate hanging from Stevie's fang. "What did you do?" Blaine glared. "You're blaming me for this?" "Get down from there right now," Novikov ordered. Poor Blaine, still hanging from that fang, threw up her hands. "Are you fucking kidding?" Stevie suddenly shook her head, and Blaine's t-shirt ripped, sending her flying into the far wall. But when she landed on the floor, she managed to get to her feet and attempted another run. A giant paw slammed down in front of Blaine. She turned and tried to run the other way, but another paw ended that. Then the first front paw suddenly swiped the air, and Blaine went flying again, only to be slapped the opposite way by the other paw. That's when Shen understood that Stevie was playing with Blaine like a house cat playing with a toy mouse, or a live one. Novikov growled, and gold-brown hair suddenly dropped from under his white hair, passing his shoulders. A minor lion's mane, because Novikov was another hybrid, a polar bear lion. The hockey pro shifted, forcing Shen to grab Kyle and Coop to yank them out of the way so the pair didn't get crushed under the big hybrid's bulk. Roaring, gnashing his tusks? Yes, Novikov had what could only be called tusks coming from his maw. He charged into the ballroom, destroying the closed second door in the process. "Stevie!" Shen yelled, pushing the Jean-Louis Parker brothers back before running forward. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he wasn't about to let Novikov kill. Shen slid to a stop, then quickly reversed course, turning and charging back seconds before Bo Novikov's shifted body exploded through the wall, tossed out of the room by little Stevie MacKilligan. "We are so fucked," Coop said softly. Max had stopped on the sidewalk to tie her bright pink Converse sneaker. The color matched her current hair color perfectly, and she liked that. But just as she began to stand, the roar that rattled the windows of the entire block had her head snapping up, and she looked at Charlie. Eyes wide, her sister stared back, and together they took off down the street to reach the house they knew Kyle's family was staying at for the summer. They went up the stairs and started banging on the door to get someone to open it. But then Charlie's grizzly came up behind them, and with one kick, the door flew open. Max followed Charlie into the house. The first thing she saw was Kyle and his brother Coop. The eldest jackal had his younger brother pushed against the wall and stood in front of him, ready to sacrifice himself for Kyle, should that become necessary. Standing in front of the damaged entryway to some massive room stood Shen, Kyle's hired protection. The giant panda was always calm in the face of trouble, but he was definitely out of his depth now, and it showed. His eyes wide, his entire body tense. All those muscles straining and rigid. He was ready to react to anything that might happen. And a few feet away from Shen was something white and gold with tusks and out cold. She pointed. "What the fuck is that thing?" "Seriously?" Shen barked, abruptly snapping out of his shell-shocked state. "That freaks you out?" "No need to get terse," she complained, moving past him. "And at least my sister doesn't have tusks." Having made her point, Max headed to the entryway, Berg by her side. But she stopped him, grabbing his forearm. "Not you." "Why not?" "You'll just freak her out more." "But go to the wild dog house across the street," Kyle told Berg,
Don't let any of them come over here. Come with me, Berg suggested to Kyle as he headed to the front door. I won't leave my friend, Kyle stated dramatically, making Max roll her eyes. Now you decide to care about others? Coop demanded. Berg headed out alone, and Max went to the entryway to stand by Charlie, where they watched their baby sister. What could they say as they watched her curled in a ball on the floor, a human being caught between her front paws that she kept gnawing on before she occasionally flipped her prey into the air, caught her, and then rolled to her side again so she could gnaw and toy with her captive. It seemed the woman was still alive, and Max narrowed her eyes and stepped farther into the room. She knew that woman. She knew her. Charlie was desperately trying to figure out how she could keep her baby sister out of prison for murder when Max suddenly stepped farther into the room and pointed in Stevie's direction. She thought she was going to order Stevie to put the woman down this instant, but instead Max accused, "You hugged her, didn't you? Didn't you?" "Not dead, thank God," the woman yelped. "I was just saying hi. Now get her off me." "I should let you burn. You deserve it." Shaking her head, because Charlie really didn't know what the fuck was going on, she stepped close to Max, and Charlie ordered Stevie to put the woman down. "Stevie Stashuk MacKilligan, you put that idiot woman down right this instant." "Hey!" the idiot woman complained while she pressed her legs against Stevie's front fangs so that they didn't go into her mouth. "That's not fair." "Shut up," Charlie and Max said in unison. Charlie stepped closer and clapped her hands together several times. "Stevie, put her down right now." Stevie stared at Charlie for several seconds, but a roar from outside the room had their sister scrambling to her paws and rearing up on her hind legs, that idiot woman still in her mouth. "Stevie, no!" Charlie cried out seconds before Stevie began burrowing up into the floor above. If she got into the walls of the house, they might never find her. The fact that she was 20 or so feet long didn't mean anything. She was still mostly honey badger, and she could burrow like a champ. And if she was freaked out enough, they might not find her for days, weeks. She could end up living in the subway tunnels. Charlie's grandfather's house was never quite the same after Stevie had her first real breakdown and burrowed into the walls. It took many days before they could get her out, but they could hear her scratching away inside the walls, and food kept disappearing from inside the cabinets. It wasn't until Charlie had hidden some Xanax and balls of soft French cheese that Stevie finally calmed down enough to come back out and face her fears with her sisters by her side. Charlie, however, was in no mood to go through that again. But before she could say anything, Max charged across the room and leaped up, grabbing hold of Stevie's right hind leg. Of course, Max was only about 120 pounds, while Stevie, in her shifted form, was nearly 2 tons. Just as Charlie started to follow after Max, a shifter with tusks, really? Came charging into the room and over to Stevie. He leaped up and wrapped his front legs around the lower half of Stevie, all that Charlie could see at this point, since the other half had already made its way into the second floor, and yanked. Charlie turned her body away as part of the ceiling came down with the 2 hybrids and poor Max. "Max!" she yelled, making her way through the debris. "Max!" By now, a raging Stevie had gotten to her paws and was squaring off with the tusk guy. The real problem, though, was the screaming human she had caught between her jaws and didn't seem in the mood to give up anytime soon. But Charlie would have to worry about that after she found out whether Max was dead from having part of a building fall on her. Pushing aside the ceiling that was now on the floor, Charlie desperately dug. She was so focused on her task, it took her several seconds to realize that Shen was right next to her, helping. Brave panda. "Got her," Shen suddenly announced while pulling. He dragged Max out from under a giant chunk of plaster. There was blood on her face, and she was covered in dust and debris, But with a sudden head shake, her eyes opened and she smiled. "That was awesome!" she laughed, still being held up by Shen. Charlie started to laugh with her until something hit her in the side and she went flying. Shen pulled Max into his arms and scrambled back. He wanted to get to Charlie, but first he had to get out of the way of the two raging hybrids. Charlie almost hit the far wall when Novikov's big ass slammed into her, but her baby sister's very long tail reached out and caught Charlie before she could. Then she tossed her toward Shen, and he had to tuck Max under one arm so he could use the other to catch Charlie. With both women in his arms, he jumped to the left, trying to get out of the way of the ongoing battle. He wished he could get to poor Blaine, but he didn't see how he could without getting crushed in the melee. Even if he shifted, he still would be no match for these two. At least 3 tons of raging hybrid fighting over a wolf dog that just wanted to get out and away. Honestly, he'd laugh if the whole thing wasn't so terrifying. Max pulled his arm off her waist and dropped to the ground. Then she lifted her big sister's head by the chin. Charlie was unconscious, so Max slapped her. Charlie responded by slapping her back, and Shen let out a relieved sigh, knowing that at least these two weren't dead. Charlie tapped his arm and motioned for him to let her go. When she touched the ground, she rubbed the side that Novikov had hit and winced from the pain. Shen was guessing that something had been broken, but he knew that wouldn't keep Charlie from stopping her baby sister's rampage. "What are we going to do?" he asked, raising his voice to a shout in order to be heard over all the roaring. "Any chance you have a tranq gun?" Max asked. "I don't work for a zoo, so no." "We need to get Stevie to drop her prey," Charlie reasoned. "Once we get that woman back to that thing with the tusks." "Really?" Shen couldn't help but ask. "Both of you are judging my man's tusks?" "We'll be able to calm her down," Charlie went on. "Or we could startle her out of this," Max suddenly interjected. "Startling her was what got us into this," Shen felt the need to point out. "And startling her again might just get her out," Max gestured to the ruined entryway. "And that woman is the one who can do it." Charlie turned, and her frown was deep. "My God, what is she doing here?" Shen looked to see what had the sisters so concerned, and was surprised to see Kyle's mother standing in the entryway. She appeared horrified, which seemed the proper response considering what was going on. So he couldn't understand what the two women were talking about, until Kyle's mother took a step back, revealing her best friend, Dr. Irene Conridge. The famed full-human scientist walked farther into the room. She surveyed the damage, and then the two battling hybrids with cold blue eyes. Crossing her arms over her chest, she waited. For what? Shen didn't know. Charlie grabbed his arm and started to pull him. He knew she was dragging him toward the hybrids, but he didn't know why. What exactly was she expecting him to do? Novikov threw himself at Stevie, but she turned, and her tail caught him around the throat. She wrenched the pro hockey player one way, then the other. Then she began banging him against the floor, over and over. Shen grimaced, wondering if there was any way to stop Stevie, when she suddenly glanced in Conridge's direction and froze, mid-slam. Poor Novikov, hanging from her prehensile tail. There was nothing but silence in the room. Everyone sort of waiting for Stevie to do something. And she suddenly did. She flicked her tail, sending Novikov sailing across the room to crash into the wall at the far end, leaving a healthy dent before sliding to the floor and landing on his face. Blaine, who'd been caught in Stevie's maw all this time, was spat toward the other end of the room. Then Stevie turned her big body and opened her maw. Shen girded himself for another one of her destructive roars, but before she could do anything, Irene Conridge spoke. "Well, well, well. Cold as ice. That was Dr. Conridge, cold as ice. If it isn't the little prodigy that couldn't." Shifted Stevie jerked back as if Conridge had punched her, and in that second, she shifted back to human. Naked and pointing her finger at Conridge, Stevie marched forward. You! Conridge laughed. Eloquent as always, I see. Stevie started running toward Conridge, and Shen pushed past Stevie's sisters and caught up to her before she reached the unmoving, full human, grabbing Stevie around the waist and lifting her up. He prayed she didn't shift again. Her weight alone would crush his sturdy panda bones to dust. You evil cow, Stevie spit out, her wiggling, naked body over Shen's shoulder. The only way he could hold on to her was by gripping her bare thighs, and sometimes her ass. Did you really think you'd stop me? Did you really think you'd block me from getting into CERN? That was a pity hire, Conridge mocked. Pity? Stevie screeched, sounding not like the emotionally wrecked female Shen had seen the last hour or so, but more like a crazy person he'd avoid on the Manhattan streets. You arrogant cunt! Time to go, Shen yelled over Stevie's next insult, carrying her out of the ballroom. He stepped into the hallway, and Kyle, still being held back by his older brother, pointed at the stairs a few feet away. Shen carried the still screeching Stevie up the stairs. Although now her screeching was indecipherable. It was just angry yelling. There might be words in there somewhere, but he couldn't make them out. He carried her into the first empty room he found and kicked the door closed. Then he placed her on the floor and pushed her away from the door, afraid she'd try to charge it. She didn't. Instead, she yelled, Pity? I was a pity hire? Shen thought a moment before replying, So, we're just not going to discuss the fact that you can turn into a 1-ton, tiger-striped honey badger? That's right, she immediately barked back. We're not going to discuss that, and it's closer to 2 tons. Shen nodded. Okay, then. Chapter 4. Charlie helped Stevie's cat toy to her feet. Are you okay? She asked, wincing a little when dark brown eyes lashed over to her. No, the woman snarled. I am not okay. You're still alive, Charlie said, trying to sound helpful. That's good, isn't it? The woman started to speak, stopped herself with a grunt, and turned away from Charlie. She went over to help the dude with the tusks, and Charlie faced her sister. Oops, Max muttered. This has turned awkward. You think? What are we going to do? Charlie looked around at the damage to the ballroom. Half the ceiling was on the floor. Parts of the wall had big holes in it, and one section was just outright destroyed. Several windows had been blown out. The floor was scored with claw marks. Charlie blew out a breath. I don't know how we're going to keep a lid on this. Kill everybody? Burn the house to the ground? Charlie knew her sister was just kidding, but still. She shoved the smaller woman before facing the cat toy and tusk dude. Max skidded across the floor about 50 feet, and when she stopped, she laughed. I was joking. Ignoring her sister, Charlie looked at the pair, the woman helping the now human male up. I am so sorry about all this. She's dangerous, the woman warned. She got the male to his feet and then faced Charlie again. That's when the woman's shoulder suddenly jerked forward. A loud snap ricocheted throughout the room. What exactly is going on with your bones? Charlie had to ask. Really? The woman barked, moving toward Charlie, finger out and pointing. You are going to stand there and judge me? Well, you have to admit it is strange. Strange? The male put his arm around the woman's waist and pulled her back, which Charlie appreciated for many reasons, but mostly because he used the woman's body to block any further sight of his dick. Something Charlie really didn't need to see at the moment. All I'm saying, Charlie attempted to reason, is that as hybrids, we're all a little strange. So there's no reason to point fingers or say anything to anyone about this little incident. Incident? Well,
Your sister is a menace.
You hugged her, Max reminded the woman when she again stood beside Charlie, which is the same thing you did to me at the sports center.
Shut up.
I'm just suggesting, Charlie went on, that we keep this among ourselves. No reason to bring in anyone else. Not when we're all a little different.
Different?
The male suddenly sighed and told the woman, You really need to stop screaming/repeating everything she says, Blaine. It's getting annoying. The woman spun on the male, now pointing a finger at him.
Annoying?
Stevie pulled on the t-shirt that the giant panda handed her before continuing with her rant.
That woman is such a bitch.
Dr. Conridge isn't that.
Do you know?
She cut in, not in the mood to hear him speak.
She actually wrote an article for Science America in which she disputed not only my theories, but my actual belief system.
Shen frowned. Your belief system in God? Stevie stared at the bear.
What God?
Okay, he said. So it wasn't about that. Good to know. Max watched the couple bicker over who was more annoying. She didn't understand people. They argued over the weirdest shit. Wasn't life hard enough without making yourself miserable over bullshit? Kyle and his brother stepped behind Max and Charlie. Are you two okay? Coop asked. Max shrugged. We're fine. Of course, they were used to all this. They'd been there when Stevie began shifting around the age of 11, when she hit an early puberty. Back then, she'd shift into a honey badger the size of a full-grown tiger, with, of course, those stripes. Charlie had immediately been freaked out by Stevie's size, afraid that the other breeds wouldn't accept her as she was. Charlie always felt the need to protect Stevie, and for good reason. But after the first time they saw their baby sister shift while she was studying for the SATs at their grandfather's dining table, Charlie's concern grew exponentially, because Stevie clearly didn't have control over her issues. She panicked easy, she cried easy, she exploded into a rage real easy, and when she did all three at the same time... Max, however, was less worried, because the one thing that Stevie had over both her and Charlie was her ability to self-analyze. She understood how dangerous she could be. How unstable. She was the first to insist on seeing a therapist, on retiring from music because of the pressure it put on her, on learning calming techniques, on getting medications to manage her depression and panic, anything to help her deal with her issues. Max respected that more than anything else her sister did. It wasn't easy to be that self-aware, but Stevie was, and she was good at it. What she didn't understand, she learned. She read books. She talked to specialists. She didn't shy away from her problems. She embraced them and learned how to deal with them, taking care not to lose what made Stevie the prodigy, the genius, but also ensuring that she wouldn't harm anyone. So what had just happened, Max knew, would eat away at her baby sister, would torture her in a way it would never torture others. Unless, of course, she found something else to distract her first. And while Max was trying to come up with something that would be a worthy distraction, Stevie stormed into the ruined ballroom, thankfully in her human form and in a long t-shirt, and stomped her barefooted way over to a smirking Irene Conridge.
And let me tell you something else, Stevie snarled at Conridge. If you think that
Shen ran into the room, placed his hands on either side of Stevie's hips, lifted her up, and quickly left, apologizing the entire way. Sorry, I've got her. No need to panic. Everything is just fine. Even though Max couldn't see either of them, she knew that Shen carried Stevie back up the stairs, because she could still hear Stevie bitching about it, complaining that he wouldn't let her go, and how wrong Irene was as a scientist and a human being. This went on until a door slammed closed somewhere in the house. Max smiled at Charlie. I'm starting to like that bear.
Put me down this instant,
Shen did as he was ordered, now that they were safe in a bedroom. Stevie faced him, her face beet red from anger.
I am not done with her.
I know, but I'm not sure this is the time to start raging at important people.
Important? Irene Conridge? Really?
Look, I won't even pretend to understand what you two are bickering about.
Bickering?
But you nearly tore this house down around a very nice family of jackals. Maybe you should take a break. Her eyes widened, and Shen prepared himself for the explosion to follow.
If...
Stevie suddenly screamed, not loudly or wildly, but in frustration. And then she sat down on the edge of the bed.
Damn it, you're right.
Shen frowned. I am?
Yes, you are.
She looked up at him.
Why do you find that so surprising?
I've been working around this family for a while now. I have yet to meet a current or former child prodigy who's ever told me that I was right about anything. You're the first. She let out a long sigh before replying, sounding a little tired.
Because I'm even weird among the prodigies.
She finger-combed her hair behind her ear.
And if I hurt you...
I'm fine, not even a scratch.
But that woman, is she alive?
Blaine? Shen couldn't help but smile. Trust me, if you didn't kill Blaine outright, she's fine.
She scared me, Stevie admitted. I wasn't expecting.
I know. She shook her head.
Who goes around hugging strangers from behind?
Now Shen sighed. Blaine does.
This is not my fault,
Blaine Thorpe insisted to her husband. The mammoth man had a very large indent in his forehead and was bleeding from lacerations on different parts of his body, while Blaine's bones were busy snapping back into place. But neither seemed the worse for wear, thankfully. Irene could only deal with 20 or 30 issues at one time. A few more, and she might get frustrated.
Look at this,
Jackie said, gesturing to the walls.
Those wild dogs are going to make such a big deal about this.
You do know that you are also a wild dog? Jackals, dingoes, the bush dog, the coyote, and, as much as it annoys them, the gray wolf are also included on that list. So talking about the owners of this house like they are some lower form seems nonsensical to me. Jackie slowly faced Irene, her lips pursed, one foot tapping, eyes narrowed. Too soon? Irene asked, before she snorted a little laugh and walked out of the room. She just started up the stairs when she heard Kyle.
Aunt Irene?
Stay, Kyle, she ordered, chuckling when he did exactly as she'd said. Since no one in the family was on the second floor of the house after the drama in the ballroom, she found Stevie Stashuk MacKilligan easily, chatting with a large protector that Kyle often used. Shen Li was one of the few people who could tolerate her best friend's son, although Irene had been surprised to find out he was a great panda shifter. Such an odd breed for humans to choose to shift into. Then again, she'd just seen a giant honey badger tear apart her friend's rental home, so... Without knocking, Irene pushed the door open and stepped in. The young scientist jumped to her feet, and there was a sudden and disconcerting appearance of fangs. "You're not going to ruin this part of their home, too, are you?" Irene asked. "Where will the children sleep?" "Dr. Conridge," Shen began, but Irene waved his concern away and closed the bedroom door. "It's all right, Shen. Miss MacKilligan and I are old friends." The fangs receded, while MacKilligan's shock grew, large blue eyes blinking wide.
"We are not friends."
"Is it because I often forget who you are?"
"No, you don't, and it's Dr. MacKilligan, or Ms."
"Oh," Irene couldn't help but mock. "A tiny feminist, are we? My generation breaks all the boundaries, and your group comes in and pretends to be above it all?" MacKilligan started toward her, but Shen was there to catch her, pulling her back. "Perhaps we can all meet later," he suggested. For a tasty lunch or coffee? Yes, that's what we want, Irene teased. For your little friend to shift into King Kong in the middle of a Starbucks on Fifth Avenue.
King Kong!
MacKilligan screeched, coming for Irene again. But the bear caught her around the waist, held her back with big, strong arms.
How dare you!
I'm just joking, Irene said, not letting the girl finish. Can't your generation of trailblazers take a joke? Irene moved across the room and sat in a large club chair, crossing her legs and staring at the seething MacKilligan and uncertain Li. Now, we must figure out what we're going to do about you, little miss.
Do about me?
MacKilligan snapped.
You mean put me down like a stray dog?
Trust me, if any government gets its hands on you, they'll treat you much worse than any stray dog. In fact, you'll be lucky if all they do is put you down. Stevie stopped struggling in Shen's arms and stared at the woman she'd hated since she was 14. She'd been working on her dissertation for her first PhD. It had been suggested by one of her benefactors that she take her work to Irene Conridge in Washington State for a frank overview. As someone who had read all of Irene Conridge's books before she was 6, she was thrilled by the very idea. Until she'd actually met Conridge. Without even looking at her, Conridge had tossed Stevie's manuscript onto her desk and sneered. Is that really the best you can do? Shocked, Stevie had taken her paper and gone home. She'd worked for a few more months before going back to Conridge, and had gotten nearly the same response. Really? Is this the best you can do? Another few months of work. Her sisters began to worry. Her stress level went up, but she wasn't about to be defeated. Her idol wanted a perfect dissertation, so she'd get one. The third time she'd sent her dissertation ahead and followed a week later, with her long legs up on her desk and her black and gray curly hair in a very messy bun. Conridge had asked, Honestly, child, is this really the best that you can do? That's when Stevie's rage had welled up. She could feel her fangs itching to break free, her claws nearly clearing past her nails. She knew there was only one way to hold back the tiger-striped badger yearning to break free and tear a chunk out of Conridge's very human throat.
As a matter of fact, Stevie had snarled, it is the best I can do, you old cunt!
Then Stevie had swiped her dissertation off the desk, making sure to knock down the pictures of Conridge's smug husband and their smug-looking children, and stormed out. The fact that the third iteration of her dissertation ended up winning nearly every award known to science for that year, short of the Nobel, and she'd only lost that to an entire group from Norway who'd invented a functioning mechanical heart that worked in pigs, meant nothing. All those awards and citations and newspaper articles spouting about how she was the future of science were boxed up somewhere in her grandfather's house in Wisconsin. She couldn't even bear to look at them, because all she'd wanted was Conridge's approval, and she'd never gotten it. Something she'd hated the old bitch for ever since. At the time, Charlie had been terrified that Stevie would walk away from science, and Stevie had definitely entertained the thought. But, to quote Max, she's too stubborn to give up shit. And Max had been right. Although Stevie felt the disappointment every day, she'd refused to give up something else she loved after she'd already walked away from music. Stevie pushed Shen's arms off her waist and walked around the bed until she could sit on it while facing Conridge. So, what do you want? To help you? Stevie couldn't stop a harsh snort. You? Help me? Why? Conridge leaned forward and said, sounding deeply earnest, Because I love you. Shocked, Stevie blinked and jerked back a bit. What? Conridge laughed. Just kidding. I barely love my children, and I actually ejected them from my own body. If that's how I feel about them, why the hell would I love you? Shen let out another long sigh. I don't see how this is helping anyone. Just be quiet, Conridge told him. You are a very sweet freak of nature, but you don't have nearly enough active brain cells to interject yourself into our conversation. Shen nodded his head. I see why you're Kyle's favorite. Conridge locked her gaze with Stevie's. The boy has always had good taste and good sense. He brought you to me for a reason, Dr. Stashuk MacKilligan, because I'm the one person who can and will help you without feeling the need to lock you up or put you down. Of course, Conridge suddenly smiled, and Stevie had the urgent need to make a run for it. That situation could change at any minute. I don't hear anything, Kyle whispered to Max and Charlie. They were still downstairs, the kid refusing to go up after his aunt or let them go up after their sister. That's because we're downstairs and they're upstairs. Kyle, with an exasperated expression, glanced at Max over his shoulder. That's so we can keep living. I swear, I think all you honey badgers have a death wish. Max smirked. Not our own deaths. The kid's back tensed. Stop trying to terrorize, Max. How could she, though, when she was just so damn good at it? Dr. Conridge had walked out of the room, but returned a moment later with a pair of jeans. These should fit you, she said, handing them over. They belong to Kyle's sister, the dancer. You seem thin enough. While Stevie slipped them on, Dr. Conridge jotted down some information on a pad from the bedside table and handed it to Shen. Take her here. They'll be waiting for you. Manhattan Behavioral Center, Shen read out loud. Zipping the jeans, Stevie informed Dr. Conridge. I can choose my own mental hospitals, thank you very much. I know you can. You and your strange obsession with checking yourself in every few months is something that fascinates the science community. But the behavioral center isn't a mental hospital. You'll find people there who can actually help you. Stevie folded her arms over her chest, her gaze narrowing on Dr. Conridge. Why are you doing this? She finally demanded. We both know you're not a good person. You're not helpful. What do you want from me? Do you remember Dr. Matt Wells? I dated the asshole for 6 months. Of course I remember him. Bad breakup? Bad enough. Max put him through a wall, and Charlie ran him down with her pickup truck. She glanced at Shen, probably saw the look on his face. He's lying. And? That means he was asking for it. Dr. Conridge leaned against the chest of drawers. Would you be averse to getting in touch with him again? Setting aside the fact that he's a lousy lay, an arrogant prick, and is one of those insecure men who feel women shouldn't be scientists because we're distracting, she said with finger quotes. Why the hell would I want to willingly get near him again? Dr. Conridge looked off, took in a breath. After a few seconds, she said to Stevie, I think he's experimenting on hybrids. Stevie's expression didn't change, but she suddenly shifted her weight from one leg to the other. What makes you think that? Because we keep finding the bodies. Stevie's arms fell to her sides. All hybrids? Shen asked. All hybrids. The group, my husband's organization, is on it, but Wells is very careful, very protected, and very smart. But I heard he was doing good work, Stevie said. In biogenetics, Dr. Conridge brushed stray hairs off her forehead. I could be wrong about him, but we can't get close enough to find out. But you think I can. Men are men, no offense, she added, glancing at Shen. I'm a panda. Sometimes, Dr. Conridge continued, They can't help but brag to old girlfriends to prove that they didn't need them to be successful. She shrugged. It's at least worth a try. What exactly do you expect him to tell me? And on the weekends I'm Dr. Mengele? I think he has a second lab. Not in the city. We need to know where that lab is. All right, Stevie replied, no hesitation. I'll see what I can do. There is one thing, though, which is, my husband has expressed concern about your sisters. If my sisters find out you've involved me with this, Stevie said matter-of-factly, they'll kill you and your husband, and the cries of your devastated offspring won't interrupt their REM sleep one bit. So if I were you, I'd keep my mouth shut. Fair enough. Dr. Conridge pointed at the piece of paper Shen still held. When you go to the behavioral center, bring your sisters. My contact will want to meet them, too. Her name is Dr. Becca Morgan, a trained and highly respected psychiatrist, and, I believe, some kind of cat, or dog, or something. Something furry that can do tricks if I promise her enough treats. How does your husband tolerate you? Stevie sneered. The same way I'm sure this one tolerates you. He ignores the bullshit and focuses on the ass. At least that's how Holtz has always explained it to me. Shen shook his head. We're not together. I make him uncomfortable, Stevie admitted. He told my sister Max that his penis becomes erect every time I hug him. I said no such, but before he could finish, Stevie reached over and grabbed his cheeks. But look at this adorable panda face. Just so cute. Shen gently pushed her away. I really need you to stop doing that. Dr. Conridge suddenly laughed. Oh, look, his penis does become erect. Chapter 5. Shen had tried to get away from both Dr. Conridge and Stevie MacKilligan, but he and his company had been hired by the Jean-Louis Parker family. That meant they could assign him to a different child, or, in this case, friend, any time they wanted, which was exactly what happened. Kyle graciously offered to stay with his family, while Shen escorted the ladies to the Manhattan Behavioral Center. Why can't Berg do it? Shen had asked, not really in the mood to chaperone anyone at the moment, even the MacKilligan sisters. Yeah, Berg asked. Why can't I take them? In response, Kyle simply pointed up, and he did that because Stevie was hanging from the hallway ceiling by her claws. Oh, come on, Stevie, Berg had sort of whined. I thought we'd gotten past this. You're an apex predator, Kyle had reminded Berg. You're kidding, right? Shen had to ask. Am I the only one who saw her? Kyle started to reply, but Stevie had unhooked herself from the ceiling and dropped to the ground, startling all three males. Then she was on Shen in seconds, her hand over his mouth, her eyes wide, head shaking. Not sure what the problem was, Shen had gently pulled her hand off his mouth and asked, What? Up on her toes, she glanced over his shoulder and whispered, Just don't talk about it. Don't talk about what you saw. Trust me on this. She'd pulled her hand away after that and moved around him, smiling as her sisters had come down the hall. Now they were driving in silence on their way to the behavioral center. The building had underground parking, and the whole complex seemed to be owned and operated by the behavioral center. As Dr. Conridge had promised, they were expected. The bare security guard gave a grunt as he lifted the gate, his way of telling Shen to drive on. Shen parked the SUV and followed the sisters to the bank of elevators. They stepped in the first one and took it to the 12th floor. A pretty receptionist smiled at them as soon as they walked in. Shen was fascinated by the reactions of each sister to such an innocent and important, for the company, business move. Charlie smiled in return, but while she smiled, Her intense gaze bounced from one side of the room to the other, a predator on the lookout for any danger that might put her weaker packmates at risk. Max grinned, but it was the grin of a predator catching sight of prey that had no idea how much danger she was in. The honey badger wanted to play, but Shen wasn't going to let that happen. And Stevie? She stopped in her tracks, eyes narrowing on the receptionist, expecting the absolute worst from that smile, seeing all sorts of danger where there was none. That was Stevie's major problem, in Shen's opinion. She saw no danger where there was danger, like taking Bo Novikov's wife for her own personal cat toy, and believed there was major danger where there was none, like with the poor receptionist.
"Dr. MacKilligan?"
the female asked Stevie before the sisters could say a word, now glaring at the woman, and Shen knew it was because she was trying to figure out how the woman knew her name. So smart, and yet so honey badger. Stevie started to bear a fang, but Shen leaned past her and said, "Yes, this is Dr. MacKilligan."
"Excellent. Dr. Morgan is waiting for you, Dr.
"We're all coming," Charlie abruptly cut in. Max, who was in mid-sit on one of the couches, a recent copy of Rolling Stone in her hand, sighed loudly before straightening and tossing the magazine aside.
"That's not necessary, Charlie,"
Stevie stated quietly. "Together, or we all leave," Charlie insisted. "Don't argue with her," Max said, heading off down the hall. "Let's just get this over with."
"Wrong way,"
the receptionist called out, smirking when Max spun around and came back, crossing by the desk and heading down the other hallway. "Get that look off your face," Max warned, "before I rip it off your head." Charlie and Stevie followed Max, and Shen went to a couch and dropped on it. The receptionist, still smirking, asked, "Would you like some bamboo tea, sir?" He grinned at the fox. "That would be awesome." Dr. Becca Morgan sat across from the three females who'd come to her office. Conridge, an old associate she'd never have called a friend, but whom she understood well because prodigies and geniuses were one of her specialties, had warned her that the two women would invite themselves into the appointment. "They are very protective of their sister." She understood. Child prodigies, former and current, often had protective families. Usually the parents, but sometimes siblings or a spouse. Even when the prodigy was grown up, almost an elderly adult, they often had some relative fluttering around them, attempting to protect the genius from themselves. Totally understandable. But as the eldest, who seemed to speak for the group, gave the backstory of her youngest sister, while the middle sister sat there, studying Becca's office with curious, plotting eyes, and the youngest kept her eyes completely shut, while she softly chanted something to herself the entire time, Becca realized this was not a simple case of former prodigy with protective family. Not even close. This was something completely different that needed her immediate attention. As much as she hated to admit it, Conridge had been right when she'd said, "Trust me on this. You're going to love this one." And that's it, Stevie heard Charlie say to Dr. Rebecca Morgan, a psychiatrist with an impressive reputation and a list of books that she'd written or co-written that could fill an entire bookstore shelf. She was a much-respected practitioner with degrees from Wellesley, Harvard, and Columbia, plus a Rhodes Scholarship. "And that's it?" Dr. Morgan repeated back. "Yes." There was a moment of silence, but Stevie barely noticed it because she was busy reciting the chant that she'd been using the last few weeks. "Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me." She was chanting it to herself because she'd found it was the only thing that kept her from screaming and running out of the room any time she had to be around bears she didn't know. She didn't mean to be scared of fellow shifters. She didn't want to be this scared of them, but she couldn't help it. Grizzlies and polar bears were known man-eaters,
something Stevie simply couldn't get past, that at any moment they could shift to their animal form and pop her in their mouths like a Tootsie Roll, unless she shifted herself and destroyed the entire building, a situation that also wouldn't end well for her. "What is she doing?" Dr. Morgan asked. "She's chanting," Max replied. "She's afraid of you." "Me? You're a bear, and bears eat people." "So do tigers." "That doesn't matter." "Okay," Dr. Morgan suddenly announced, and Stevie heard something hit the floor. It sounded like Dr. Morgan's feet. Had she been sitting at her desk with her feet up while Charlie had been telling their story? Was that normal for a mental health expert? "First," Dr. Morgan went on, "open your eyes, Dr. MacKilligan. Now." Stevie managed one eye. "Both eyes, Dr. MacKilligan," Dr. Morgan insisted. It took a few seconds, but Stevie did it, making her kind of proud of herself. All 6 feet 3 inches of Dr. Morgan still sat behind her desk, her arms on the wood, her fingers interlaced. Brown and gold hair reached below her ears without any real style to it. In fact, she might just cut her hair herself. Her glasses didn't look like the latest style either. They were just big, which probably made it easy for her to read lots of books and paperwork. But they made her already big brown eyes look even bigger. She had to be nearing 60, but she was a very healthy and strong nearly 60-year-old. "Let me see if I understand this," the psychiatrist began. "All 3 of you ladies are half-sisters, because your father is, to use your words, Ms. MacKilligan, a whore that can't stop fucking anything that moves. When you were still adolescents, your mother," she gestured to Charlie, "and the woman who adopted you two," she gestured to Max and Stevie, "was brutally murdered in front of all of you, forcing you 3 ladies to make a desperate run for your lives, by yourselves, across country, to get to the safety of a wolf pack that really only tolerated you 2. Again, she gestured to Max and Stevie. "Because of your father, all 3 of you have had to protect each other. And sometimes, I'm assuming, based on the vagueness of your wording, Ms. MacKilligan, you've killed people." "I never said killed," Charlie replied. "Uh-huh." Dr. Morgan stared at Charlie for nearly a minute before returning to her point. "And even now, all 3 of you are again in danger because of your father. And despite everything that has been going on, in the past and present, she pointed at Stevie, is the only one that needs a therapist. Did I get that right?" "Yes," Charlie and Max said in unison. When the doctor focused on her, Stevie shrugged. Dr. Morgan let out a sigh and stood. "Okay." Watching the woman stretch so easily toward the ceiling, Stevie started to chant again, but Dr. Morgan's sharp, "Do not shut your eyes," made her stop immediately. She came around the desk and motioned to Charlie. "Please," she asked nicely, gesturing toward the door. After reassuringly rubbing Stevie's shoulder, Charlie stood and headed out the door. Dr. Morgan also gestured to Max, but she just shrugged and said, "Nah, I'm fine." The doctor reached over Stevie, and she couldn't help but cringe away from her, and snatched Max up by the back of her neck. She held the tough extra flesh there that was part of the honey badger's defenses. "Hey!" Dr. Morgan ignored Max and carried her out the door. That's when Stevie's chant changed. "Please don't eat my sisters. Please don't eat my sisters. Please don't eat my sisters." Dr. Kelly Lewis was in the middle of texting her mate a recent shot of her tits when there was a knock on her office door, and her business partner walked in. A young black woman was with her. She sort of smelled like wolf, but then again, she also didn't. It was weird, but Kelly was used to weird. She liked weird. She was a wolf that liked weird, which was good because the other weird thing was that Becca had a snarling, snapping honey badger dangling from her right hand. Kelly didn't know why, and she wasn't about to ask. She liked things to just unfold. "This is Dr. Kelly Lewis,"
Becca said to the young woman she ushered into Kelly's office. "She'll be helping you." "I don't need help," the woman replied. "Oh, my sweet girl," Becca laughed. "You so do." Then Becca and the violent badger were gone. Kelly gestured to the free chair across from her desk. "Please, sit." "Look," the woman began without sitting. "I really don't have time for this, and I'm really just here for my baby sister, since she's the one who really needs help. Not that I don't need help or whatever. I'm sure everyone needs help at some time in life, and I'm no different, but I have so much going on, and like with my aunt who keeps calling me, but I don't want to deal with that right now because she's probably calling me about poor, dead great-uncle Pete. Or maybe she's calling me for something else, but I can't imagine why, after we kept that polar bear from ruining my cousin's wedding. Of course, couldn't have won that fight without Berg. Then again, we could have, but not without killing the polar and his friends, which I'm glad we didn't have to do because that would have really ruined the wedding, and I'm sure Berg wouldn't have liked that at all, which I would have hated because I really do love him so much. And I like and am learning to love his siblings. But they're triplets, and the other two are always around, lurking, and you have no idea how off-putting it is to turn around in your kitchen and find 3 extremely large grizzlies standing behind you, lurking. But I guess it could be worse. True, the twin aunts no one knew about are trying to kill us, and I'm just waiting to find out how my father has fucked over our lives again with his unbelievable stupidity, and someone is always trying to kidnap Stevie. Plus, Berg's dog has this weird hacking thing going on, and I want to get him to the vet before that turns into something, and I think there's something wrong with the plumbing with our rental house, which, of course, has me again thinking about saving money so that I can actually purchase a house. Plus, life is a nightmarish gamble of car accidents and falling air conditioners and plane parts, so you really need money for those unplanned scenarios that can occur at any time. And not to be too broad, but what about world politics and our risk as a country of getting into more wars? And how long before there is a strike on American soil? Which may or may not affect my sisters, because we do travel a lot, so we could be out of the country. But that doesn't really protect us, now does it? But then again... Okay! Kelly finally cut in when she began to become concerned the woman would keep talking until every bit of air left her body, and she would end up slumped over dead on Kelly's very expensive rug, which she'd had flown in from Israel less than a month ago. I'm going to stop you here and suggest that we start with something a little simpler than world politics and your dog's hacking problem. Simpler? Such as? Kelly gave a little smile before suggesting, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe your name?" Dr. Deb Ortiz Parad was marking corrections on her latest manuscript when a door was kicked open, and Becca stomped into her office with a threatening honey badger dangling from her fist. "I've got one for you." She dropped the badger into a chair and then held the poor woman in place by pressing her hand against the top of her head. It was like she was trying to squash her. "I have quite a full plate," Deb replied, trying very hard not to laugh. "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is one you make room for. Trust me." Deb placed the proofs on her desk aside and studied the growling female under Becca's hand. As a forensic psychologist who specialized in sociopaths and criminally violent schizophrenics, Deb knew that Becca had wonderful instincts. Plus, Deb had another book due after the one she was currently working on. So maybe her friend and business partner of the last 15 years had found Deb her next study subject. "Okay," Deb told Kelly. "I can take it from here." "Great." Kelly walked out, closing the door behind her. The badger still sat in the chair, her gaze searching the room. "So," Deb began, "Ms. MacKilligan." "Ms. MacKilligan?" Just call me Max.
Fine, Max. So, what brings you here, Max? Deb expected a lot of I don't belong here type stuff, but that didn't happen. Instead, the woman's gaze slid across the room and over Deb's desk until those dark, dark eyes locked on her, and the badger said nothing, just stared at her. Grinning, the jaguar leaned back in her chair and said, "Let's begin, shall we?" Dr. Morgan returned to her office, closed her door, and came over to her desk. She sat down and let out a sigh before grabbing a fresh legal pad from a stack on the table behind her desk. She spun her chair around, took out a pen, and looked at Stevie. "Okay, Dr. MacKilligan," she said, smiling at her. But for once, Stevie didn't feel threatened by that grisly smile. It just seemed friendly, nice. Just a nice smile from a man-eating grizzly bear. First, let's talk about what you need from me. Chapter 6. When Shen found the little rip in the wallpaper behind his head and began to pull at it, he thought maybe something was behind it and he wanted to see. The pretty receptionist, who had become a lot less nice the longer Shen sat in her waiting room, came over and slapped his hand away. "Can you not sit still for 3 minutes? It's been like 10 hours. Less than an hour. Just sit and stop playing with everything. You're worse than the grizzlies." Still bored, Shen took out his phone again and went to his favorite news sites, then checked his texts. A full human woman he'd been trying to set up a date with had finally gotten back to him, but to his horror, she was suggesting dinner with her parents. Shen couldn't tell if she was trying to get him to run away screaming or was seriously asking him to dinner with her parents for their first date. Unsure, he forwarded the text to his 2 sisters. Kiki responded first with one emoji after another, all of them suggesting she was laughing hysterically at him. Zhen texted back a simple message, "Run for your life." Shen was trying to figure out how to nicely decline the date, since he didn't like the idea of being one of those guys who simply didn't respond. He had 2 sisters who had been forced to deal with assholes like that for years, and he wasn't about to become one himself. But before he could gently explain that he had to move back to China for the foreseeable future, the 3 sisters returned to the waiting room with what seemed to be 3 different therapists. So each sister had gotten her own therapist? That actually made sense to Shen. A lot of sense. The sisters stood silently as Stevie's doctor arranged additional appointments and handed her a prescription slip. "You can get this filled downstairs. You'll need to use our pharmacy, of course." Stevie nodded, but that was it. Once done, and without a word, they headed to the elevator and went down to the pharmacy on the 1st floor. Another 20 minutes there to get the medication, and then they were on the road, heading back to Queens. The sisters said nothing the entire way home, each looking out a window. Shen stopped at the McDonald's near the Queens house and picked up a few burgers and several large orders of fries. Each sister declined to order with a shake of her head and continued silence. He parked the SUV in front of the house, and everyone got out. Shen dropped off his food on the coffee table in the living room. He walked to the 1st floor bathroom, washed his hands, then went to the refrigerator in the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of water. On his way through the dining room, he grabbed one of his duffel bags filled with bamboo stalks and returned to the living room. Putting the food out and turning on the television, Shen only took 1 bite of his quarter-pounder before Stevie suddenly walked into the living room, turned, and proceeded to scream back toward the dining room. Shen tried to understand her, but then Charlie and Max joined in, and the 3 sisters stood right in the archway, just screeching. Screeching so intensely, the veins on Stevie's neck bulged, appearing ready to explode. Her face was beet red, and she was talking with her hands.
Well, screeching with her hands. All three gestured wildly, but Shen had no idea what anyone was saying because they were not only screeching, but screeching fast, like speed screeching. After about 3 minutes of this, Stevie suddenly leaned her head back, and the roar that exploded from her throat shook the windows and, maybe, the entire house? Shen wasn't positive, but the roar was powerful. Charlie and Max stopped their own screeching. Stevie lowered her head and, slicing her hands through the air, announced, "That is it!" There was a long silence, and the MacKilligans stared at each other until Stevie added, "You both know what I'll do, and you both know I'll do it. We're not having this discussion again." "I need to bake," Charlie announced, heading to the kitchen. Max just walked away, the back door slamming shut a minute later. Stevie, her jaw tight, stood in the archway for another 2 or 3 minutes, until she finally sighed and swung her giant backpack off her shoulder. Digging around for a bit, she eventually pulled out the paper bag she'd gotten from the pharmacy. She took out the bottle of pills and read the label. "I need to take this with food." Shen picked up one of the quarter-pounders and held it out to her, but Stevie's nose crinkled in distaste. "No thanks." She turned, started toward the kitchen, stopped when she heard pots banging, spun around and headed toward the front door, but the local stray cat came charging in from one of the open windows, followed by a shifted Max, who didn't seem to care it was the middle of the day. "Leave that cat alone, Max!" A few seconds later, they heard Charlie bark, "Max!" And then the back door opened and closed, probably meaning the cat and the badger had been tossed out of the house. With a long sigh, Stevie faced Shen and he motioned to the pile of burgers he had on the coffee table, again offering what he had. Stevie came over and picked one up. "Thank you," she said with a sigh, and moved back to the other side of the room, heading toward one of the wing-backed chairs across from Shen. She was turning to sit down when big hands slapped against the window, causing Stevie to scream and drop the burger, as one of the MacKilligan's grisly neighbors put his face close to the glass and yelled, "Is your sister baking? I thought I heard baking noises." Shen shook his head, annoyed with his fellow bear. He would think the locals would have stopped doing that sort of thing by now. The MacKilligan sisters were not the kind of women a bear, cat, wolf, or man would want to startle. They made the horror of grizzly bear rage seem like a toddler's temper tantrum. Not only because Stevie shifted into whatever the hell it was she shifted into, but also because her sisters didn't really bother with shifting when they were startled or confronted. Charlie had a way with firearms that he hadn't seen even from trained military professionals, while Max did love her edge weapons. She could slice and dice like an old-school butcher, but she moved like a dancer or gymnast, and she really enjoyed it. She enjoyed hurting those who hurt or attempted to hurt those she loved. That made her more than a predator. It made her a killing machine. A shark in a honey badger body. Shen picked up the SUV keys, his wallet, and sunglasses, and walked over to a panting Stevie, who was trying desperately not to panic. He slung her backpack over his shoulder and took hold of her arm. "Come on," he said, pulling her along behind him. "Where are we going?" "To get you some food and a break from everything." He glanced back at her. "I think after the day you've had, we can both agree that you deserve it." Coop placed a plate of cookies in front of his twin sisters, Zia and Zoe. He then sat down across from them, while his sister Charisse poured milk into 2 tall glasses. "We need to discuss this," Coop said. Twin sets of brown eyes stared at him. "You do understand that what you did was wrong, don't you?" They chewed Oreos, their mouths moving in unison, while they continued to stare and not answer. It was something they did to unnerve people, even blinking at the same time. And all that did unnerve Coop. But he refused to let 9-year-old brats terrorize him by pretending they were live-action dolls from The Shining. "Are you listening to me?" he demanded. The expressions on those cold, blank, adolescent faces suggested that no, they weren't listening to him. But those expressions changed when an arm came around Coop's shoulder and a hand slammed onto the table, making the twins jump and their eyes go wide. Toni, Coop's eldest sister, who'd been called home after what they were now calling the incident, leaned down so she could look right into the twins' faces. "Do you two know what you did?" Instead of attempting to intimidate Toni, something that would never work on the she-jackal who ruled this family with an iron paw, they began making excuses and lying. Lots of lying. "Quiet!" Toni barked after a minute or two of said lying. She threw her messenger bag behind her, uncaring there was a laptop inside. Luckily, her wolf mate, Ricky Lee Reed, was standing behind her and caught the bag before it hit the floor. "I don't want to hear another lie from either one of you." Zia began to lie in Russian? Coop wasn't positive. And Zoe chose to lie in French, as language prodigies, to the point where they'd created several of their own. That was their go-to move when they knew they were caught. But Toni knew the twins' moves better than she knew her own. "That is enough!" Toni bellowed. The twins immediately stopped speaking, looking down at the kitchen table. "I can't believe that you two would do something so stupid and mean as poisoning Lame. And she's always been so nice to you two." Zia frowned. "It's Blaine. And we gave her soda, not cyanide," Zoe stated. "Knowing what that would do to her. Have you seen the living room? The living room we do not own." "That wasn't our fault," Zoe argued. "Yeah, that was that giant thing." Zia pointed in the direction of the damaged living room. "It was trying to kill her." "You hopped up Blaine on sugar," Coop reminded his sisters. "And then she startled poor little Stevie." "Not our fault," Zoe said, while Zia shook her head, neither willing to take blame. "Bullshit." A little shocked, they all looked at the end of the table toward Charisse. When no one said anything, she reiterated, "Bullshit." "They know it?" She pointed at the twins, then at herself. "And we know it." "And if you think this is the end of your problems," Toni began, but was cut off by a scream coming from the second floor. Toni looked around the room. "Mom? Aunt Irene?" "Went over to the wild dog house," Coop explained. "They haven't come back." "The boys?" "Went to the library." "Alone?" "Dad took them. They won't be long." Kyle ran into the room and stood behind Charisse's chair, using her as a human shield. "Really?" Coop had to ask. "She has that crazy look in her eyes, and I'm willing to sacrifice Charisse to save my beautiful, beautiful hands." "What about my hands?" Charisse wanted to know. "Oh, please," Kyle huffed. "You play the cello. The cello." Their 21-year-old sister stomped into the kitchen holding a pair of jeans in each hand. "Where is it?" Oriana demanded, glaring at everyone. "Where's what?" asked Toni, the only one among them brave enough to talk to Oriana when she was like this. Oriana had been a little on edge lately, a ballerina prodigy since she was 5. Oriana had finally gotten her chance to dance with the Fuller James Ballet Company of Manhattan and was well on her way to becoming the company's prima ballerina. However, that position was currently being held by a tough, full-human Russian who had been playing this game a lot longer than Oriana had. That was hard for Coop's younger sister. Oriana had always gotten everything she wanted in the dance world, and her battle with the lead dancer was, from what Coop had heard, getting pretty nasty. He knew his younger sister, too. Knew she would never give some bitch the pleasure of seeing her sweat, which Coop completely understood. There was a 12-year-old Italian prodigy pianist that Coop called the asshole every time the kid showed up on TV, so he knew what his sister was going through. Unfortunately, unlike Coop, who took his rage out on his piano or by playing video games on his computer that required him to kill a lot of zombies or World War II Nazis, Oriana tended to pour her rage and panic into being obsessive. And she could be pretty obsessive. Like now. Shaking her clothes at her family, Oriana barked, "Where are my jeans?" "You're holding them," Coop kindly pointed out, which nearly got his head bitten off. "Not these jeans, you idiot! The jeans between these jeans. Those are the jeans I want. I had them organized in a certain way. I go to class and rehearsal and come back, and now things are displaced. Why are they displaced?" Charisse muttered, "Wow," and lowered her eyes so as not to challenge her fellow canine. Tony raised her hand toward Oriana, palm out. "Maybe you should calm down. I want my jeans back. How about I buy you a new pair of jeans?" "I don't want a new pair. I want the pair that belongs between these two. You need to stop yelling." "I'll yell if I want to," Oriana screeched, her voice so high that the twins began to yelp and howl in response. "I'm sorry," Kyle interrupted, unable to help himself. "You notice your jeans are displaced," he said with air quotes, "but not that there's a giant hole in the middle of the grand ballroom?" "Did my jeans cause the giant hole?" Oriana asked. "No." "Then I don't give a fuck. I just want my jeans back." Now the three oldest siblings muttered together, "Wow." They walked into the Panda Garden restaurant, and all the employees called out, "Shen!" Stevie took a step back, ready to bolt, but a moment later she knew she wasn't in danger. These weren't grizzlies and black bears. These were giant pandas, the cutest of all bears, as far as Stevie was concerned. But she knew when she said that, it always annoyed Shen, so she kept the words to herself. Shen greeted everyone in the restaurant with a wave of his hand before walking to a table and pulling out a chair for Stevie. She sat down, and he took the seat catty-corner from her. "Hiya, Shen," Dory, the waitress's badge, said. She had 2 menus in her hands. "Hey." He took a menu but began rattling off a list of food without even looking at it, and all of it involved bamboo. Bamboo lo mein, bamboo chow fat, stir-fried bamboo, steamed bamboo, sliced chicken and bamboo. "And you?" Dory asked Stevie. 3 orders of chicken with mushrooms and steamed rice. No honey anywhere near my food." 3 orders? Shen repeated, smiling. "I'm hungry," she admitted. Dory took the menu back from Shen and walked away. Then she returned and asked Stevie, "I know what he wants, but what do you want to drink?" "Oh, water, please? Bottled." "Sure." When she was gone, Stevie added, "I really want a beer, but I don't know if that's a good idea. With new meds, probably not." "Exactly." The water arrived, and once the waitress had again gone away, Stevie pulled the bottle of new meds out and took 2 pills. Her doctor wanted her to take 2 for her first dose. "To do a hard reset of your system," she'd said. After that, it was once in the morning and once in the evening, always with food and lots of water. After gazing at the pills for a long moment, Stevie blew out a breath, popped them in her mouth, and drank several gulps of water. She put the bottle down, carefully placed her hands on the table, and looked up to find Shen watching her closely. That's when her head hit the table, and she went completely limp. "Holy shit!" Shen reached across the table to lift Stevie up and get her to the closest shifter-friendly hospital he could find. But as soon as he had hold of her shoulders, she began laughing. "Are you joking around?" he demanded. Stevie sat back, still laughing. "The way you were looking at me," she said around her laughter,
It was like you were waiting for me to die.
Shen sat back down. Stop fooling around. His grumbles, though, only made her laugh harder. Dory came back to the table, gaze bouncing back and forth between them, before she asked, I forgot, do you guys want soup? Sizzling rice with chicken, Shen said automatically, abruptly realizing Stevie had said the same thing at the same time. They smiled at each other, and Shen felt something he wasn't used to feeling, like this zing. Her smile gave him a zing. He didn't get a lot of zings. Stevie pulled out a folded piece of paper and slowly opened it. She sighed, gazing at it. What's that? A list from my doctor, she said, smoothing it out on the table. Things she wants me to do, as well as taking my medication. Tough stuff? No, but ridiculous. Like, she wants me to meditate. I heard meditation is great. It's awesome. I make Charlie do it to help with her anxiety, but I already meditate. You do? Yeah. She stared at him for 30 seconds. Shen kept waiting for her to say something, and she finally did. Bam! Just meditated. Right, of course. Shen cleared his throat. What else is there? Make friends? She looked up at Shen. Make friends? I have friends. Do you? Yes. They're all 40 and 50-year-old scientists from China and Russia and South Korea, but they're my friends. Do you see them when you're not working? What does that have to do with anything? Okay, what else? Casual time with my sisters. She gave a hard shake of her head. Is she kidding? I spend all my time with my sisters. Yeah, but do you spend casual time with your sisters? Like going out to dinner at a restaurant or binge-watching movies while lounging on the couch? Or do you only spend time with your sisters when they're either protecting you or you guys are running for your lives? Again, she stared at him for about 30 seconds. Not to meditate, though. Fine, Stevie snapped. She again looked down at the sheet of paper. Okay, what about this? She wants me to start exercising. She threw her hands up. Exercising? Me? Why not you? First off, I don't need to. I'm a shifter. But you have no muscle tone. I do too. No, you don't. And you come from two very muscular species. Look at Max. She's honey badger, and she has one big muscle from her head to her toes, like a pit bull. And Charlie has those wolf shoulders. I've seen smaller linebackers in the NFL, but you, like a twig. He tapped the table with his forefinger. You know, this is a great place to start. Exercise. We can do that. We? You need friends, and you need exercise. I can provide you with both. She grinned. Sex? Why would anyone want to have sex with a stuffed toy? Stevie blew out a breath. You're really not letting that go, are you? That you referred to me as a stuffed toy? No. As cute as a stuffed toy. It was a compliment. I'm not going to let you make me feel bad because I'm super cute. The survival of my species relies on our super cuteness. Do you think the Chinese government would be fighting to protect us if we weren't so damn cute? Shen's right, Dory said, carefully placing the big bowl of steaming soup onto the table, followed by two smaller, empty bowls. The Chinese government adores giant pandas, both shifters and full-bloods. In fact, there's a port city right outside of Shanghai. Panda only. No hunting allowed. Or bamboo stealing. Death penalty offense. Dory held up a bowl of rice. Ready? She asked. Shen nodded, and Dory poured the rice onto the soup. The sound of sizzling rice filled the air, along with the fragrant scent of the soup. My absolute favorite, Stevie sighed out. And there went that smile again. And the zing. That goddamn zing. And that was my morning, Irene finished with a one-shoulder shrug. Van blew out a breath. You know, I really thought being threatened with an actual skinning would be the more interesting story. I was wrong. I have to agree. And she threatened to flay you. That's the correct terminology. He placed his elbow on his desk and rested his chin on his raised fist. Because that's the most important part of this conversation. It is. Irene leaned back in the chair and crossed her legs. Van, unable to help himself, growled. Irene smirked. Stop that. You started it. He lowered his arm. So, did you tell my cousin? Rick? She clarified, since Van had a lot of cousins. Of course not, because I knew he'd tell the psychopath. He calls her his wife. The biggest mistake we could make would be to eliminate Dr. Stashuk MacKilligan simply because she's a giant freak of nature that could destroy half this city in record time. But you're essentially trying to turn her into a honeypot. Is that really any better? Than dying at the paws of Deanne Smith? Yes, and I am not turning her into a honeypot. I didn't tell her to have intercourse with him. Do you really think that Wells will tell her anything? You know all about wolves and bears and cats, but I know male scientists. If he thinks for a second he can impress her, he'll tell her anything. And if her sisters find out what you've talked her into? Irene shrugged. Then we get Deanne and her Irish cat friend involved, but not until we have to, as a last resort. She brought her hands to her face, rubbed her forehead. I'm afraid we will only have one chance at this. After they gorged themselves on some of the best Chinese food Stevie could ever remember eating, they walked down the street to stop at a local ice cream place. Stevie had been here before. Bears came here a lot, but there were lots of full humans, too, allowing her to feel much safer. The place was pretty packed on this summer day, but Stevie managed to find them a table near the back. She ordered one of the delicious banana splits, and Shen got something called the Panda Palace. She didn't ask, but she was sure bamboo was going to be involved. Once the waitress had gone to get their orders, Stevie asked, Can I talk to you about something without you telling my sisters? Why would you ask me that? My sisters are concerned about me right now, and they'll ask you questions when we get back or later tonight when they think I'm asleep. They'll get you when you least expect it, and before you know it, you'll be telling them everything I said. But I don't want to have this conversation with them for a reason. It's something I need to work out for myself, but I need to talk to somebody about it, and Kyle's not here. You do know Kyle's 17, right? What does that have to do with anything? He's a child. He should be coming to you for advice. He does come to me. And despite Kyle's age, he's a very thoughtful young man. I personally believe that he'll be a philosopher in his later years. Shen rolled his eyes, and his lip curled in disgust before he let out, Ugh. He motioned to her. So, what do you want to talk to me, a grown man, about? Have you ever thought about what your life would be like if you didn't shift? No, because I know what it would be like. It would be miserable. You think so? Yeah. Nothing is more awesome to me than... He leaned in and lowered his voice. Shifting and hanging from a tree limb in the sunshine or snow and just being me. Oh, he suddenly added, even better, getting a big ball, wrapping myself around it, and just rolling around a yard. Seriously? It's the best. What do you like to do when you are... He glanced around, saw the full humans, and vaguely finished, your other self. Stevie gazed at the panda for several seconds before she admitted, I like to play with Blaine, or something Blaine-like. She leaned forward. Human toys are the best,
because they kind of fight back. And the screaming weirdly entertains me.
I get that, but that's a typical predator thing.
She nodded.
I guess. I wouldn't worry about it.
Why?
At the end of the day, we're all human. When he cleared his throat, change, I'm still me. I still know what I'm doing.
You mean you have control?
Right.
But what if you don't?
But I do.
Yeah, but I don't.
Wait, I don't.
Shen shook his head.
What are we talking about here?
Stevie leaned in. What if, with medication, I could stop shifting? Forever. Max, covered in stolen honey and bee stings, and some of those truly aggressive bees that just wouldn't let go, trotted through a hole in the back fence that she'd created and cut through the yard. When she reached the front fence, she shifted back to human and batted off the bees, pulled out the stingers, and leaned against the fence. That's when she caught sight of Berg and Dag circling an Escalade that had parked in front of the house. The bears on this street didn't like strangers in general, but since Max and her sisters had moved in, they'd been extra protective, something that Max found extremely entertaining.
I smell cat,
Dag announced to his brother. Berg leaned in and took several sniffs against the window.
That's a big cat, and
he sniffed a few more times.
And cheesesteak. There's cheesesteak?
Dag pressed his nose against the glass again.
That's definitely cheesesteak. We could order cheesesteaks from Jersey Mike's. Yeah, but I'm hungry now, and the window is open a little.
Dag forced his hands between the window and the metal of the vehicle. He then pushed hard, forcing the window down with a squealing sound that made even Max cringe a little. Dag only managed to get it halfway down and couldn't get his massive body inside, although it was humorous to watch him try. After the third attempt, Dag stood and stared at his brother over the top of the vehicle. Some unspoken words passed between the two triplets. Berg went to the back of the vehicle, and again, after looking at each other, they both squatted down, and Max watched, her mouth wide open, as the brothers lifted the Escalade up and tipped it toward Dag. Everything that was inside came rolling toward the window.
"Shake it left,"
Dag ordered,
and they did.
They shook the Escalade to the left.
"Right."
Then the right, then left again, like someone trying to shake a certain color out of a box of M&Ms. When none of that seemed to work, they dropped the vehicle, and Berg went to stand by his brother's side.
"Maybe we should just call Jersey Mike's,"
Dag suggested.
"Yeah, but we still don't know whose Escalade this is."
Berg wrapped his hand around the inside of the open part of the window.
"Maybe if it's unlocked, we can just... Oops."
Max closed her eyes and lowered her head, giving herself a moment so she didn't laugh out loud, hysterically. But the vision of that bear standing there, holding that door in his hand, because he'd pulled it off the Escalade, was something that would be burned into her mind until she died.
"That was an accident,"
Berg said, and Max believed him.
"I know,"
Dag replied.
"But since it's open anyway."
Dag leaned in and eventually ended up crawling inside, followed by Berg once he leaned the door he'd been holding against the SUV's back end. Together, the pair began to rip apart the inside of the vehicle, still looking for those cheesesteaks. Oh, and information, apparently. Max heard footsteps and looked to her right. A male was walking toward her, grinning as he eyed her naked body. The bears on Carthage Street had seen Max naked so many times, none of them reacted to it anymore. But this guy... He stopped next to her and leaned against the fence, his elbow resting near her face. He was good-looking, and Max could now smell a male lion, a handsome, muscular cat, who probably adored his foam-green Escalade
the way the dogs in their house loved their rubber toys. "Hey," he said, flashing a handsome grin. "How you doin'?" Max could have played with him, but she wasn't really in the mood. It had been a long day already, and she just didn't have the energy. So she simply nodded her head toward his SUV and watched the cat's gold eyes grow impossibly wide before he took off running. "Hey!" he screamed. "What the fuck?" By the time the lion reached the SUV, Berg had already gotten out and stood up. He was at least 6'10" and wide. Oh, so very wide. That didn't seem to bother the proverbial king of the jungle and New Yorker. He started yelling at a shocked and a little hurt Berg. "What are you, stupid? What the fuck are you doing in my truck? Who the fuck do you think you are?" Dag got out, holding an empty brown paper bag. Max was guessing the bag had once held the cheesesteaks the bear kept smelling. "Oh, what?" the lion demanded. "You think you and your boyfriend can scare me? You two think I'm afraid of you?" But the duns really weren't the problem. Nope, it was what surrounded the lion. Max cleared her throat. She was still naked, so she figured he'd notice anything she did at the moment. And he spun to face her, but instead faced an annoyed Britta. Although the bond of the triplets had not been tested quite as much or as doggedly as the MacKilligan sisters' bond, Max had no doubt that Britta would go as far as Charlie should her two brothers ever be at risk. And the male lion sensed that. "Well," he began. But that's when more bears showed up, slowly surrounding the cat. Britta was clearly angry, but the others were just curious. They didn't like cats on their territory, but they really only chased the pack of wolves that lived several blocks over because the howling annoyed them so much. Max watched the cat closely from her little spot, noticing how he kept his hands down by his sides, but his fingers twitched. Not a lot, but just enough to tell her what she needed to know. The front door to the house opened, and Charlie came out. She stood on the stoop and called out, "Hey guys, there's stuff on the table in the backyard if you're interested." Most of the bears were gone before she finished her statement, jumping over the fence and tearing across the yard to reach the table in the back. The duns, though, were still standing there. The boys confused, Britta just glaring. That's when Charlie said, "I've kept some stuff in the kitchen, but they'll find it if you guys don't get it now." Britta moved first, ramming her shoulder into the cat's before she walked off toward the house. Her brothers soon followed, after Berg handed the SUV door back to the cat. "Really?" he demanded of the bears' backs. Now it was just the cat and Max. While he tried to figure out how to put his door back on, useless, she'd heard the metal hinge bend then break. Max climbed over the fence and crept up behind the lion. She waited until he sensed her, and then she grabbed him by the shoulder and rammed her foot into the back of his leg. He dropped to one knee with a short roar, and Max pressed her claws against the cat's neck, right by the artery. "Why are you here, kitty?" she asked. "I'm just visiting. Don't lie to me. I'm not a bear. I'm not a cat. I'm definitely not a dog. And if you don't think I'll tear your throat out and bury you in our backyard beside the tree the bears use to scratch their backs, you are woefully wrong. So I'll ask you one more time. Why are you here?" He didn't answer right away, so Max pressed her middle claw into his neck, just above the artery, making sure she scraped it. "I'm Katzenhouse," he angrily growled out. "And what's a Katzenhouse kitty doing in Bearville?" "Watching out for you three freaks." "Really? Well, good job," she laughed, "because we both know it's not just you." She used her free hand and pointed. "There's a kitty there and there." She leaned over him and pressed her finger against his nose. "And there." He pulled his head back. "It's for your protection." Of course. I'm sure it has nothing to do with my Uncle Will coming to town.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar, liar. I'll set you on fire. He tried to pull away from her, but she yanked him back. Look, you can't be here. The bears aren't going to be okay with that. And you should know better than to have empty food bags in your car. That's only going to attract more bears. But your friends can stay where they are if you want. Just keep in mind that if they do anything to upset my sisters, she grinned, I'll kill all of you. And in case your boss didn't tell you, I'm really good at that. Now, all my sisters are good at it too, but I don't have a moral issue with wiping out the lot of you. Do we understand each other?
I understand you're nuts.
Max nodded. Then we do get each other. She stared at him a moment until she finally had to admit, Your hair is amazing. She removed her claws from his throat and buried both her hands, claws now retracted, into his gold mane and ran her fingers through it. Look at this thing. It's so thick and well-conditioned. The cat pulled away from her so quickly he slammed into his own SUV. He pointed at her.
Stay away from me.
Do I make you uncomfortable? She asked.
Yes.
Good. Remember that feeling. She grinned again. Hopefully, it won't be your last. Max turned her back on him and headed to the house. Fresh clothes were waiting for her on the swing, but the house dog, she could never remember the dog's or the dog's girlfriend's names, had put his big body on top of them. If I asked you nicely to move, would you? All that got her was an eye briefly opening before the dog went back to sleep. Shrugging, Max walked naked into the house to get another set of clothes and see if her sister had saved her anything with honey in it. She had her hand on the banister of the stairs that would take her to her room when Britta walked out of the kitchen, a giant half-eaten honey muffin in her hand, crumbs around her mouth. Cats in house? She asked. Cats in house, Max replied. She heard Charlie talking to Berg in the kitchen, so Max added, Keep it between us, huh? Sure, but if they bother you, come to me. Max nodded. Will do. She jogged up the stairs and walked down the hall to her room, smiling as soon as she entered. The plate sat on her side table, a pile of still warm honey buns, waiting just for her.
It's stupid, and if you think it's not stupid, you're stupid too.
Stevie was shocked. She'd never seen Shen truly angry at anything, actually. He'd certainly never been really angry at her. Not like this. I'm just trying to...
I know what you're trying to do, and it is stupid.
I didn't mean to upset you, she said softly, eyes downcast on her now melted banana split.
Do not try that lost little girl thing on me. It won't work.
Annoyed he'd caught her, Stevie shoved her split away with a flick of her finger and dropped her forearms on the table. Fine, she snapped, gaze focused directly on him. What do you want me to say?
Say you won't do this. Say you won't talk about it again. It's wrong, and you know it.
What's wrong? What do you think I'm talking about? Mirroring her, Shen dropped his forearms on the table and leaned in.
Genetic engineering.
Stevie couldn't hide her surprise. He even had the terminology right.
Don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid. And I saw the boys from Brazil,
he added in a whisper. Stevie crossed her eyes. Seriously? She demanded. You think I'm trying to clone Hitler?
You're trying to change who you are. You talk about using medication, but you're really talking about that ex-boyfriend of yours, who's killing people, by the way. No wonder you agreed to work with Conridge. I should have known.
But what if he's figured out something?
By testing on unwilling victims?
We don't know they're
Stop. You know, you act like you're something that has to be fixed. There's nothing wrong with you.
I have anxiety, depression, and panic attacks. And with a thought, I can change into a 2-ton thing that no one in this universe has ever seen. I could have destroyed a city block this morning. But you didn't. What you need to do is manage that side of yourself, like you manage your anxiety and panic attacks. Learn to control it, like the rest of us do. I'm not like the rest of you, in so many ways. Right, you're a genius, and if you wanted to, you could create something that could demolish an entire city block.
Stevie couldn't help but smirk. That's what got her picked up by the government when she was still a kid. They wanted her science so they could do just that, destroy city blocks. But she'd burned all her notes and refused to help them.
Since your brain is so dangerous, Shen went on, maybe we should fix that. Cut out the part of you that makes you smarter than almost anyone else in the world.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? Because that's basically what you're trying to do to yourself. What you are, what you can become, is just as important a part of you as that brain you're so arrogant about. If someone said they wanted to fix that, would you want me to stop them?
Stevie hated Shen at the moment. She hated him because he was right, and they both knew it. And she hated him for not letting her do this thing that would protect everyone, especially her sisters.
But Max and Charlie would beat the living shit out of you if they knew. That's why you didn't want me to tell them in the first place.
Will you tell them?
Not if you promise not to do it.
But basic research.
No, I mean it, Stevie. I won't say anything to your sisters. But if you start down this road ever again, I will get a bullhorn and stand in Charlie's kitchen and yell it while she's baking.
Stevie dropped back in her chair.
Fine. Good.
He reached across the table and picked up the melted banana split, holding it aloft for the waitress. When she arrived, he said,
"Could you get us a redo of our orders? We got so into our conversation, we never had a chance to eat."
"Sure, but you know we'll have to charge you."
"No problem, sweetie."
Shen grinned at Stevie, and she could see his front fangs peeking out.
"It's my treat."
Chapter 7.
She'd stopped speaking to him, and they'd eaten their desserts in silence, angry silence. But that was okay. He was fine with her being angry. He preferred an angry Stevie to a self-destructive Stevie. And what else could he call what she'd been planning for herself but self-destructive? He parked the SUV and got out. By the time he stepped onto the curb, she had stormed her way up the house's front steps and now stood on the porch, staring at the swing where Max was sitting. Shen moved in beside her and turned, quickly taking a step back. "What happened to your face?"
"Don't get so dramatic," Max complained, ignoring the large diagonal skin tear from her forehead across her nose to the opposite jaw.
"Max,"
Stevie said with a shake of her head, "you can't keep getting into street fights with that cat."
"A cat did that to you?"
Shen asked.
"That fucking thing is rabid."
"It's not rabid," Stevie replied. "Although if you are so concerned about rabies, you really should stop chasing those squirrels." Shen pointed at her face.
"You really should clean that."
It was like the cat had dug in all the claws from one paw and just ripped downward at an angle. A few more hours and the wound would go septic.
"Don't worry about my face."
Max lowered her phone. "Where have you two been?" Knowing the constant bickering between Stevie and Max, Shen could only imagine the reply Max would get from her baby sister, but he never expected.
"On a date?"
Max raised a brow at Shen, but he immediately shook his head.
"No, we weren't."
"You took me out to eat," Stevie replied calmly. "That's a date."
"I was being nice."
"That is so cute," Max said, now grinning. The effort made her wounds bleed.
"What else did you guys do?"
"Then he took me out for ice cream."
"That's totally a date, dude." "We did not have a date."
Stevie held up her middle and forefinger and said, 2 desserts. He bought me 2 desserts.
"Aw, that is so cute."
"And we're going on a date tomorrow."
"We are not."
"You promised to take me to the sports center tomorrow morning,"
she said, appearing completely innocent when she was not innocent at all.
Didn't you?
Yes, I guess I did. The sports center, huh? Max glanced at her sister, then asked, You think she's kind of fat? She needs to lose a few pounds? Shen frowned. What? No, of course not. Stevie put her hand on his shoulder.
He said if I wanted to be his girlfriend, I'd have to be a certain weight. I have to lose at least another 20.
He started to argue, but quickly realized they were just messing with his head, which Shen did not appreciate. He already had sisters who used to torture him like this when he was growing up. He didn't need to experience that again. I'm going inside.
No kiss goodbye?
He growled and started toward the front door, but an SUV pulled up at the curb, and one of Kyle's sisters came storming out from the driver's side. Kyle came running out after her, but she was fast. Not surprising, she was the dancer. She came up the stairs and went right to Stevie. Give me my jeans, she ordered.
Pardon? You heard me.
Sorry, Kyle chanted, going around his sister and standing by Stevie's side. Stevie, you remember my sister?
Oh, Stevie smiled. Hi, nice to meet you.
We've met. Now give me my jeans.
Your jeans?
The ones you took from the house earlier today.
Oh, she nodded. Right, I borrowed them.
Right, now give them back. Berg and Dag came from around the side of the house, Berg's gaze on Shen's, the pair cringing at the same moment.
Well, Stevie glanced down at herself. I'm still wearing them. Take them off. You may want me to wash them.
She's not wearing panties, Max explained, clearly enjoying herself. She's getting pussy juice all up in your jeans.
Max,
Stevie barked.
Ew,
Kyle's sister whined.
Get them off! Get them off! Get them off!
Look, my idiot sister is right. I'm going commando here. Let me throw them in the wash first. I'll get them to you tomorrow.
But I want them now.
Stevie looked at Kyle. OCD, he replied.
OCD?
She clarified. Or OCD personality disorder, because those are two different things, and I know what the differences are. And which is it? He shrugged. Let's put it this way. She's one good trauma away from full-blown OCD.
Oh, I see.
You two do know I can hear you, right? But do we care that you can hear us? Kyle asked. That is the true question.
I hate you.
Look, Stevie interrupted. I hate to do this, but you'll get the jeans tomorrow.
Why tomorrow and not now?
Do you want them washed first?
Yes.
Then tomorrow.
Why?
Because I'm about to fall asleep, and I'm going to be out for a few hours.
What are you talking about?
But Stevie didn't answer Kyle's sister. Instead, she held up one finger and called out, Shen? That's when Shen jumped forward, his arms out, and like a freshly cut tree, Stevie just went down. When he caught her in his outstretched arms, she was already snoring.
Is she okay?
Kyle's sister asked, actually showing concern. She does this sometimes, Max said, going back to her phone. After one of her, she briefly glanced around. Episodes. Just drop her in bed, Shen. She'll be fine. Shen picked her up in his arms, glaring at Max. She needs to lose a few pounds? What's wrong with you? I was joking. God. No wonder that cat hates you. That cat is trying to kill me. I don't blame her, Shen barked before he went into the house. As he headed into the dining room from the living room and moving toward the stairs, Charlie came out from the kitchen. She smiled when she saw her sister. I'm surprised she lasted this long. Does this happen often? No, but she had a full day in a few hours. That's exhausting. And she ends up sleeping like a male lion. Look, Kyle's sister is here. She wants her jeans back. Okay. The jeans your sister is wearing. I'm not taking them off her. I thought you two were dating. Wait, what? Huh? I don't... Wait, What? Charlie laughed. Calm down. I heard you guys talking when I was in the living room. She held out a plate for him, filled with some of her freshly baked pastries. Here, take this. And I'll take this. Reaching over, Charlie easily lifted her sister out of his arms and unceremoniously dumped her over her shoulder. The eldest MacKilligan sister might be only half she-wolf, but she'd definitely gotten that canine strength. Try these, she said, pointing at the pastries he held. I'm not really a honey bear. Her lips pursed in annoyance. I know that. These are bamboo buns. You may hate them, though, because I kind of created the recipe from different things and borrowed some of your raw bamboo. And if you hate them, you can tell me. But I felt bad that you're here all the time, and everything is so grizzly-centric. Pandas deserve treats, too. Yeah, he really liked Charlie. She was awesome. Thank you. That's really sweet. Enjoy, she told him before slapping her sister's ass, which didn't wake her, and hauling her up the stairs. Once alone, Shen picked up one of the buns, sniffed, and took a little nibble, which gave him nothing. So he took a bigger bite and chewed. Before long, his eyes were rolling to the back of his head, and he was moaning. Charlie MacKilligan had managed to combine sweet bun yumminess with bamboo crunchiness. See? She was awesome. Charlie put her sister down on her bed and began to tug off the jeans. Wait, Stevie muttered. I'm awake. But she wasn't, not really. She still managed to push herself up, though, and stand. Charlie crouched in front of her and pulled the jeans down. Stevie attempted to help by lifting her legs, but she kept lifting her legs, like she was marching with a band. It was ridiculous and made Charlie laugh. Do you think Shen likes me? Stevie asked, still mostly asleep. I think he likes you a lot. Do you think he's too old for me? Do you remember what I did to the professor I thought was too old for you? That was mean, Stevie said. It was. But when it comes to sex, men only learn when you hurt them very badly. Besides, she added, finally tossing the jeans aside, he got to keep his legs. Just had to wear a cast for a few months. Still mean. But back to your original question, notice I haven't done something like that to Shen. Stevie, wearing only a t-shirt, started to march her way over to the bedroom door. Charlie quickly caught her shoulders and turned her around. Let's get you changed for bed, sweetie. Okay. Charlie went to the dresser and grabbed a pair of shorts and a little t-shirt. Besides, regular guys your age just irritate the hell out of you. True. Charlie turned around and discovered her baby sister dancing. Well, it was more like standing and bopping, her head going from side to side, her little hips wiggling. Stevie was listening to the music in her head, as powerful and real to Stevie as Charlie's car radio. It was her gift, music. And since she'd been here, in this big house in the middle of Queens, New York, Stevie had been moving back toward her first love. Charlie didn't know if that meant Stevie would be going back into that world, a world that had been hard on her, cruel sometimes. So Charlie wasn't sure she wanted her baby sister to return to it. But, as always, Stevie's career was her own, her choice, her decision, her risk. Charlie, as her mother had told her, was Stevie's protector. She was there to make sure her little sister was safe to do her work, whether it was music or science. Charlie only became involved beyond that when what Stevie was involved in could harm innocent people. But from an early age, Stevie understood how dangerous she could be and acted accordingly. She never wanted to hurt anyone. She just wanted to help people. Put these on, Charlie ordered with a smile. Stevie tugged the shorts on and removed the t-shirt she'd gotten from Kyle's house earlier that day. Charlie didn't know if that belonged to Kyle's crazy sister too, but it was best to get it now rather than having to wake Stevie up later. That dancer was clearly intense. She wanted her jeans. Charlie could hear her barking orders about her jeans from the living room. Was it really that hard to just buy a new pair of jeans? "Now this," Charlie said, handing Stevie's t-shirt to her. She pulled it on and sleepily smiled at her sister. "All set." "You feel okay? Waiting for me to die?" she asked. "What? No, of course not. I pretended to die at lunch. Did you scare poor Shen? You know I hate when people watch me take my meds. It's too much pressure." Charlie shook her head. "That poor guy. You're not going to be an easy girlfriend." "But I've kind of made up my mind." "Then there we go." Charlie kissed her sister's forehead. "Now go to bed. Get some sleep." "Okie dokie." Charlie rolled her eyes because only her sister ever used that ridiculous term. Stevie crawled onto the bed, and when she reached the middle, she suddenly dropped, her face buried in the bedding. Charlie picked up the jeans and t-shirt and walked to the door, opened it. That's where she found the two dogs. Berg's purebred Caucasian shepherd dog, Benny, and the rescue he'd adopted to keep Benny company, Artemis. "You two waiting for me?" she asked, but the dogs ran past her and jumped on the bed to lie down on either side of Stevie, who was already snoring. Knowing that the pair would be watching out for Stevie for a few hours relaxed Charlie completely, and she left the door partially open so the dogs could get in and out as needed. Charlie reached the first floor and went toward the front of the house. When she stepped out on the porch, she held up the jeans. "Here you go." Kyle's sister stared at the jeans. "Do they still have pussy juice on them?" Charlie, shocked, started to ask what the fuck she was talking about. But then she turned and looked at Max. When Max started laughing, Charlie simply went back inside and headed toward the laundry room. Shen decided to get in some sun time. That's what his family had always called it. Sitting outside in the sun, usually by water, and enjoying their bamboo. With family, it was time to catch up with each other. When you were alone, it was time to just be. He'd always enjoyed the just be. It kept him calm, happy. Unlike other shifter breeds, pandas preferred the quiet life. They preferred sitting around all day, reading or watching TV, and eating their bamboo. Jobs were obtained and kept for survival, but there were few pandas that saw their jobs as the end-all be-all of their lives. The only things that mattered to a true panda were bamboo and family. "Aren't you uncomfortable like that?" a voice asked, and Shen could tell, merely from how superior that voice sounded, it was Kyle's sister. It had to be a Jean-Louis Parker prodigy. They all sounded like that, except Tony, Coop, and Charisse, the three oldest. Whatever their parents did right with those first three, they didn't quite manage for the rest of the brood. "If I were uncomfortable, I'd move," he replied. "I see." Hanging upside down from a tree limb, Shen stretched out his arm and grabbed one of the bamboo stalks from the pile beneath him. He unleashed his fangs and bit down on the stalk, breaking it into pieces. He picked one piece and went to work on it. "How can you eat all that bamboo?" "Why do you ask so many questions?" "How do you learn without asking questions?" "Except none of you ask questions because you're actually curious. You've already made up your mind. You're just putting your judgment in question form. It's irritating, in case no one has pointed that out to you." "No, people have pointed it out to me. I just choose to ignore them." "Why are you here?" Shen finally asked. "I was enjoying my day." "Just killing time until my jeans are washed, and you didn't look like you were doing anything." "Gee, thanks." The back door of the house opened, and Kyle yelled, "Your phone is ringing." Before Shen could ask the idiot to bring him his phone, since he was hanging upside down from a tree, Charlie yelled from the kitchen, "I said to take the phone to him, you idiot. I'm not his servant. Kyle." All right. Kyle started across the yard, and Shen's phone started ringing again. Shen recognized the ring. It was chosen specifically for his oldest sister. What he was hoping, though, was that Kyle wouldn't look at the caller ID because, wait. Kyle stopped walking, gawking down at the phone. Do you know Kiki Wen Li? Actually, her name was Ming Wen Li, but when she was 4, she apparently informed their mother that everyone was to now call her Kiki, as she would not answer to anything else. Their mother had thought it was a phase. It had not been a phase. 33 years later, she was globally known as Kiki. Now, of course, the question was whether he told Kyle the truth. Of course, lying would only put the kid off for so long. It was the modern age. If Shen lied, the kid just had to hit the net to find out the truth. So why put off the inevitable? She's my sister. Kyle dropped to his knees, eyes ridiculously wide. Why didn't you ever tell me? Why would I tell you that? I thought you were just some useless big-muscled wall to protect me from the plebes. But you know and are related to Kiki Wen Li. The Kiki Wen Li. What the hell's a plebe? Kyle sighed, shook his head. Poor Kiki. She must be starving for real discourse if you're her family. Hey. Kyle jumped up and ran to Shen's side. You have to introduce us. Why would I ever do that? You just insulted me. With a word you don't even know, Kyle's sister interjected. I hope your genes are destroyed in the wash. You need to introduce us, Kyle continued on. Your sister will want to meet me. Why would she want to meet some kid? Some kid? Some kid? Now you're gonna get it, Kyle's sister muttered. I am not some kid, Kyle ranted. I am Kyle Jean-Louis Parker, the future of art. I am art. Entire buildings will be dedicated to my work, like shrines to a god. Never forget that. What was really entertaining was that his sister was saying the words along with him. Exactly. So this was a standard speech, apparently. I am not introducing you to my sister. She had enough leeches wanting something from her. Shen wasn't about to add some brat who thought he was the god of art. Then good luck finding your phone, Kyle snarled before turning and walking away. It took seconds for Shen to drop from the tree, walk up behind the little brat, and pick him up by his throat. He turned Kyle around to face him and unleashed his fangs. Sure, he was a giant panda who mostly ate bamboo, but he was still a carnivore. Not only that, but raw bamboo was hard as hell, making panda jaws, and the muscles that controlled them, one of the strongest among their order, even stronger than the hyenas. Although his polar and grizzly brothers, not surprisingly, beat pandas in the bite strength competition. But Kyle wasn't a hyena or a bear. He was a jackal, tall and a little skinny, stronger than almost any full human, but not in Shen's league, and they both knew it. Shen removed the phone from Kyle's hand, and looking up at him, reminded the kid, Don't fuck with me, little man. Stay away from my sister. Got it, Kyle squeezed out. Satisfied with that, Shen dropped the kid and started back toward his tree. Kyle's sister cut in front of him. He thought she'd start yelling at him like Tony would, but no, she simply held out her hand. Hi, I'm Oriana. He shook her hand. Nice to meet you. She glanced down at her younger brother, picking himself up off the ground. I think, she said, we're going to get along great. It was late when Stevie woke up. She stumbled out of bed and made her way down the dark hallway to the bathroom. She peed, washed her hands, and stumbled back into bed. That's when she realized she wasn't alone. She turned over and smiled into the dark corner near the window. Hi. Hi. What are you doing here? Shen shrugged. Just making sure you're okay. You don't have to stay. You must be bored sitting in the dark. I've got my phone. I only turned it off when you got up. Watching or reading? Reading.
Really? What?
He turned his phone back on, the light illuminating his face. Their life's work? The Brotherhood of the 1970s Pittsburgh Steelers? Stevie worked hard not to cringe.
Oh, you do know there are other books to read than just sports ones, right?
Yeah.
When she just continued to stare at him, he added,
My grandfather was a big Steelers fan. Loved Mean Joe Green. Used to love showing me old footage of the best plays.
Aw, that's sweet.
He shrugged again, turned off his phone, putting him back in darkness. But she was made up of two nocturnal animals. She could see him perfectly. Do you need anything? He asked. Water or whatever?
No, thanks. She turned back over and snuggled under the sheet. If you get tired of the chair, Stevie suggested, you can always get in here with me.
Yeah, well...
Unless the dogs come back.
There was a long pause. Excuse me?
The dogs. They were here earlier. They get first dibs, but you're welcome too.
Wow, thanks. That's big of you.
No problem. Anytime.
As long as I don't bother the dogs,
she heard him mutter. Stevie buried her face in her pillow, hiding her smile and her laughter. Chapter 8. Stevie woke up the next morning feeling better than she had in ages. The meds prescribed by her new doctor didn't make her feel worn down, but they also didn't make her feel confused or out of it. The medications were a compound mix of chemicals and herbs that were based on Stevie's genetic makeup. Unlike her German doctors, her current doc knew exactly what she was and what that meant. Dr. Morgan was able to give her something made specifically for the human, badger, and cat within. Bouncing out of bed, she hit the shower and was dressed and ready for action by the time Max came stumbling into the kitchen. Only her sister didn't come from her bedroom. She was coming from outside, her face and chest covered in more deep scratches, and her leg viciously chewed? What happened to you? Stevie demanded, a jug of orange juice gripped in her hand. Max paused in mid-limp, eyes blinking, before, after several seconds, she replied, Nothing. Why? You been in a fight with that stray cat again? She threw the first paw, Max suddenly exploded. Stevie held up her free hand. I can't with you, but Charlie's gonna freak out when she sees you. Max stopped again, realizing Stevie was right. Their sister was going to freak out when she saw Max, and Stevie knew that Max did not want to hear it. Max faced Stevie, looked her over. What are you doing right now? Shen and I are going into the city, to a gym, to work out, she finished when Max kept staring. The doctor suggested it. More exercise. More? How about any? Stevie let out a frustrated breath and began to turn away. Wait 10 minutes, Max asked. I'll go with you. Why? Max started limping by, but abruptly stopped again. What do you mean, why? Why? Why do you want to come with us? Because you want to join a gym in Manhattan? Or because you want to make sure my meds are working? What if I do want to make sure your meds are working? Isn't that my responsibility? Insulted, Stevie slammed the jug of juice onto the table. First off, it's not your fucking responsibility. And second, I'm going to a goddamn gym, not a school for bears trained to startle. It's not just about your meds, idiot. We're still in danger. And I'm going with a trained security dude. I think I'll be okay. Max limped close, and Stevie covered her nose and mouth with her hand. She had to. It seemed the stray had sprayed Max in the chest. Dude, she said between her fingers while trying to hold her breath. The funk! Look, Max went on, ignoring Stevie's struggle to breathe. Shen likes you. Maybe too much to protect you the way you need to be. What are you talking about? And could you step back? I have one job, Boo, and it's to keep you alive.
because if something happens to you, Charlie loses it. And if Charlie loses it, no one is safe. Don't you get that? But Stevie shook her head, unable to take another second. She placed her hand against Max's face and pushed, sending her sister across the room and into the wall hard. "Sorry," she said. "The funk. I just can't." She took a few steps back for even more distance before she went on. "That being said, I appreciate your protection, but it's a gym. I'm just looking for something I'll enjoy." "And to spend some time with Shen?" "Is that so wrong?" she barked. Max rolled her eyes. "Then I'd better go, because if I don't go, Charlie's gonna go. And if Charlie goes, you won't get anywhere with that panda." Stevie had to admit Max was right. Annoying, but right. "You'll bathe first?" she had to ask. "If you insist." "I'm insisting." "Fine, don't leave without me." Max finally made it out of the kitchen, and Stevie was able to drink some damn orange juice. She stood by the open window. Ah, fresh air and funk-free. Gazing out at the backyard when she saw the stray cat that had probably sprayed her sister in the chest. Stevie went outside and, with the cat watching, placed a bowl of water and an open can of tuna in front of the animal. She smirked down at the feral beast. "You've got to work on your aim, cutie, so next time you can nail her in the face." Stevie laughed, impressed with anyone or anything, not afraid to tangle with Max MacKilligan. She'd started back to the house when the Dunn triplets' 2 dogs came running around the corner. They did this most mornings, coming from the Dunn home across the street so they could roll around in the grass, pee on every tree, and take enormous shits in the middle of their lawn because there was no way that 2 dogs with the combined weight of nearly 300 pounds could take a small shits. Thankfully, one of the Dunn siblings always came over afterward to clean up because none of them wanted to hear Charlie screaming, "Why do your mini horses keep shitting in our yard?" Normally, Stevie would leave the dogs to their own shit-making devices, because who wanted to stand around watching dogs crap everywhere? But the cat, she'd almost forgotten about the cat. Worried the pair would go after the feral animal, Stevie rushed toward it, ready to scoop it in her arms to protect her, or him. She really didn't know which. But before she could reach the creature, the cat stood over the can of tuna, arched its back, and gave the craziest-sounding hiss-snarl Stevie had ever heard. Both dogs stopped and stared at the cat, but when they didn't do anything, the cat gave that hiss-snarl again and charged them like a tiny bull. And the dogs ran. They disappeared around the house, the cat hot on their heels. Stevie had just started to laugh at that cat chasing off 2 giant dogs when the back door swung open and Charlie ran out, screaming, "Stevie, don't!" But when she spotted Stevie just standing there, Charlie stumbled to a stop and simply stared. When her sister didn't say anything, Stevie asked, "Stevie, don't what?" One of the windows on the second floor flew open, and a naked, wet Max launched herself out, legs and arms spread wide, and as she fell, she yelled, "I've got her! Ow!" The ow came when Max landed face first on the lawn, body spread-eagled. The best part of it all was when the cat returned to eat her tuna, she made sure to walk across Max's back on her way to the can. And Stevie would have laughed hard if she wasn't so pissed off. "You thought I shifted," she guessed. Charlie winced before admitting, "We heard that weird noise you make just before you shift." "What weird noise?" "I don't know, kind of a growling hiss or something. It's weird, but distinct." "That was the cat." "Right." Charlie nodded her head and adamantly added, "The cat inside you, which we respect." "Not the cat inside me," Stevie bit out, her jaw tight with annoyance. "The cat!" She pointed at the cat, now enjoying the tuna by Stevie's leg. Charlie gazed at the animal a few moments before suggesting, "You really shouldn't feed strays. Now we'll never get rid of her." Stevie stepped in close to Charlie.
So I sound like a feral cat to you?
Only when you shift, she insisted.
How does that make it better?
Look, I just think...
So I've lost so much control after all these years that I would shift in the middle of our yard? That's what you are also saying?
You changed your meds, she said meekly.
And yet, Stevie went on, despite my grotesque shifter size,
no one said grotesque,
I still sound like a feral cat that weighs about 8 pounds.
The sisters stared at each other until they heard Max say, I'm okay. Don't worry about me.
We won't, Stevie and Charlie said together.
Then Stevie stormed back into the house, dropping into an empty chair at the kitchen table. Kyle was on the other side, eating toast and sipping juice. Catty-corner was a still waking up Shen, who was in the middle of downing a big bowl of cereal, which normally wouldn't be something Stevie cared about, except for the crunching. So much crunching.
What kind of cereal is that? She demanded when she couldn't take it anymore.
Grape nuts,
he muttered. Without any milk?
Shen looked into his bowl, as if he wasn't sure.
No, there's milk. He added bamboo to his cereal. That's the noise you're hearing, Kyle explained. Well, it's annoying the fuck out of me.
Kyle's eyebrows went up, but he knew better than to say anything. Instead, he focused on buttering more toast. Shen, however, gazed deeply into her eyes and continued to chew loudly. Shen didn't know what Stevie MacKilligan expected, that he would stop eating. Bears never stopped eating, because they were always hungry. It was even worse for giant pandas, because bamboo wasn't nearly as filling as a good steak sandwich. But he didn't have night-long dreams about sitting in a field of bamboo that went on as far as the eye could see and eating steak sandwiches. And if there was one thing he would not let Stevie do, it was interrupt his bamboo-infused breakfast. Thankfully, their staring contest didn't go on for too long, because Charlie walked in through the back door. As soon as the door opened, Stevie's gaze moved to the far wall, and she crossed her arms over her chest. Then she didn't move. Charlie stopped behind Stevie, opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. She tried again, but still nothing. Jaw locked in frustration, Charlie walked away. The front door slammed closed a minute or two later. Just as that door closed, the back door opened again, and a naked, filthy, and bloody Max walked in.
No, don't mind me, she said to the back of Stevie's head. I'm fine. Just great.
No one asked, Stevie shot back, still not turning around.
And we're leaving in 5 minutes,
she yelled after her sister had stomped out of the kitchen.
More like 15,
Shen tossed in before spooning more cereal and bamboo into his mouth.
What?
He asked when Stevie sneered at him.
I need to shower.
Then could you pick up the speed? I'm not used to waiting for staff.
Head dipping lower over his now overly buttered toast, Kyle muttered, Damn, Stevie.
Shen swallowed, looked Stevie in the eyes.
I'm merely staff now? He asked. I thought I was cute.
You're getting less cute as the day goes on.
Hey, don't take it out on me because your sisters have no faith in you and think you sound like a feral cat from their backyard.
Stevie slammed her hands on the table, and Kyle suddenly bolted out of his chair and moved to the open window. But all Stevie did was get up and storm out. Kyle let out a breath when she was gone.
Are you trying to get us killed?
He asked in an almost hysterical whisper.
If she shifts, she could pop us in her mouth like an Altoid.
If she shifts, she'll crush us anyway, so stop your whining.
You have no concept of how important I am to the universe, do you? Well, let me tell you.
Stevie walked back into the kitchen and stood there for a moment. Shen waited for her to start yelling or something, but instead she asked them, Did you see that? Was that awesome or what?
Your insults?
No, I was really angry, like livid. But look, she spun around. I have complete control of my anger. I was able to be angry without turning into a ball of rage that would tear this house down. Dudes, that's so huge! She clapped her hands together. Okay, let's all be ready to go in 15 minutes. She turned toward the door, but it swung open, and Oriana walked in, wearing the same clothes she'd had on the day before. Stevie, startled, screamed and spun away, and then up. She latched onto the ceiling and gazed down at them. Holy shit, Oriana muttered. That's amazing. Oh, Stevie let out a breath. It's you. Stevie dropped back down to the floor, retracted her claws, and smoothed down the front of her tank top. Sorry about that, she said to Oriana. You startled me. No problem. What are you doing here? Kyle asked his sister. I fell asleep on the couch watching TV, and no one woke me, so here I am. Kyle's eyes narrowed. That's such bullshit. Excuse me? What are you really doing here? I just told you. Oriana, I've known you my entire life, unfortunately, and I've not known a day since I was born. And yes, I do remember that far back, when you didn't go to dance class first thing in the morning. I literally do not know a day. You always found time for, at the very least, a class, if not rehearsals for some production. So what are you really doing here? She briefly closed her eyes. The director suggested I take a little time for myself. Kyle's head tipped to the side. Because? Because I may have attempted to dig Svetlana's eyes out of her fucking head. That's why. Shen, not really caring about this conversation, was shoveling another spoonful of cereal into his mouth when both Stevie and Kyle began clapping. Applauding, actually. They were applauding. My sister popped her cherry, Kyle announced, and Shen nearly spit his cereal out on the table. I'm so fucking proud. What are you talking about? Oriana asked, and Shen had to agree with her. What the fuck were they talking about? You were always the goody forepaws, Kyle explained. You were cold and bitchy, but you never lashed out. Not like that. Liberating, isn't it? Stevie asked, sounding giddy. You've done it too? Nearly took a fellow scientist's eye out with a pen. Didn't like his tone. When the great Leonardo di Mancini said my work was tepid at best, I bit him in the kneecap and punched his wife. Kyle grinned down at Shen. I was 8 at the time. Oh, when I was 8, Stevie joyfully reminisced. I threw a hot bowl of mac and cheese at the conductor of the Royal Symphony. That boxed mac and cheese you get at the grocery store hit him right in the neck, left welts. That's it, Shen announced, getting to his feet. I'm going to go upstairs, take a quick shower, get dressed, and we'll go. You want to come with us? Stevie asked Oriana. Where? Sports Center. I need a sport. And, hey, she suddenly added, pointing at Oriana, I need a friend, too. We could, she waved in Oriana's general direction, try that out. Interested? Do you want to be a dancer? I have no dancing skills, so no. Do you want to be a great scientist? No, but I do like engineering. It's like a hobby for me. Great, I can always use an engineer. This is the weirdest conversation I've ever been around, Shen announced. I'm leaving. Forever? Stevie asked, and Shen could only stare at her. No, I'm really asking, she pushed. Shower. Gym. Remember our plan? Oh, she smiled. Okay. Worried that this would get too weird, Shen went upstairs to get his day started. What about him? Stevie asked Oriana. Who? Shen. Are you interested? Because I'm really interested, but I'm not big on women fighting over a dude. The guy who just left? Oriana frowned. Doesn't he work for us? Kyle rested his chin on his sister's shoulder and smiled at Stevie. Now do you see the family resemblance? Laughing, Stevie nodded. Boy, do I ever. Charlie sat on the front stoop of Berg's house. watching Stevie, Kyle, Shen, and Oriana get into Shen's dark blue SUV to head into Manhattan.
"She should be mad at me,"
Charlie said when Berg sat down behind her, his long, massive legs on either side of her, his hands resting on her shoulders.
"I just panicked when I heard that noise."
"It's going to take time for you to let go. You've been doing this forever."
"Not just me. We."
Max ran out of the house, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. A few feet away from the SUV, she jumped at it, latching onto the passenger side. She pressed her face against the window and screamed. Laughing, she dropped down and got into the back seat. Charlie let out a sigh.
"At least I never had to do this alone."
Berg pressed a kiss to her brow and sat against her flesh.
"Please don't worry."
"I'm working on it."
He chuckled.
"Bacon?"
Charlie looked over at the platter on the stoop beside them. An entire plate of bacon, just a giant pile.
"I thought you loved bacon."
"I live for bacon. I could eat bacon until the end of time, but I also like my arteries not being clogged. Because right now, that's all I need. A heart attack or stroke, on top of the bleeding ulcer everyone says I'm going to have because of my self-imposed stress." Berg kissed the side of her forehead again, but she was smart enough to know he only did that to stop from laughing at her.
"Your phone is vibrating,"
he pointed out.
"I know. I'm ignoring it."
"You've been ignoring it for 2 days."
"Because it's my aunt. I'm guessing she's calling about Great Uncle Pete's funeral. A man none of us knew. Not only that, I don't feel like spying for those pricks."
"Totally understandable."
The phone stopped ringing, but started again almost immediately.
"But we both know she won't stop,"
Berg gently added. "She will if I kill her. But then that would make any future family reunions awfully uncomfortable."
"More uncomfortable than they already have been?"
Charlie thought for a moment.
"You know, that's a very good point."
Chapter 9. Stevie was happy to be back at the sports center. She loved it. The energy, the people. Of course, the last time they'd been here, it had been a bit of a whirlwind. There'd been so much excitement, drama, violence, and none of it had had anything to do with their father, which had been so refreshing, because usually drama and violence had everything to do with their father. They cut through what Kyle called the boring part of the center, where all the normal, everyday sports things happened, with all the normal, everyday, full humans, and made their way to the back stairs that led down to the shifter-only part. That door was protected at all times by shifter security guards, but all you had to do to get through was pass the smell test, something that entertained Stevie to no end, having complete strangers sniff her neck to decide whether she was worthy of entrance. She'd already researched the scent capabilities of a multitude of animals. Now she just needed to compare that information to their shifter counterparts, because she really wanted to understand the true differences between the full-blood animals and an electrician who could shift into a sloth bear. Sadly, though, she couldn't get anyone to agree to a few simple tests. Max especially became bitchy about it. Of course, when people said no to Stevie, she didn't then take them hostage and test them anyway, because that was wrong, and everyone knew it. Even arrogant Fox. Stevie pushed thoughts of her ex out of her mind and focused on what she hoped would be a good day. Their small group went down the stairs and through another door that led them to the very busy Shifter Sports Center. It was early in the day, but it was also summer, so all the pups and cubs were there with their protective parents for classes and play groups that allowed them to work off their excess energy without worrying about harming their playmates, something that couldn't be guaranteed when the playmate was a full human child. Stevie was here to start some kind of exercise regime. She just wasn't sure what kind yet. Kyle said the sports center had a great gym built just for them, so she was excited to see what kind of gym that was and what her options would be. Honestly, she was feeling so good at the moment, she was up for pretty much anything.
"So where do we start?"
Kyle asked as Max split off from them and headed right for the Starbucks a few feet away. "Breakfast?" Oriana asked. "I think I'm supposed to eat after the exercise," Stevie reasoned. "Excellent point. I just have to figure out what kind of exercise I should do." "What kind do you like?" Oriana asked. "Nothing. I hate all forms of exercise. All of them." Oriana looked down at Stevie's legs, which were bare except for her shorts. "Good God, woman, you have absolutely no muscle tone." "I have it." Stevie pressed her finger against her thigh. "If you poke at it, you can feel it under the skin. Sort of." Oriana shook her head and took hold of Stevie's shoulder. "Come on." "Where?" "I'm going to help you," Oriana said, her expression so sad, so earnest. "Because, really, girl, somebody has got to help you." Max stood in the endless Starbucks line, waiting to get in her order. She was dying for a honey macchiato, which was like a caramel macchiato, but way, way better. Bored after standing in line for more than 3 seconds, she pulled out her phone and began reading her texts. She had one from Dutch Alexander. He'd been staying with them since Max and her sisters had moved into the house in Queens, but a few days before, he'd suddenly departed, leaving nothing behind but a note stuck to the fridge.
"Don't worry, Charlie. I'll be back. Love you. Smooches."
The note had made Max and Stevie laugh, but Charlie had snatched it off the refrigerator and set it on fire because their sister was nothing if not dramatic and vengeful. Charlie didn't hate Dutch as much as she liked to say she did, but one more fuck-up, and Max's best friend might find himself buried somewhere in the MacKilligan backyard. Max was sure that Dutch had gone off on a job. Now she understood his crazy life. He worked with the ones who protected all shifters, which made sense. More than once, when they were growing up, that good-natured idiot had put himself between Max and harm's way. It was as if he couldn't help himself, even though he knew better than anyone that Max didn't need anyone's protection. But that was just his way. He did it for others, too, not just for Max. All through high school, everyone kept expecting Max and Dutch to hook up. Charlie used to live in fear of it. They were close, but it took an awful kiss at a homecoming game to prove what Max and Dutch had already known deep down. They were close like siblings, but never like lovers. They knew too much about each other. Like the time Max had gotten drunk on vodka and python venom. She hadn't wanted Charlie to find out, so Dutch had taken her back to his family's house. There, in his bathroom, she'd evacuated the poison and nearly everything else in her system from nearly every orifice. She was too sick to stop herself and too embarrassed to talk about it. But she didn't have to talk about it. Dutch just cleaned up his bathroom and never mentioned it again. But they both knew he'd also seen too much, just like she had when he'd ended up on the wrong side of 7 football players because he'd been fucking around with the wrong girl. Max had dragged a naked, sobbing Dutch back to the pack house to recover. The linebackers had done a number on him, beating him within an inch of his life. Unfortunately, unlike the MacKilligan girls, Dutch was still going through puberty and had no control of his ability to shift. He could barely unleash his claws, much less turn into a vicious Wolverine with a thought. To make matters worse, it had been Charlie who'd come to Dutch's rescue, beating the unholy crap out of the linebackers, not because she liked or wanted to protect Dutch, but because she was not okay that 7 seniors were beating up 1 sophomore. But it hadn't been seeing Dutch at his worst that had permanently put in the love him like a brother category. It had been what he did afterward. He'd hooked up with the same girl again. That was such a dude thing to do that to this day she really couldn't let it go, because he hadn't done it for love, but for revenge. And Max didn't have time for that. It didn't really matter, though. She needed loyal friends more than she needed another dick attached to some idiot man. She could get dick anywhere, but someone who always had your back? That was like gold. Max was checking her phone for the 15,000th time. She was just so bored standing in this goddamn line when she noticed that everyone around her had gone silent. Her hackles went up and her claws itched to be released, but she kept control with an iron grip that Charlie had practically beaten into her. If you just attack every time you feel in danger, you'll be in prison for the rest of your life, she used to say. With her head still down, her gaze still focused on the phone, she sniffed the air, sorted the scents. She recognized what was behind her, recognized it well. It was Deanne Smith, a she-wolf of worldwide renown among shifters. Her entire pack was world-renowned, and not for good reasons. But Deanne was known to be one of the worst, the killer of the family, which was saying a lot when the whole pack was made up of killers. And this particular Smith hated Max, despised her, wanted her dead. Not that Max blamed Smith for feeling this way. It was sort of what she'd been aiming for when she'd snuck into Smith's Manhattan apartment and made herself comfortable with the female's young pup. She wanted Smith to know fear, to understand that Max Kill-It-Again MacKilligan was not the nice one in her family. Far from it. Not that Max would have ever hurt that child. She wouldn't have. And not because of her sister's moral leanings or because she knew she'd get into serious trouble if she crossed that particular line with the other shifters. No, it was none of that. Max would never hurt a child because it was unfair. Kids were not a challenge, even the scary ones, like hyena cubs who were born with fangs. And if there was no challenge, then what was the point? So all kids, even the pain-in-the-ass ones, were never to be fucked with in the Max MacKilligan playbook. But that didn't stop Max from letting Deanne Smith sweat, thinking that her kid was at risk if she fucked with Max's sisters. The problem now, though, was Smith hated Max so much she could barely see straight. She went out of her way to let Max know that as soon as she could, she'd kill her, even if she pissed off the wrong people in doing so. That was why Max knew she had to show this woman exactly how dangerous a MacKilligan sister truly was, how much she risked. "Deanne?" she asked softly, without lifting her head, without turning around. Leaning so close, Max could feel the canine's breath against the back of her neck. Smith replied, low and soft. "Well, hey there, darlin'." Girding her loins, Max moved. "Deanne!" she squealed, then spun around, throwing her arms around the woman's broad shoulders and hugging her close. Smith went rigid, and the Siberian tiger partner she had with her all the time, something Malone, stumbled back, eyes wide in shock. "I'm so happy to see you. How long has it been?" Max stepped back and grabbed Smith's hands in her own. When Smith attempted to pull away, Max held on tight. "Look at you. Girl, did you lose some weight? So pretty." "What the fuck are you?" Max cut off Smith's next words by kissing her on the mouth. When she pulled back, the she-wolf was shaking with rage. Shaking. She wanted to wipe the very existence of Max MacKilligan from the entire universe, but she couldn't, and they both knew it. Keeping hold of one of Smith's hands, Max moved to the counter as the line seemed to have abruptly cleared away. She swung Smith's arm like two girlfriends holding hands, which was making Smith nuts, and said to the barista, "Honey macchiato with 3 extra shots of honey, please. And you, sweetie?" she asked Smith. When the wolf was too stunned or pissed to speak, Max pushed. "Do you want something? Bear claw, croissant, donut, coffee?" Smith only managed to shake her head. Max pointed to the Siberian tiger. "You, hun?" Tears poured down the cat's face, her arm around her stomach, her laughter silent, only because she couldn't catch her breath. She waved a hand at Max, but that was all. Max shrugged. "Okay," she said to the barista. "That's it." She glanced at Smith, swung their clasped hands a little more widely so they resembled friendly toddlers. "New makeup regime?" she asked the face that had clearly never had makeup on. A seen better days Tennessee Titans baseball cap was pulled low to make that plain face appear even more terrifying. But despite that cap, Max could see those angry yellow dog eyes glaring at her. "You have to tell me your secret, beautiful. You look awesome for 50. The wolf glare turned into wide eyes of horror, and the Siberian tiger dropped to her knees, choking on her laughter so hard, Max was worried she'd have to get the feline an ambulance. They stood around the treadmill, Kyle's older sister actually taking the time necessary to explain everything to Stevie. It was a nice gesture, and Oriana was incredibly patient, considering Stevie was a grown woman who should have known how to use a treadmill. It was especially entertaining when Stevie became so enraptured by the device that she started to take it apart while Oriana was talking. But Shen easily distracted her by pointing at the various options on the display. "Press feline," Oriana continued, "and that takes you down to the sub-menus where your options are lion, tiger, leopard, mountain lion, and cheetah. But I wouldn't suggest the cheetah setting unless you're really fast. Are you really fast?" Stevie shrugged. "For short periods of time." "Okay, so you press tiger and then press here for location. Siberian landscape or Indian jungle?" Another shrug. Siberian landscape? Okay, we'll try that." Once the machine started to go, Stevie jumped on and began running.
"You seem to know a lot about treadmills,"
Shen observed. "When I was in high school, I used to put in a few hours at a local shifter-only gym. They had the same kind of treadmills, although these look top of the line," she added, gesturing toward the machine, which was when they realized that Stevie was no longer running, but somehow had gotten her entire body tangled between the dashboard and the rails people used to balance themselves during their run. "Jeez!" Kyle ran over to Stevie. "What did you do?" "I have no idea," she gasped out. Kyle couldn't figure out what to grab to get her off the treadmill, so Shen quickly stepped in. He gripped her under the arms and managed to untwist her and pull her off. As he held her there, dangling in midair, bruises already starting to show on her calves and somehow her throat, Oriana nodded and offered, "Maybe we should find you an exercise class of some kind." "I could try the step thing," Stevie suggested, pointing across the gym to the step machine. "No," Shen, Kyle, and Oriana said as one. "I agree with Oriana," Shen said. "You should stay away from the machines." "I was just trying to see how it worked," Stevie clarified. "Then things went weird." "Of course they did." Oriana reached over and patted Stevie's shoulder. "Of course they did." Sella, Bare Knuckles Malone, had what many would consider a good life. She had a beautiful daughter, an irritating but loving family, and 2 jobs she loved. Coach of the New York Carnivores pro hockey team, and recently promoted head of the Wet Works division of Katzenhaus, the protection agency of the Cat Nation. Both paid very well, and they allowed her lots of freedom, like continuing to work with the only canine she could truly tolerate for any length of time. Many of her feline compatriots often asked her, "How can you put up with Deanne Smith?" But that was just a narrow view, because taking someone as laid back and uncaring as the scariest Smith of all, next to Deanne's father, Aggie, and finding something that actually irritated the living hell out of her was like catnip to this Siberian tigress. Sure, she could be in Europe, working with the Parisian organization of Katzenhaus, But then she wouldn't be here, watching a snarling, angry she-wolf attempt to stare down a honey badger who was thoroughly enjoying her honey macchiato. Malone had had staring contests with Smith more times than she cared to think about, but she'd always lost because at some point she couldn't take it anymore, and she'd launch herself at the she-wolf and the fight would be on. But the honey badger wasn't backing down. She wasn't freaking out. She wasn't even getting aggressive. She just kept sipping her drink and smiling. The insane staring went on for so long that Sela was about to intercede, something she never did because she wasn't stupid. But before she could say, "Hey, idiots!" Smith slammed her fist on the table. Sela and the rest of the coffee shop inhabitants jumped, although Sela was mostly shocked that Smith was the first to break. The badger's eyes widened dramatically at Smith's sudden explosion. Then again, so did her terrifying smile. The badger placed her drink on the table and asked, "Something wrong, ma'am?" Smith nearly had her hands around the badger's throat before Sela managed to pin them to the table, which forced Smith to sit back down. "Call me ma'am again," Smith dared. "Would you prefer Spot?" Sela grabbed Smith around the waist and dragged her from the table she'd been crawling across so she could get to the badger grinning at her. Sela practically had to carry her outside, dumping her as soon as they were back in the middle of the lobby. "You need to calm down," she told the red-faced she-wolf. "That woman is messing with your mind, and you are letting her, which hurts, because that's my job." Smith pressed her fingers against her chest. "I don't think I've ever wanted to kill anyone as badly as I want to kill that woman." Sela quickly realized that said a lot. Smith had tons of patience. She'd been known for it since she was a Marine, able to wait for her prey for days, if not weeks. Yet this one small woman was really getting under the she-wolf's skin, and Sela wasn't exactly sure why. "Maybe I should talk to her alone," Sela suggested, and instead of being insulted, Smith just gave a short nod and turned away. Smith exposing her back to a Siberian she-tiger? Something the wolf had been taught not to do since before she could walk. Eggy Smith had made sure of that. Deciding it was best to get this over with as soon as they could, Sela headed back into Starbucks. Stevie didn't appreciate how much laughter was going on between siblings who didn't get along. At least that's what Kyle had always told her, that he barely tolerated Oriana. "She's a genetic freak who's lucky I acknowledge her as a human being, much less my sister," he had said to Stevie on more than a few occasions. And yet, here they were, together, shoulders touching, laughing at her. "It's not funny," she complained. "Who gets punched by a yogi?" Oriana said around her laughter, tears pouring from her eyes. "If he didn't want his students to ask questions," she shot back, "then he shouldn't act like he's okay with it." "He was fine with the first 6 questions," Kyle insisted. "But after that, you were just testing his will to live." "And he didn't punch me," Stevie went on. "He accidentally slapped me with his elbow when he was turning away." For some reason, that seemed to only make them laugh harder, forcing them to lean against each other for support. The locker room door opened, and Shen returned with an ice pack. He pulled her hand away from her face, fingers gentle against hers. That gentleness was still there, as he placed the ice pack against her eye and cheek. He positioned her hand so he could hold the ice pack in place and stepped back. That's when he exploded into a fit of laughter and asked, "How do you piss off a giant panda yogi? They're the nicest yogis." Growling to herself, Stevie turned away from the 3 people who were now laughing at her and thought about all the ways she could bring this entire building down with nothing more than toilet paper, roach spray, and some raw almonds. A bear-shaped bottle of honey was carefully placed in front of Max. It seemed the she-tiger had returned, but not her pit bull friend. "Thanks," Max said cheerfully. She loved the gift of honey, and, in her opinion, not enough people in the world gave that gift. The she-tiger sat down across from Max and smiled. "Hi, I'm Sella Malone." Max, sipping her drink, waved. "So I guess you know why we're here." Max placed her cup on the table and gazed at the she-tiger, making sure her smile stayed in place, but she didn't speak. She'd found over the years that smiling without speaking freaked people out. Effective, especially since she really had no plan to answer this chick's question, at least not such a vague one. For all Max knew, this cat could be here for all sorts of reasons. What if Max guessed wrong? She could easily open up another can of snakes. Yum, snakes. Gosh, she hadn't had snakes in weeks. She could really go for some snake. Maybe a boa, or a python, which was one of her favorites. Or perhaps she could risk it all and go for a black mamba. Probably not. Charlie would just get pissed again. She hated when Max played with her food and ended up briefly dying. "Are you listening to me?" she heard the she-tiger snap. She hated lying. "No," Max shrugged. "Sorry, I was thinking about snakes. I guess I'm hungrier than I thought." The apology seemed to confuse the feline more than anything. Max picked up the bottle of honey, twisted the top off, and poured half of it into what was left of her honey macchiato. "Anyway," the woman continued, "we thought we'd have heard from you by now." Max frowned. "Heard from me about what?" The feline tilted her head the slightest bit. "Your aunts? Your cousin?" "You'll need to be more specific than that. I have lots of aunts, and a ton of Katerina and Celestina Guerra, Mari MacKilligan." "Oh, right, them." That's what the feline was asking about, nothing else. Good. It wasn't that Max didn't think the shifter organizations that protected their kind wouldn't find out about what had happened with Stevie. She knew they absolutely would. But she was hoping to keep it under wraps at least until they could make sure that their baby sister was a little more in control. Her shifted size freaked out everyone, but the real issue would be that she had little to no control over her shifting. That was what Max and Charlie were truly worried about. Stevie was working on it, though, hard. But until the situation was managed properly, Max wanted these agents to be distracted from her little sister. "Not much to hear, really," Max admitted about the three women it seemed everyone was looking for. "The twins haven't been seen since my cousin's wedding, and Mari? Don't know what to tell you about Mari." "Do you know her?" "No, I've only met a few of my Scottish relatives, usually when my father fucks up something. A large group of them are heading this way from Scotland. Good for them. Maybe you could. My sister already made this clear. We're not spying on them for you, so stop fucking asking. It's beginning to annoy me. What if the twins have made a deal with your uncles? What if the moon didn't rise? What if detergent was actually dirt? What if aliens made you set yourself on fire?" Eyes wide, the cat snapped. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "Those two bitches stole the MacKilligans' money, a lot of it. But my uncles are criminals, so they had lots of money in different places, and they've been able to keep roofs over their heads and their businesses running. And your point? They could still make a deal with the twins if it means getting their money back." Max had to smile. The cats and dogs, they never got it, did they? They went around snarling and snapping and hissing, but they never really got it. "What? What are you smiling about?" "The Guerras made my uncles look like idiots. They used some no-name hacker, I assume, to break in and take their money. The twins could come to them naked, on their knees, with twice the money in their hands, ready to give it all for absolutely nothing. And my uncles still wouldn't let it go. They don't forgive shit. They're MacKilligans and honey badgers. That means they're mean, vicious, cruel, and vengeful. Then again, so am I. Which means what? It means no one needs to do anything. The twins will be coming for me. Why you? Honestly, I couldn't tell them apart, so I fucked up the face of one of them and— Stop, the cat ordered, holding up her hand. Really? Max shrugged. I like clarity. What about plastic surgery? Won't help. She held up her hand, released her ridiculously long claws. They glinted in the fluorescent light of the coffee shop. I went down to the bone. Max retracted her claws. So I wouldn't worry if I were you. They'll be coming for me, and then I'll deal with them. Until then, don't bother me anymore. Charlie finds out about my little arrangement with Hee-Haw, and she'll waste everybody. She grinned. My big sister is super protective. Trust me, Oriana said. Team sports. That's what you should do. And playing accomplishes several different things. Shen exchanged a glance with Stevie before they asked together. Like what? Exercise and friendship. From what I understand, people involved in team sports make friends. Is being in a ballet corps considered a team sport? Stevie asked. It's a dog-fighting pit, she coldly explained. Only the strong survive. You wouldn't last 10 minutes. She glanced over at Shen. Neither would you. But, she said, her demeanor abruptly changing back to casual friendliness, we're not talking about ballet. We're talking about a team sport that would be perfect for you. Stevie glanced down at the tiny shorts, cropped top, fishnet stockings, and quad skates she currently held in her hands. Yeah, I don't think this is it. You haven't even given it a try yet. Because I'm positive it's not for me. I will never wear this shit. Ever. She motioned to the locker room. I'll put it back. Shen watched Stevie as she headed away from the banked derby track. From the opposite direction, he saw 2 women heading toward them, and one of those women was Blaine Thorpe, the current captain of the New York roller derby team, and the woman Stevie had batted around just the day before. Blaine was deep in the middle of regaling her Asian companion with a story, so she didn't see Stevie, and thankfully, Stevie didn't notice her. But then Blaine caught sight of a possible newbie trying to escape her future as a derby girl, most likely the way Blaine thought of it, and she reached out and caught Stevie's arm, sweetly asking, Not leaving already, are— Startled, Stevie yanked her arm away and roared so loudly the chairs in the arena shook. Blaine stumbled back until she hit the wall, eyes wide in panic. Her friend, a cutie Tigan Shen sort of knew, immediately jumped in front of her, ready to protect Blaine. But Stevie continued on, oblivious to the fear she was leaving in her wake. Hey, look at that, Kyle said, smiling. Her meds are working. Chapter 10. Their first stop after roller derby was the minor league hockey team. Most of the players had dreams of moving up to the pro team, but Shen knew that there were a few who just played in the minor league for fun. This hadn't been his suggestion. It was Oriana's, and it seemed like a bad one, since Stevie had just admitted she actually couldn't skate. What do you mean you can't skate? Oriana demanded. Why didn't you tell us that when we were at the derby tryouts? 2 different types of skating? Can you do either? No. Oriana pushed a lock of hair off her face. I'm so confused right now. Why did you agree to this? Because I can learn to skate. Anyone can learn to skate. No, I mean I can learn to skate faster than most people. Oriana rolled her eyes. Honey. No, Stevie interrupted. Really? And how do you do that? Physics. Physics? Yes, physics. Once you understand physics, you can do pretty much anything. Really? Oriana smirked. So you can do what I can do? Yes, but I'm lacking your musculature and body type. both of which would be necessary for me to do what you do for any length of time. Kyle leaned forward and loudly whispered to his sister, "That's a really nice way of calling you a genetic freak." Oriana unleashed her claws and nearly had them buried in her brother's face, but to Shen's surprise and approval, Kyle jerked his head back out of clawing range. "I also like my toes," Stevie suddenly announced, for no obvious reason. "What?" Oriana asked. "I like my toes. You can't be a dancer and have pretty toes. And from what Kyle has told me, you have some fucked up hooves." Shen cringed as the she-jackal's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, but instead of trying to bury her claws into Stevie's face as she had her brother's, Oriana gestured to the ice they were standing on. "Please," she said with a cold smile, "show us physics."
"Actually," Shen quickly cut in, "how about we take off the skates and find something else for you to do?"
"No, no, no." Oriana glared at him before flashing that fake smile at Stevie. "Please, show us what physics does for you." With a shrug, Stevie placed her left hand on Shen's shoulder for balance, bent her left leg at the knee, and rested her right foot on her left thigh. She leaned down, still holding on to Shen, and studied the bottom of her skate. When she was finished doing that, she crouched down and pressed both her hands against the stadium ice. She straightened, continued to study the ice for another minute. Then, without warning, she started skating. At first, it was an awkward, wobbly performance that had Oriana grimacing along with Shen. She opened her mouth to call Stevie back, maybe afraid that Stevie would only hurt herself on those skates. But Oriana didn't get a word out before Stevie abruptly took off. Like an Olympic speed skater, she moved fast from one end of the rink to the other and back again until she reached their small group and slammed to a stop, a burst of ice hitting them all in the face. "See?" Stevie said. "Physics! Isn't physics great?" The sound of disgust Kyle made was definitive, but Stevie chose to ignore it. She faced Shen, smiling wide.
"So, what did you here to try out for the team?"
A male voice boomed behind Stevie. Stevie jerked, and her body twisted, flying into the air. But the stadium ceiling was much too high for her to reach, so she wrapped herself around Shen instead.
"You really have to stop doing this,"
Shen reminded her. "Does this mean your meds are no longer working?" Oriana asked. "If they weren't working," Stevie growled out, "I would be way worse by now." "That's terrifying." "Don't blame me," Stevie argued. "Look at the size of him." Novikov was more than a foot taller than Shen, and nearly as wide. He was also a trained hockey player who enjoyed hurting his enemies on the ice. Even worse, Stevie had just tried to kill his wife, Blaine, the day before, an event that made Novikov more dangerous than he was normally. Shen decided to end this before it got out of hand.
"Look, Novikov, I understand you're—"
The hybrid put his hand over Shen's face. Shen assumed it was to stop him from talking.
"You trying out for the team?"
Novikov asked Stevie. Stevie, who was hanging off Shen's left side, her legs wrapped around his waist, leaned forward. "No," Stevie said firmly. Novikov frowned, and it was horrifying. How did anyone risk going up against this guy in a hockey game?
"Why not?"
"Don't want to," Stevie snipped back. Shen pulled away from Novikov's hand and leaned close to Stevie, whispering,
"How about not pissing off the psychotic whose wife you just tried to kill?"
"I was not trying to kill her," she whispered back. "I was playing with her."
"You two do know I can hear you, right?"
Novikov asked. "I don't want to play hockey," Stevie insisted.
"Why not?"
"It's boring." Novikov's eyes widened, and he moved back a bit on his skates, as if he'd been struck.
"It is not boring."
"It is to me, but then again, I'm brilliant, and it takes a lot to keep me interested, especially in the kind of thing that average people enjoy. Of course, I doubt you'd understand." Shen bit his tongue to prevent himself from laughing. He had to. The look on Novikov's face. He was just so devastated. Giving a low, vicious growl that rolled past them, Novikov skated off.
The dogs make that noise sometimes, Stevie noted. I wonder what it means.
I can't believe you told him no.
He was rude to you, she said. He put his gigantor hand over your face. Who does that?
Novikov, Shen and the siblings said together.
Well, it's rude. Even for prodigies, there are rules. He needs to learn that.
Shen put his arm around Stevie's waist and hiked her up a little higher on his hip. Look, I don't want you not to play, simply to piss off Novikov.
That's not what I'm doing. I don't want to play because I don't want to have to put all this crap on every time. All this padding, and my shirt is huge. It's like a dress.
We thought this would be a good alternative, Oriana pointed out, after your reaction to the derby outfit.
I'm looking for a little...
Stevie glanced down at herself. Something between those two options. Kyle, who'd been pretty quiet this entire time, offered, "How about softball?" Stevie snatched the softball out of the air with one hand, tossed away the bat she had in her other hand, and stalked over to Kyle and the others. She held the ball under his nose.
You suggested a game that has a ball coming at my head at...
Stevie looked off, and Kyle knew she was calculating something.
73.5 miles per hour? Does that really seem like a good thing to you?
Kyle stared at his friend for a bit before replying, I don't know what the right answer is here.
Do you know how important my brain is? Stevie asked. Not just to the world, but to the entire universe? 2 years ago, she ranted on, I stopped this entire planet from being sucked into a black hole. Do you think I could have done that if I had brain damage to my head from this?
She shoved the ball closer to his nose.
Well, do you?
Shen scratched his big bare head. Wait, we were almost sucked into a black hole? Kyle and Stevie ignored Shen, and Kyle asked, So, I'm guessing softball's out? Snarling, Stevie threw the ball down, hitting Kyle's foot in the process.
Ow! Viper!
How fucking soft is that, Kyle? She barked, heading back to the locker room.
How fucking soft is it?
I should just go home, Stevie sighed once she was back in her shorts and t-shirt. It seemed she'd looked at all the team sports, and none of them worked for her. They'd even stopped in at the football stadium, but she'd left 3 minutes later when she saw that most of the team was made up of gigantic bears who didn't seem as worried as Stevie about traumatic brain injury. I've got a suggestion for you, Shen said around the bamboo in his mouth. I think we should just end it, she replied. It's just too hard. One more, he said, taking her hand. He walked off, pulling her behind him. Kyle and Oriana brought up the rear. Together, they took the elevator down a few floors until they arrived at a floor that was completely dedicated to one arena. As they walked down the hall toward the main doors, Stevie examined the framed shirts they passed. Shirts with claw marks, blood stains, and last names. Are these memorials? Don't be silly, Shen said as he kept walking, continuing to pull her along. Memorials for game deaths are in the basement. Stevie tried to pull away at that point, but he kept walking, tossing over his shoulder. Just kidding. Lighten up. They arrived at the big double doors, one of which was already open. He pulled her inside, and she quickly realized they were in a soccer stadium. A group was playing, but she doubted they were pro players. Not when she saw Kyle's oldest brother out in the middle of it all. Soccer? She asked, looking up at Shen. Yes, soccer. It's perfect for you. Short bursts of running, which is great for your tiger side, but still competitive, which is good for your child prodigy side. Your hands aren't at any major risk, and the ball is big and soft, so your head is safe. Except that a kicked soccer ball can reach 80 miles per hour. Why do you even know that? Oriana asked. That's true, Shen said, ignoring Oriana. But you have a honey badger skull. 38 wouldn't even get past the stone-like strength of your bone structure. Deciding to ignore what could easily be seen as an insult, Stevie asked, What made you think of this? For me, I mean. Soccer is a great sport. Takes skill, dexterity, and physics. Not only that, pandas love soccer. He cheered, pointing to a group of sturdy-looking giant panda bears. One had hold of a soccer ball, and the others were trying to take it from her. While she giggled and laughed, the others rolled her around, taking turns trying to get the ball. It seemed like a waste of time and energy, but Stevie couldn't ignore the fact that they all seemed to be having a great time. Do you play soccer? Used to. Played through high school on local shifter teams. Always had fun. Hey, Oriana cut in. Kyle, is that our brother? No way, Kyle snorted. He'd never. Oh my God, that is him. The siblings looked at each other for a brief moment before they yelled out together, Coop! The world-renowned pianist turned around, which was when he was hit in the back of the head with a soccer ball that had just been kicked at him. He didn't move, but he looked annoyed, jaws clenching. Sorry, someone called out before Coop jogged over to the stands. What are you guys doing here? He asked. Shouldn't we be asking that? Kyle wanted to know. What else have you not told us? How much are you hiding from us? Are you even our brother? You act like you found me in a drug den. It's soccer. Kyle's lip curled in disgust, and Oriana scrunched up her nose. She just looked confused. But Stevie didn't know why. A lot of great artists did things on the side to relax, which was exactly what Stevie was looking for. Something she could enjoy that had no real consequences. Coop stared at his siblings for a few extra seconds before shaking his head, seemingly dismissing them, and faced Stevie and Shen. So why are you here? He asked again. Stevie is looking for a way to work out her stress without using Blaine Thorpe as a cat toy. Coop gave a little smile. That's probably a good idea. So I was thinking, Shen went on, soccer might be a good option for her. Coop nodded. We have a lot of the smaller cats on the team, some jackals and foxes. Not a lot of tigers, but that's because they like American football better. All that hitting and running bears down from behind. He gestured to the people still playing. These guys aren't pro, strictly for fun, exercise, and good times. We get to practice here in the afternoons before the pro players come in. Then we play the occasional weekend game every month or so with non-pro shifters from other boroughs, Philly and Jersey. It works out pretty well, even with my hell-on-earth schedule. He dipped his head down a little so that he could look Stevie in the eyes. You want to try it? We're always looking for new players. Stevie wasn't sure she wanted to do this, but she'd already failed at everything else. Might as well make it a clean sweep of failure. Okay, great. Coop held his hand out so he could help her over the railing. Let's get you geared up. Does it bother you that my very handsome brother is chatting up Stevie? Shen heard the question, but didn't realize anyone was talking to him until he raised his head from staring at his phone and saw that Oriana was smiling at him. Huh? Do I actually need to repeat the question? I'm just surprised you asked me a question. Didn't you once call me the help? I probably did. She gestured toward the middle of the pitch where Coop and Stevie continued to talk. Everyone says how charming Cooper is, how friendly, not like the rest of us at all. I don't know why you're telling me this. And they have a lot in common, she went on, studying her brother and Stevie for a few seconds. Music and all that. Shen looked over her head at her taller brother. Why is she telling me this? I think it's her attempt to find out if you have any interest in Stevie. Why? I don't know.
Maybe she hopes you don't, so that she'll be able to tempt you with her raw and unappetizing sexuality."
Oriana glared at her brother. "I loathe you."
"Because of my brutal honesty, or because you have no friends and are forced to hang out with us?"
Shen snorted.
"Throwing stones from that glass house, aren't you, kid?"
Insulted, Kyle looked around his sister.
"What does that mean? You don't have any friends either."
"I do too." He pointed at the pitch.
"Her, Stevie, she likes me." "I think she feels sorry for you. But what I mean is, you don't have any friends your own age. People my own age are beneath me. They consider stupid things fun. They don't understand life and art and true beauty."
"Plus, they keep hitting him," Oriana tossed in. "That's why my sister hired you."
"Maybe if you stopped saying they were beneath you," he pointed out to Kyle, "they wouldn't beat the crap out of you. I don't say it to them. I merely point out how inadequate—"
"Nope," Shen cut in.
"Just nope. You don't even know what I'm going to say. Are you going to say that the school system lets down this nation's children? No? Then stop talking."
"Don't blame him," Oriana said, looking at her own phone and quickly typing a response to someone. "When Kyle was 10, he went through a very strange Ayn Rand period. It was not pretty. My father has been trying to pull him back from the edge ever since."
"Oh, please," Kyle huffed. "That phase only lasted 6 months, and at least I didn't go through that weird Russian literature phase like you. She wore black for a year and kept saying everyone's entire name when she talked to them or about them."
"You weren't even born yet," Oriana shot back.
"Mom told me all about it." Shen knew that Kyle and Oriana were only 4 years apart. "You went through a Russian literature phase when you were 4?
The siblings gazed at him. "What age were you when you started reading Russian literature?" Oriana asked.
"That would be the age of never. I have never read Russian anything. And before you pity me, I am totally okay with that, not having read Russian anything."
"So you're more into great Chinese literature?"
Shen shrugged. "I like Run Shaw movies."
Run Shaw?
The Shaw brothers. They made my favorite martial arts movies from the 70s.
The siblings stared at him, but didn't say anything. So Shen added,
"And I read The Tao of Pooh."
"When you were 4? Kyle asked.
"No, last year."
Oriana's head dipped low, and she muttered, "Oh, wow." Fed up, Shen informed the pair,
"You do understand that most children don't read ancient philosophies when they're 4. In fact, most adults don't read ancient philosophies. That's just your family. You are, to be quite blunt, a bunch of freaks. Good freaks," he added. "Talented freaks, but freaks nonetheless."
Oriana placed her hand on Shen's forearm, and he had no idea why. "I'm just concerned," she slowly explained to him, "that you won't be interesting enough for Stevie."
"Why would I need to be?"
"Because you're dating her." Shen closed his eyes.
"What is happening?"
"That's what Max told me last night."
"Your first mistake is you're talking to Max."
"Don't you want to date Stevie? Is it her lack of muscle tone?"
"Look, Stevie is really sweet, but she's young."
"Oh my God," Oriana whispered. "Are you really old? Like, are you 90?
Shen growled a little and looked off.
"I'm just kidding." Oriana pushed her shoulder against Shen's arm. "I know you're way younger than that. Like 40, right?"
"I am not." Shen stopped when he realized he was yelling.
"What you need to understand about us, prodigies, I mean, at least the women, is that guys our age do not usually work out for us. They're usually stupid, grabby, and you have to forcefully tell them what no means.
to the point where some permanent damage might be caused, and their mother calls you a vile bitch beast. So if you're a few years older than her, it's not a big deal. In fact, you could wisely use these early days when you're rolling around in the sheets to read a book, or two.
I read books. I read.
Oriana raised an eyebrow. What are you reading right now?
Shen cleared his throat. A book about the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Her raised eyebrow turned down with the other one into a dramatic frown. Is that about the steel industry in Pittsburgh? Kyle burst out laughing, and Shen twisted his mouth so that he didn't follow suit.
Something like that.
Shen finally managed to get out. Stevie, now in matching shorts and jersey and wearing black and white cleats, walked over to them. What do you guys think? Do I look stupid? Not at all, Oriana replied. You just look weak and very thin, like you've been trapped on a boat at sea.
Shen pressed the palms of his hands against his eyes. What is wrong with you?
Nothing. Why? He dropped his hands into his lap.
Why would you say that to her?
Because I'm being honest. Oriana looked at Stevie. Do you not want me to be honest? I can be one of those girls who lies to you. I'm not good at it, but I can do it. No, Stevie said lightly. I prefer honesty. I mean, I'd feel bad if I'd been working on my body for years, but I haven't. So, yeah, honesty's fine. Excellent. Now, I was also screening this one. She motioned to Shen with a wave of her hand. To be your boyfriend? But I don't think that's going to work out. No, Stevie replied, gaze gliding over to his. He's working out just fine.
Shen wanted to know why he wouldn't work out as a boyfriend, but he became immediately distracted by the fact that Stevie seemed to think he was already her boyfriend. Seriously, what is happening? I'm not your boyfriend.
Stevie's smile was small, but very powerful. Do you want to be?
Shen's entire body became tight, and he was having very dangerous thoughts at the moment. Extremely dangerous. He decided to focus on something else. Anything else. Shen turned to Oriana. Why couldn't I be a boyfriend?
Not a boyfriend, Oriana clarified. Stevie's boyfriend specifically. You could absolutely be... She looked around the stadium, finally pointing at a long-legged cheetah sitting on the barrier and reading a magazine. Her boyfriend?
Why her?
Look at her. She's attractive. She's a cheetah, so I'm sure she's astounding in bed. Plus, she's reading Vogue magazine.
So?
She's probably more your speed, intellectually.
Kyle threw his head back, his laughter ringing out over the stadium. Shen guessed. You think I'm too stupid.
Stevie's eyes grew wide. What? Why would you think that, Oriana?
Because I've never read Russian literature, Shen told her.
What does that have to do with anything? My sisters have never read any literature, ever. And if you think you're smarter than either of them, she said directly to Oriana, you're only going to get your feelings hurt. Unless we're talking about Max. Then you'll just get hurt physically. Oriana rolled her eyes. I'm just trying to find you someone a little more up to your... She glanced at Shen and back at Stevie before whispering, level.
I can hear you, Shen reminded her. I'm sitting right next to you.
As a fellow former child prodigy, all I have to say to you, Oriana Jean-Louis Parker, Stevie said as she reached across the barrier and grabbed Shen's hand, is it's wrong to look down on and mock normal people. There's nothing wrong with average, with the everyday, with the common.
Kyle, at that point, was down on the floor, on his back, laughing hysterically. Shen couldn't even be mad. He didn't blame him at all. But if either female noticed him, they didn't show it.
It's average, everyday people, Stevie proudly continued, with no special skills or the ability to change the world that make this country great.
Then, with a good yank, she pulled Shen out of the seat
and over the barrier so that she could drag him across the field to the team bench.
"I'm so sorry about that," she said when they were near the other players. "I hate when people are snobby like that."
Shen nodded. Snobby people are the worst, right?
"Oh my God, Shen, I know." "Does Aunt Irene ever text you? She says the wild dogs are giving Mom a hard time about the house. Like I can do anything about it." Oriana waited for an answer from her brother, but when she didn't get one, she looked down at him and ordered, "Dude, get off the ground." Wiping tears from his eyes, her brother climbed into the seat next to her and let out a breath.
"That was great."
"What was?" she asked, texting back her mother's best friend.
"The way you tortured Shen. No wonder you were getting kicked out of your little dance troupe."
"I wasn't kicked out. It's just a break."
"You're making giant pandas feel bad about themselves."
"That's not what I
think I might be starting to like you." "Wait, like is too strong. Let's just say I'm starting not to mind your existence on my planet."
"That's big of you, Kyle."
"I know."
Oriana rolled her eyes. She was used to her brother. "Just so we're clear, I wasn't questioning the panda just to be a dick."
"Really?"
"Yes, really. I was trying to get your friend laid."
"Why?"
She shrugged. "Nothing better to do. And she looks like one of those caring people. I knew she'd be all insulted for him."
"That's really sweet of you."
"I'm really sweet." She thought a moment, added, "when I've got nothing better to do."
"You know, it's funny," Kyle said, putting his long legs up on the rail in front of him. "I never have that little to do." "You don't have to do this if you don't want to."
Stevie shrugged. "I might as well. I'm out here. I'm wearing the outfit." She glanced at Shen. "Or are you saying that because you don't want to give me the ball?" Shen pulled the ball tighter into his chest.
"I want to play with the ball."
She fought a smile and tried to sound stern. "Put the ball on the ground."
"The other pandas will play with me."
"Shen!" Then, despite herself, she laughed. Stevie had to admit, she thought she'd be helping Shen deal with the psychological fallout of Oriana's bitchiness, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he was trying to make her comfortable in this strange, new environment. She knew this because it's what her sisters always did. Charlie by talking to her, and Max by irritating the shit out of her so that she was distracted. Shen was using the teasing distraction, a type of distraction she'd never favored, until now. "Can we get moving on this?" the team captain called out from the other end of the pitch, a cheetah who worked in software engineering, a field Stevie dabbled in herself when she was bored. Shen placed the ball at her feet.
"Now remember,"
he said, stepping away from her,
"this is just for fun, for relaxing, so no stress to succeed at all costs."
She shook her head. "You really have been around the Jean-Louis Parker kids way too much."
"You speak true words."
Stevie looked at the ball, the goal at the end of the field, the goalie standing in front of it, and then back at the ball. 37 calculations, or 12 seconds later, she took several steps forward and kicked the ball. It skittered past the goalie and into the net. There was a moment of silence. Then everyone turned to look at her. Stevie shrugged and explained, "Physics." After 10 minutes or so, Shen returned to the stands, again sitting with Oriana and Kyle. Together they watched Stevie MacKilligan tear her way around the pitch like she'd been born to it. You wouldn't say she was necessarily pro-level. That game moved way faster and was definitely deadlier. But for an occasional weekend team, she was too good, which everyone else seemed to love. Shen's question, though, was how much did Stevie love it, if she loved it at all. It was hard to tell. She was pretty expressionless out there when doing anything but focusing on the ball.
And when she focused on the ball, she simply looked confused until she sent the ball careening into the net. "Is that my sister?" Shen had no idea how long Max had been sitting beside him, but he was proud that he didn't jump out of his skin and try to disembowel her. "That's her," he said when he was confident he wouldn't yell at Max to never do that again. Who knew she could do anything physical except run away? "I thought you guys taught her to run away." "Charlie taught her that. You'd be amazed how many times someone has tried to snatch Stevie off the street. And not just because my father had sold her to Peruvian drug lords either." Shen looked over at Kyle, and he gave a short nod. "Don't ask," he silently suggested. But Shen had to know. Your father sold his own daughter to drug lords? Oh, he's done lots of things. Little tip. If Charlie is ever on your ass about something and you want her to stop, just bring up our dad. By the time she's finished telling those stories, she'll have completely forgotten whatever you fucked up. Good to know. The practice/tryout ended, and a panting, sweaty Stevie walked over to them. And Shen still had no idea what she was thinking, although she'd definitely done this longer than anything else she'd tried that morning. And most important, not once had anyone accidentally whacked her in the face with their elbow. "Hey," she said, standing on the other side of the barrier. Shen leaned over the metal railing. "Well?" She nodded and sat around her panting. "I loved it." Shocked, he'd hoped for a like, maybe an "it was okay," but loved? Shen replied, "Really?" "Yeah." "You're not just saying that because I recommended it, are you?" "Why would anybody do that?" "To be nice?" "I'm not really nice," she admitted. "But next to Max, I seem nice." "It's true," Max added, her short pink hair now parted in the middle, and each section pulled into two small ponytails, different from when he'd first noticed her next to him a minute or so ago. "Okay," Shen said. "What do you like about it?" "Like about it?" "Yeah, the exercise, the camaraderie, how cute you look in the jersey." "He's right," Max said, and when Shen looked at Stevie's sister again, her hair was now in a single high ponytail, and she was fussing with the bangs. "You do look cute in that jersey." Stevie looked down at her shirt, then glared at her sister. "Shut up. No one's talking to you." "See?" Max pointed out. "She's not that nice. Not in the mood to see yet another fight between the two." Shen pushed. "So? What do you like about it?" "The physics." Shen frowned. "Again with the physics?" "Always with the physics." And now Stevie smiled. A big, wide grin that lit up her entire face. It lit up everything around her. It was like she suddenly glowed. "Don't you see? It's all physics," she explained. "All equations and calculations that require me to solve them in seconds so that I can score or stop someone else from scoring. It's a constant, never-ending physics party. How could I not love it?" "Couldn't you do all that with golf?" Max asked. Stevie's wide smile abruptly ended, and she glowered at her older sister. "Why don't you shut up? Why don't you make me?" Max shot back, her hair now parted on the side, a few braids hanging. "How do you keep changing your hair so fast?" he asked when Max stood next to him. But she never answered his question because she was too busy leaning over the railing and screaming at her baby sister, while her baby sister yelled back. That lasted nearly 10 seconds before Stevie grabbed Max by her constantly changing hair and dragged her over the railing, the pair of them rolling across the turf, battering each other. "Such a physical family," Oriana noted from her seat. "Jean-Louis Parkers don't fight like that." "She's right," Kyle said. "Instead, we attempt to exacerbate each other's personality disorders until mental health professionals are forced to intervene." Suddenly, Shen appreciated the physical approach to family resolutions. Chapter 11. They decided to eat in the sports center's food court. Of course, this particular food court was specifically geared toward shifters, forcing Stevie to rethink her decision on sushi when she found out that most of the beautifully designed food she was looking at was, in fact, made up of whale blubber and the meat of walrus, bearded seals, and— "What the fuck is a narwhal?" Max had asked, staring up at the posted menu. "Kind of the unicorn of the sea? I've just never heard it's edible."
"It is to polar bears,"
Shen had explained, and at that point, Stevie was done. Hearing "it's edible to polar bears" was simply too much for her at this moment in her life. And in the end, they ended up getting normal ground beef burgers, except, of course, for the size of those burgers. Stevie wasn't positive, but she thought the largest-sized burger was bigger than one of the Dunn triplets' heads. Even Shen didn't get the largest size. He got the medium instead, and that looked like it could possibly choke an elephant. Still, despite the weird food situation, it was a pleasant lunch. Max and Shen chatted about the derby team they'd briefly visited, especially once Max found out that her cousin Livy Kowalski occasionally played on the Manhattan team, the Assault and Battery Park Babes. Max's sudden interest in a sport that she hadn't even known existed a few weeks ago had Stevie a little concerned, but she couldn't be bothered. What her sister did with her other relatives was low on Stevie's lists of things to worry about. Stevie, however, spent her time discovering that Oriana wasn't nearly as dumb as her brother had accused her of being. In fact, they both had a love of robotics and artificial intelligence, and Oriana's hobby was advanced engineering. "We should work on a project sometime," Oriana suggested, pushing her tray of empty paper plates away. "There's an engineering lab I'm allowed to use anytime I'm in the city." "That sounds great, but I promised Charlie I wouldn't involve myself in AI anymore." "Why?" Stevie took a sip of her giant soda before admitting, "There was an incident." "It was with the U.S. Army," Max abruptly chimed in, turning toward Oriana, her grin wide. "In fact, it was a minor international incident that almost became a major international—" "Hey!" Stevie barked. "Gag order, remember?" "I don't remember that." "I don't know why. They put a gun to your head, literally," Stevie reminded her sister. "Not to get you to sign, but because they felt threatened by you." Max gazed off, eyes narrowing, as she tried to remember. "Nope," she finally said. "You're going to have to be way more specific." Shen, still working on his French-fried bamboo sticks, gawked at Max and asked, "How many times have you had a gun to your head?" "So many," Stevie and Max replied together. Oriana's phone vibrated, and she lifted it off the table, studying it. "What the fuck?" she growled. "What?" Kyle asked. "It's from Aunt Irene again. She says the wild dogs are pissed about the house, and they are throwing us out. She said we should get over there to talk to them right now, and bring Dr. Stashuk MacKilligan." Oriana blinked. "Who?" Stevie raised her hand a bit. That's me." Oh, so that makes sense." "Well, it's not gonna happen," Max cut in, shaking her head. "She could be setting you up to get murdered. She hates you." "Irene Conridge does hate me," Stevie confirmed. "She probably is trying to kill me." Laughing, Kyle disagreed. "I can say a lot about Aunt Irene, but I can assure you that she'd never do anything like—" He looked down at his hands, and after a few moments, finally admitted, "Yeah, she could be trying to kill you." "We could just ask her," Oriana suggested. "Ask her if she's plotting to kill my sister? That really seems logical to you? That's stupid. What we should do is hack into her computer and find out if she's planning something, like moving a large quantity of money into Swiss bank accounts. The hitmen I know keep their money in Swiss bank accounts." "Hitmen?" Stevie asked. "That's so outdated. It's hit people now. Or assassin." "Assassin is so snobby. That's like people who say wet works. I'm sorry, Shen finally cut in. You all think Irene Conridge is planning to kill Stevie?
Of course not, Stevie felt the need to correct. She'd never do it herself. She'd hire someone.
Hence the use of assassin, Max interjected. Okay. Shen pushed back his chair, stood. I am well aware that I am the most rational of this group. I've been informed of this by both Charlie and Tony, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over there.
So my sister can be shot from a rooftop like JFK? Max demanded.
That wouldn't happen, Shen replied, because that's stupid. Not only that, but I found that if Irene Conridge does really hate you, she wants you to live a long time, so she can use that time to make you miserable.
Kyle nodded. He has a point.
So let's just go and talk to the wild dogs. Get that fixed. And then we can find out what Dr. Conridge wants. Although, why she wouldn't just ask Stevie over if she wanted to see her.
Because she knows that if she asked me over, I'd burn the house down with her in it.
Let's just go, Shen said on a long sigh as he stepped away from the table and picked up his tray. Hey, wait up, a voice called out, and Shen turned to see Coop running toward them. He liked Coop a lot. He wasn't like the rest of the Jean-Louis Parkers. He was really friendly and didn't hold anyone's lack of Russian literature knowledge against them. He was also tall, handsome, and one of those breeds that didn't look freakishly large when in their human form. He was also the one Berg called Music Guy, and Stevie used to be Music Girl. They understood each other on that prodigy level that Shen would never get. So what did all that mean to Shen at the moment? That he suddenly hated Cooper Jean-Louis Parker a lot. What do you want? Shen asked. Or maybe he barked that at him. He probably barked. Coop noticed, too, his eyes going a little wide, his head rearing back a bit in surprise. Thought I'd catch a ride with you guys? He held up his phone. Oriana said you were heading to the house to see the wild dogs. He grinned, and Shen wanted to punch his lips off. Well, you'll be happy to hear I've got away with the wild dogs. They really like me, so I'm sure I can help. Unwilling to reply, Shen looked at Stevie. She was the one who wanted to go over there and try to reason with the canines. Logically, he knew this, yet he was still annoyed when she said, "Sure, sounds great." The group started off again, moving toward the elevator, and Coop moved up next to him. Everything okay, Shen? Yeah, why? I don't know. You seem tense. I've never seen you tense. Even when you want to kick Kyle's ass, you never seem tense about it. He glanced at the back of his siblings' heads. Is it the two of them together? They don't usually hang together, so I'm sure I can stop it. I can only imagine how obnoxious they can be as a working pair. That's when it hit Shen. He was jealous of the handsome Coop, with his strong, chiseled jaw, but without the round head that goes with being a giant panda. He was jealous of Coop because of Stevie. He saw the male as a threat to his interest in a female. There was a part of him at this very moment that wanted to challenge the piano player to a good old-fashioned animal fight. He wanted to take the male on, to prove to Stevie MacKilligan he was worthy of her, that he was a worthy mate. Good God, what was happening to him? Shen. Huh? He realized he hadn't answered Coop's question, and now the man looked really worried. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Just some stuff on my mind. Anything I can help with? Christ, he was being a friend, a good friend, and Shen wanted to tear his face off. They stood in front of the bank of elevators, waiting for one of the doors to open. Shen placed his hand on Coop's shoulder. Thanks, but I'm cool.
Just a long couple of days.
He chuckled.
I can imagine.
Hey, Stevie said to Coop, did you hear Markinov was planning a concert in Romania? When did he crawl back out of the woodwork?
I can't believe anyone would ever work with him again. He's the absolute... Ow! 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 Ow!
Shen?
Shen blinked, looked at Stevie. What?
Let him go!
Unsure what she was talking about, Shen looked at Coop and quickly realized he'd gripped the man's shoulder so tightly with his hand that he'd brought the famous musician to his knees. Oh, shit!
Shen released him and quickly leaned down to help Coop up.
Sorry about that. I was thinking about something. Got lost in my thoughts.
The worst part of it all was Oriana. She stood behind everyone else, a smirk on her face, one eyebrow raised. And in that moment, Shen hated her, too. Chapter 12. They stood in front of the big wood door, all of them staring and wincing. How many children do they have in there? Stevie finally asked. It sounds like they're running an orphanage. I've never gotten the real count, Oriana admitted, but they do have a lot. From what I understand, that's normal for wild dog packs.
So is dragging their asses across the carpet,
Max stated, reaching around Shen and pushing the doorbell.
But that doesn't make it right.
The front door opened, and a pretty teenage girl with long blonde hair and big brown eyes gazed at them for several seconds. Then she turned her head and yelled, "Ma, Jackal's at the door!" Surprised by the yell, Stevie took an instinctive step back and moved into Shen.
You okay?
He asked, his voice low, one hand pressed against her lower back. That's a very loud child.
I know, Kyle sighed. And they're all like that.
Screaming children ran past the open doorway, and another set of screaming children ran the opposite way.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Coop asked. It's my fault. I'll deal with it. A blonde woman appeared. She looked a lot like the teenager, so Stevie didn't think she was going out on a limb, guessing this was the girl's mother.
Why are annoying jackal pups here?
The woman asked, her Russian accent thick. Nothing better to do? Oriana asked.
We're here to steal your souls?
Kyle suggested with a smile. With an eye roll, the woman began to close the door. No, Stevie said, putting her hand against the door before it could close all the way. I need to see...
Jessica Ann Ward,
Coop told her. Yes, Jessica Ann Ward. Wait, Stevie looked back at Coop. Why do I know that name? Coop shrugged.
I have no...
Oh, I remember. Stevie smiled, but then she really did remember how she knew that name, and she felt her smile fade, along with her hopes. Uh-oh.
What?
Shen asked. The Russian woman pointed a damning finger at Stevie.
I remember you.
She spit on the ground near Stevie's feet and slammed the door shut. Crinkling up her nose, mortified, Stevie faced her friends.
We should go.
What did you do? Oriana asked, laughing. It's kind of a long... The front door opened again, and Jessica Ann Ward stood there, glaring at Stevie. You. Stevie immediately raised her hands, palms out. I can explain. I'm calling the FBI, Ward shot back. She turned to march into the house, but Stevie followed, desperate for her to listen. Please don't do that. Fuck off. Ward continued down the hallway, and Stevie stayed right behind her. If you'll just let me explain. There is nothing to explain. Nothing you can say that I want to hear. Stevie followed Ward into the kitchen, just as the wild dog picked up her phone from the long wood table where several other wild dogs were sitting on benches. I think I still have Agent Hall's number, she warned with a smirk. Please don't call him, Stevie begged, horrified. If you would just give me a minute. What did you do? Stevie winced, refusing to even look at her sister. I asked you a question, Stevie.
Can we talk about this later?
No, we can talk about this right fucking now. What's going on? Finally, Stevie looked at her sister, and instantly Max barked, "This is Dad's fault, isn't it? Please stop screeching." I was not screeching. Now, what did that motherfucker get you into? She stole my son's violin. Max's head reared back a bit. A confused frown crossed her face. A violin? Why? Stevie, and her sister knew this, could have any instrument she could ever want. All she had to do was ask, and maybe perform for a dignitary or two with said instrument. So there was no reason in the world for her to steal a violin. Any violin. But there were some instruments that were worth their weight in gold, and it was a Stradivarius. Stevie winced, watching her sister's confused frown turn into a glower of anger. "That motherfucker!" Max exploded. "I'll kill him! I'm going to kill him!" And Stevie did the only thing she could think of at that moment to stop her sister from doing something really stupid. She dove head first at her, dropping them both to the ground. Nope. Shen never expected Stevie to tackle her own sister. And she hit Max hard, too. Took her down like a linebacker sacking a quarterback. It was such a surprising move that even the wild dogs were stunned into silence, and very little managed to silence wild dogs. Shen reached for Stevie, but he couldn't get a solid grip because the two women kept moving. One on top, then the other, one punching her sister in the face, then the other punching the first in the stomach. It wasn't a cute girl fight either, nor was it an attempt for either one to get control of the other. This was an all-out brawl. Max got to her feet. She had Stevie by the hair, and she brought her up with her. Then she threw her across the room and into the stove. Pots and pans hit the floor. Thankfully, the oven and the burners were not being used. Shen was shocked by the move. Although Max was crazy with everyone else, she never went too far with her baby sister. For her and Charlie, it was always about protecting Stevie. But at this moment, it was like she was fighting a stranger. Stevie snarled and rolled off the oven and dropped to the floor. When she straightened up, she bared her fangs at her sister, and Kyle suddenly grabbed Shen's shoulder, probably thinking Stevie was going to shift and wreck the entire wild dog house, but only after crushing everyone in the kitchen with her shifter weight. But Stevie didn't shift. True, she bared her fangs, and her eyes changed to a bright gold. But then she charged across the room and threw herself at her sister. Shen did his job first. He got Kyle and Oriana out of the way of the two flying women. He put them into the hallway. "Run if you have to," he told them before wading back into the fight. He pushed Coop aside, not sure the musician could really wrangle two battling predators. He reached for Max, had her around the waist, but Stevie yanked her free without much effort and flipped her up and over, slamming Max's back against the big wood table. Most of the wild dogs made a run for it, except Jess and her second in charge, Sabina. Not surprising, Jess was the alpha female of the Kuznetsov pack and was mated to the alpha male of the New York Smith pack. You didn't go into that life with a weak spirit. Max reached up and grabbed Stevie's hair, pulling her head and shoulders forward. She raised her legs and wrapped them around her baby sister's neck. Then she flipped over, leaving her sister now on the table. And that's when Max sat down, pressing her butt against her sister's face. Not for some weird sexual reason either. She did it to suffocate her. Growling, Max ground her butt against her sister, while Stevie's arms swung wildly, legs kicking. She couldn't breathe, and her sister knew it. "What the fuck is going on here?" a low male voice bellowed. Jess Ward's adopted son stood in the kitchen, a violin and bow hanging from one hand, and Coop standing behind him. The two were friends, so Coop had probably known where in the enormous house to find him. Thank God. John DeCirio was an orphaned wolf that the wild dogs had taken into their family when he was a teen. It had turned out he was also a brilliant violinist, and his career had just started to take off under the tutelage of Kyle's mother, Jackie. Yet no one answered him, as Max continued to smother her sister. Finally, John stormed over to the two women and reached for Max. She bared her fangs and her claws, let out a nasty hiss. John replied with a growl that had the hairs on the back of Shen's neck snapping to attention. John reached past the slashing claws and grabbed Max by the back of her neck with his one free hand, then yanked her off her sister. Stevie instantly sat up, gasping for air, eyes wide in panic. Shen went to her side, stroked her back. She glared at her sister and screamed,
"She farted on my face!"
Jess's lip curled in disgust as she eyed the honey badger in her wild dog kitchen.
"Ew, that's just nasty."
Stevie allowed Shen to lead her out into the wild dog's backyard. There were lots of pups out there, but they were mostly silent, staring at her. They appeared terrified. She didn't blame them. She'd just been in a vicious fight with her own sister. But they weren't around her for long. The adults scurried them away in seconds. Shen disappeared back into the house, and Stevie looked down at her hands. They were shaking, and she hated that.
"You do make an entrance, Dr. MacKilligan."
Stevie slid her gaze a few feet away to Irene Conridge, who was standing there, looking as haughty as ever.
"You did lure me here," she shrugged. "I knew you'd come running to help.
So this is all bullshit.
No, the wild dogs are pissed. Whether you still want to help, though, is up to you."
"Then what do you really want?" Conridge walked to her side. She handed her a cell phone.
"Take this. You'll be able to contact me directly."
"Okay."
"And here's the information I have so far. I think you should look at it. See if I missed anything.
I doubt you did."
"Then see if there's anything in there that I would not notice. You and your sisters are much more on the outskirts of society than I am."
Stevie nodded and pulled off the gym pack strapped to her shoulders so that Conridge could put the thick file inside, along with the phone.
"Next time,"
Stevie said as the woman began to walk away, "don't lure. Just text me if you need to see me. That'll concern my sisters much less."
"Understood."
By the time Conridge disappeared around the corner of the house, Shen returned from inside, a first aid kit in his hand. He led her to a picnic table.
"Get up,"
he ordered. She slid her ass onto the table and sat back until her legs hung over the edge. He placed 2 fingers under her chin and lifted.
"What are you going to tell Charlie when she sees this black eye?"
I don't want to talk about it."
"Uh-huh. Not even to tell me what your father did? How he got you into this?"
"It's my fault. I never should have believed him. I know he's a liar, a scumbag, a useless waste of space.
And still, your father."
She felt a tear slide down her cheek, and she hated herself for the weakness. But Shen didn't say anything. He just wiped it with the tip of his finger before he began working on her cuts and bruises.
"I want my sister."
Jess Ward Smith let her eyes roll back into her head before she looked over her shoulder at the honey badger that had invaded her home and snapped, "Shut the fuck up." That's when she got hissed at by a mouthful of needlepoint fangs, which was just weird. The last 24 hours had been nothing but weird. The inside of the Pax rental house had been nearly destroyed by what had been described to her as a giant tiger-striped honey badger. Do those even exist? In nature? And now the girl who had once betrayed her only son had arrived with the Jean-Louis Parker pups and her badger sister. If that was all, it would have been weird enough, but it got weirder. Jess had daughters, too many daughters, some might say, and they fought constantly, but not like those two had fought, like WWE wrestlers on prime time. Now the betrayer was in Jess's backyard, with a goddamn giant panda, and the betrayer's sister was in her living room, screaming. She had been doomed to this life, hadn't she? To never have a normal existence. And not because she was a shifter. Lots of shifters lived in the suburbs and had nice, normal lives. But Jess never had, not once. "We should call Des," Sabina said next to her, speaking of the full human head of the NYPD's shifter unit. "Let her take these bitches in for what they did." No. And, of course, that came from her son. "We're not doing anything." "Do you remember what she did to you?" Jess demanded. "Do I need to remind you?" "No, Mom, you don't need to remind me, and you need to let it go." "You haven't figured me out yet? I don't let anything go, ever. Ask your Aunt Sissy." She looked down at her phone and quickly scanned her contacts, looking for the FBI agent's number, until Johnny took the phone from her. "Really?" she asked him. He laughed. "Come on." He pointed at the crazed Badger. "You too." They started to walk, and Johnny followed, looking back at Coop and his siblings. "Can you guys wait here?" "But we're nosy," Coop replied. "Stay." "That doesn't work on us," Coop called out after them. "It actually does," Johnny replied. He was right, too. It worked on the wild dogs all the time. They went out into the backyard, the panda smoothing a small Band-Aid on the girl's cheek. Johnny dragged Jess until they were right in front of the little con artist. "Tell her," Johnny ordered the girl. Those betraying eyes flickered over to the Badger and back to Johnny. The girl shook her head, her lips tightly shut. "Now what did you do?" the Badger sister demanded, pushing past Johnny and slapping at the girl. Using her legs, the girl pushed her sister away, then began to slap back. The two of them no longer looked like well-trained wrestlers, but Jess's twin daughters, who had to be put in separate cribs when they got a little older because they kept getting into slap fights. Johnny pushed them apart, making Jess wince. He had to protect his hands. Getting between a couple of predator siblings was never a good idea when your hands were priceless. "Tell her what you did," Johnny insisted. "Now." The betrayer rubbed her nose, her gaze focused on the panda's hand. Still not looking at them, she began. "My father convinced me, and I stupidly believed that he just wanted me to get your contact information so he could talk to your mother. He told me he wanted to sell her something. I assumed it was one of his stupid Ponzi schemes, and I was sure she'd never fall for it. But he'd researched you. He knew you were a fan of my music, and that your mother had a lot of money. I wanted to help, and at the same time hoped I could steer him down a more logical path. Maybe help him get a straight job. But I didn't realize he'd lied to me until I got back to our hotel room, and he was gone." The sister threw up her arms, then placed her hands on top of her head. She began pacing in a circle, shaking her head and muttering to herself. "Tell her what you did," Johnny said again. "She just did," Jess replied, "if you believe her." "Please, Miss MacKilligan," Johnny insisted. "Tell my mother what you did." The sister stopped pacing, and her head slowly turned to focus on MacKilligan. "I didn't know exactly what my father had done until I saw it on the news later that night, about how your Stradivarius was missing, and there was this massive hunt for it throughout France. But I got out before then, before the cops came, because I knew when he left, he'd done something bad." She blew out a breath, finally looked at them. "I knew there wasn't much I could do to fix things, but I went ahead and sent a violin that had been gifted to me by a very generous royal who loved one of my operas." Jess sucked her tongue against her teeth. "That piece of shit knockoff you sent us? I destroyed that fucking thing." MacKilligan scrambled off the table and nearly dropped to her knees, eyes wide with panic, but Johnny caught her. "No, no," he said quickly.
The violin was not destroyed. Remember, Mom? You were about to destroy it when I wrestled it from your hands.
He placed MacKilligan back on the table.
I promise, he said to the little crook. It's safe. Very, very safe.
Wait a minute. The sister stepped forward, staring at MacKilligan. Are you talking about the violin?
Can we talk about this later?
The thief practically begged.
That was our security blanket. Jesus Christ! What did you do?
I had to do something. Why? Because you allowed Dad to fuck you over? Yet again? MacKilligan didn't answer. She gazed at her sister, and her sister gazed back, until the two women went at each other once more with fists and crazed screeching. Unable to stand a moment more of this, Jess grabbed each woman by the hair and yanked them apart, just like she did with her girls.
That is enough,
she bellowed, separating them with a strong shove. I honestly don't know what the hysterics are about. That piece of shit is not even a Stradivarius.
That, Mom, is because it's a Guarneri.
Jess shrugged. So? I've never heard of it.
I know. That's why I didn't bother telling you. But Uncle Phil and I had it examined and priced by a specialist, and it's definitely a Guarneri.
And
it's worth about $22 million.
Stunned by that response, all Jess could do was stare at her son. But MacKilligan nodded and noted, So it's gone up then, since I had it?
Yes,
Johnny replied.
There was an auction a few years back for a Guarneri, and it went for quite a lot. And the one you sent me is pristine, so...
Finally able to speak, Jess asked MacKilligan, You gave my son a $22 million violin to make up for what your father did? Seriously? Of course she did, her sister snapped, livid. Her and her high moral standards.
It was the right thing to do,
MacKilligan screamed at her sister.
We can't live off your high moral bullshit.
Enough with the yelling, Jess barked. I can't stand it. She pointed at her head. Sensitive dog ears. The sister shook her head. I'm telling Charlie. She turned to walk away, but her sister grabbed her hair and yanked her back. MacKilligan wrapped her legs around the sister's waist and began punching her in the face. Johnny looked at the giant panda.
Are you not going to stop them? They'll stop. Besides, he added with a straight face, I'm dainty, like a Fabergé egg. Fine, I'll do it myself.
No, Jess said, pushing her son back. You're not damaging your precious hands. Then Jess did what she'd been avoiding this entire time. Sabina! Jess's best friend appeared, and in just a moment she had the knives her husband had purchased for her years ago pressed against the throat of MacKilligan and the inside thigh of the sister. Instantly, the siblings stopped fighting. They stopped moving, which Jess found telling. These weren't spoiled brats who'd never been threatened before, who didn't realize they were in danger. They knew they were in danger and reacted instantly.
Just a nick,
Sabina said, her voice soft, but her Russian accent thicker.
And you two bleed all over our nice lawn furniture. So, you stop, or I will start cutting. Understand?
MacKilligan pulled her hands away from her sister, her knuckles bloody from punching her sister's face, and her sister stepped away, her nose bloody and flatter. Thank you, Sabina. Sabina winked at Jess.
You are welcome, my friend.
Jess moved closer to MacKilligan. What your father did is not on you. You know that, right?
Sure.
The sister rolled her eyes. You are the worst liar. Shut up.
Nick here, Nick there,
Sabina muttered, and the siblings again stopped bickering. We can't keep that violin, Jess finally said. I mean, when I thought it was a piece of shit, that's one thing. She reached out and grabbed Johnny's forearm. And thank you for stopping me from destroying it that time. She cleared her throat.
because that would have been awful. Johnny smiled. No problem. But now that I know what it's actually worth and what actually happened, I can't take it back. The sister threw up her hands in frustration, but she didn't say anything. Smart. Sabina was dying to use her knives on actual human beings. As a collector, Stevie, Coop said from behind Johnny. How long had he been there? You could donate the violin to Johnny for his lifetime. As a collector, since you don't play yourself, it would be considered completely normal, and no one would have to know anything but that. Johnny suddenly shook his head. I'm not ready to play a Guarneri. MacKilligan suddenly made a scoffing sound, and Jess thought she'd have to start punching bitches in the face, too. But then the hybrid said, Of course you're ready. No, I'm not. I've heard you play, she said flatly, staring at Johnny like he was an idiot. You're ready. And just so we're clear, I wouldn't say that if I didn't mean it. I don't care what my father may have stolen from you. When it comes to music, if you suck, I tell you that you suck. But when you're actually good, I tell you that, too. It's true, her sister interjected. She's a total bitch when it comes to her music or science. Anything else, she could give a shit. Yeah, Johnny said, but a Guarneri. You were playing a Stradivarius, MacKilligan reminded him. Well, I kinda had to. My mom bought it for me. But to get a donation of this kind, and then to fuck it up. You won't. And MacKilligan said it so plainly, her gaze right on him, that Jess knew she meant it. She had no doubt in Johnny's talents. None. Something that meant way more to Jess than the $4 million she'd originally paid for the Stradivarius at auction. Just one thing, though, MacKilligan went on. A favor. When you play the Met, I'm not playing the Met. You will. And when you do, Vivaldi's Four Seasons. She smiled. It's my absolute favorite, and it will make you a household name. I know it's common, and you hear it all the time in movies and commercials, but for violin, it never fails to make me feel. And I would absolutely love to hear you play that on a Guarneri. I mean, the power of your playing, combined with the power of that violin, it completely outstrips the Stradivarius in intensity. She glanced at Jess. No offense. What was Jess supposed to say to that, when the woman was donating a $22 million violin to her only son? None taken. About the Jackal House. I don't want them to lose it. Johnny DeSilvo's adoptive mom frowned. Why would they lose the house? Told ya, Max muttered. Set up. Could you go away? Stevie growled at her sister, completely fed up with her shit right now. But go away, she snapped, ready to start the punches again. Fine. Once her sister had stormed back into the house with everyone else, Stevie faced Jess Ward and put on her best audience smile. Sorry about that. I have 5 daughters. I get it. Yeah, you probably do. Anyway, what happened at the house? My fault. I don't want the Jean-Louis Parkers held responsible for it. I get that, but our contractor says we're looking at 6 figures worth of damage. 6 figures? Holy shit. Oh, okay. I can't pay that now, but I can get it. Just give me a little, how about, she said, putting her arm around Stevie's shoulders and pulling her close. We come up with another option. Stevie glanced at the hand gripping her shoulder and back at the wild dog. Is this a weird sexual request? Because I don't do that. She stared at Stevie for a long time before asking, The MacKilligan gals are a unique group, aren't they? Finally, Stevie had to laugh. You have no idea. Shen waited on the stairs leading to the pack house, his back against the railing, his legs stretched out in front of him.
"So when's your next match?" Shen asked Coop, who was opposite him and a step lower. "Friday. I'm hoping Stevie will play." "She probably will. She said she had a good time." "Great." Coop glanced off, then said, "By the way, you have the night off. My mom wants Kyle home. Tony's coming over with Ricky Lee, which means his brothers and sister are going to be with them. And where there is Ronnie Lee Reed, there's Sissy Mae Smith, and a good chunk of the Smith pack." Shen chuckled. "Sure you don't want me to take Kyle back with us? If I have to suffer, so does that little shit. Besides, it's what my mom insists on calling family night, no matter how many times we ask her not to call it that. Too pedestrian?" "Basically." He smiled. "I'll drop him off tomorrow." "Great." The front door opened, and the rest of their group walked out. Before Kyle could say anything, Coop grabbed him by his t-shirt and dragged him down the stairs and toward the house across the street. "Oh, come on. Family night again? Can't you talk Mom out of it?" Oriana sighed. "I hate family night." "What do you guys do on a family holiday, like Thanksgiving?" Shen asked. When Charisse started describing Thanksgiving as a celebration of the massacre of an entire race of people, and Kyle described Christmas as a ritual honoring a mass delusion, the family found other things to do during the holidays. Shen nodded. "That sounds like a very good idea." "But there's no fighting on family night." Oriana sighed again and started down the stairs. But she abruptly stopped, stood there for a moment, then turned around and came back up. She smiled at Stevie. "I just wanted to say, I had a really nice time today." "Yeah, me too. Are you as surprised as I am?" "Yeah, I just didn't see that coming. Maybe we could do it again sometime?" Stevie's grin was wide. "I'd like that." "Yeah, me too." Max's lip curled. "Are you two going to start dating now?" Stevie's fist came back so fast, Max didn't have time to duck, and her nose was slammed farther into her head. "Ow! You evil bitch!" Ignoring her sister, Stevie took Oriana's phone, which seemed to be surgically attached to the ballerina's hand, and quickly typed in what Shen assumed was her phone number. "Talk to you later," Stevie said, handing the phone back. "And sorry about getting Max's blood on the screen." "No problem." Oriana waved and made her way across the street. Shen looked at the MacKilligan sisters. "You guys ready to—" Before he could even finish his sentence, the pair began barking at each other. "How could you commit to something so stupid?" Max demanded. "Keep your voice down," Stevie snapped, quickly moving down the stairs. "And it's not like I had much choice. Did you want her to call the FBI on me? Besides, we need to keep her as sweet as possible here. 6 figures to fix that house? 6 figures? What did you expect? It's New York. You're lucky it wasn't 7. Shen followed the pair, remotely unlocking the SUV doors. 6 or 7. We can't pay right now, but this gets us out of it. She will never agree to you doing this, you know. Shen expected one of them to get in the front passenger seat, but they both got into the back. He was a little insulted. He wasn't their driver. But he realized he had nothing to do with the decision once he got in the driver's side and saw that Stevie had pinned her sister to the seat and was screaming in her face. "One word to Charlie about that goddamn violin, and I will bury you!" Deciding he wasn't going to get into the middle of any of this, Shen started the SUV, turned on the radio to a rock station, and headed back to Queens. Chapter 13. The arguing stopped once they were on the road, and Shen had the foolish belief that the sisters would just spend the rest of the evening not speaking to each other. But once they were back at the MacKilligan house, and before Shen could even settle on the couch and begin on a nice pile of bamboo stalks, they started again. It got so bad, with the pair standing in the middle of the living room, just screeching at each other,
that Shen decided to spend his night off anywhere but here. He went to his room, threw a few things in a small duffel, and texted his big sister. "Can I stay at your Long Island house tonight?"
The Hamptons one? The Millneck one? The old Westbury one?
Stop. Freeport is fine.
Yeah, sure. Key under rock that looks like turtle. Everything okay?
Yeah, just need a break. Thanks.
Anytime. Just don't bring whores to my hot tub.
Shen laughed. I'll keep that in mind. He picked up the small duffel and then a larger one that had a nice supply of bamboo, just in case his sister's housekeeper hadn't kept her pantry stocked. With everything in hand, he went down the stairs. He could hear the sisters going at it, still in the living room. Keeping his gaze on the floor, Shen moved into the room and got close to the couch so he could slip by them and not be noticed. He just neared the door when Charlie bellowed from the kitchen. "That is it!" Shen froze. He knew if he made a run for it, the three sisters could take him down. It was an instinctive response. Running made you pray. So he stood still and waited. Charlie stormed into the living room, shoving her bickering sisters apart. "I'm done with this bullshit." Stevie and Max started screaming at each other again, their faces close, but Charlie pushed them apart once more. "Get out," she ordered Max. "Me? What did I do?" "You exist," Stevie barked. "I want you out, too," Charlie told Stevie. "Me?" she gasped, abruptly sounding like the innocent baby sister.
"But you love me."
Charlie ignored that and looked around the living room. She spotted Shen. He could feel those wolf eyes on him, and ordered, "Take her out of here, Shen." Now he had to say it. "Me? Why me?" "She's your girlfriend, isn't she?" "No, she's not my—" "She is now," Charlie snapped, and then she shoved her sister at Shen. "Hey!" Now Stevie sounded like Stevie, annoyed and petulant. "Get out, both of you." She pointed at Stevie and then Max. "I want everybody out of this fucking house. I'm sick of this shit." "Fine," Max yelled. "Fine," Stevie screamed. Both sisters split off, and Shen took his chance. He headed to the door, went outside, walked quickly to his SUV, got in, started it, and had nearly pulled away when the passenger door opened. Stevie and her oversized backpack, filled with her many, many notebooks, nearly collided with his head before she settled into the passenger seat. She slammed the door, tossed the pack to the back seat, put on her seatbelt, crossed her arms over her chest, and proceeded to pout. "Look," he began. "What?" she bellowed. Shen briefly raised his hands, palms out. "Nothing." She settled back into her seat, and Shen pulled onto the road. After about 20 minutes, he began, "You know—" "Do you mind not talking to me right now?" she snapped. "I'm not in the mood." "If I'm so annoying, I can take you back to your house." Her head turned. Her mouth dropped open in shock. "You would say that to me? I'm your girlfriend." "You're not my girlfriend." Stevie let out a disgusted sound. "Keep up that attitude, mister, and I won't be." And Shen really didn't know what to make of that reply. Stevie followed Shen into the house he said his sister owned. A 5-bedroom, 3-bath, 2-story contemporary in Freeport, Long Island, overlooking the channel. "I would live here," she told him once they were inside. "It is nice." Hardwood floors? Cathedral ceilings in the living and dining room? Full, state-of-the-art kitchen with stainless steel everything? She said, peeking into the kitchen next to the dining room. "This is a little more than nice." "I guess." She examined the living room furniture. "Your sister has very nice taste." "She should," he muttered, dropping his duffel bags by the couch and walking to the large glass doors that looked out over the channel. "What does that mean?" "She's in the style business. It's her job to have good taste." "The style business?" Stevie asked, immediately becoming annoyed. "God, you don't mean some idiot that promotes a tea that can help a person lose 50 pounds? Or shows 20 different ways to put on mascara?"
I find those mascara tutorials very helpful.
Stevie was analyzing the ramifications of a tsunami slamming into this area, so it took a few seconds for that last comment to get inside her head. Wait, what? Shen chuckled.
My sister is editor-in-chief of a fashion magazine in Manhattan. She has her own fashion channel on cable. She hosts a fashion party each year that every celebrity wants to be invited to. People have tried to bribe me for thousands of dollars for tickets. So when I say style is her business, I mean...
Your sister is Kiki Li?
Shen nodded.
That's her.
The Kiki Li?
I have to admit, I didn't imagine you being a fan. You seem to have your own style.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
It was.
And just say that your sister's write-up of my opera, La Luna Distracto, put me on the map. Took my work out of rich people who like classical category and into the movie producers and ad companies calling my agent everyday category.
Stevie had to chuckle a little herself. Actually, your sister is the reason I got out of music. Shen jerked around to face her.
What?
What I mean is, I didn't want to be a star. I didn't want to be famous. I just wanted to do my music. But once your sister noticed me, she practically made me a household name, and I couldn't handle it. The pressure was too much, so I bailed. Shen scratched his head.
I feel like I should apologize for her or something.
For what? Doing her job? She was just breaking out then anyway. It's not like she did it on purpose. She was still learning her power, Stevie teased, and I was only 10. It was too much pressure already.
I can't imagine doing any of that when I was 10.
What did you do?
Run around screaming with my friends, falling from things, usually trees, and eating. I was constantly eating.
Are you still close to your sister?
Sisters. And, of course, why wouldn't I be?
Your sister's famous. That, sometimes, gets between siblings.
Not ours. But we're pandas. None of that fame shit means anything to us.
He glanced at her.
And it doesn't seem like your fame has gotten between you and your sisters.
Well, these days my fame is science-based. I mostly have geeky guys wearing t-shirts with Bill Gates as a Star Trek Borg coming up to me to challenge a recent paper I've just published. And, honestly, my sisters and I didn't really have the luxury to cut each other loose. We don't have anyone else.
Oh, come on. Don't sell yourself short. You have Kyle.
Stevie glanced at Shen. He was gazing out over the channel again, but she could see the smirk on his face. You're an idiot, she said around her laughter.
But we both know I'm right.
Shen paused the baseball game on his sister's giant screen TV in the living room and answered the front door. Mr. Li? The young man asked.
Yeah?
Hi, I'm from Chung Grocery. Ms. Li called in an order to be delivered.
Oh, sure.
Shen stepped back, expecting a guy with 1 or 2 bags of groceries. He should have known better. What traipsed into his sister's house was an entire crew of delivery people, about 8, and they each had to make several rounds. They didn't just bring in a fresh supply of high-end bamboo directly from Shanxi, China, but bags of groceries, champagne, wine, and flowers in vases that were placed strategically around the home. It was clear this was not the first time these people had performed such a function for his sister. What confused Shen was why. He was here for 1 night, not a week, not even a weekend. He texted her.
What is this?
Thought you could use a little glamour.
Since when?
When Shen didn't get an answer, he rolled his eyes and began typing.
Okay, what did Steinberg tell you?
Leonard Steinberg was his sister's neighbor. The old man had lived in his house for about 30 years and adored Kiki, watched her house for her, kept her apprised of local gossip, and made sure that the place was locked down anytime there was a hurricane or bad storm. Kiki, in turn, had a handyman that helped out Steinberg whenever he needed it. He was on a fixed income, making Kiki's assistance really important. Shen was sure the old man had told his sister that Shen had not come here alone.
Now his sister had ideas. Kiki with ideas was never a good thing. Like Stevie, she was brilliant, though in a different way. She couldn't do math to save her life, and science didn't really exist for her. She also couldn't draw. She was adamant that technology was out to get her, and she never read nonfiction anything unless it was a juicy gossip tell-all about celebrities. But when it came to fashion and art, Kiki had something not many people had, and she was positive she knew what was right and what was wrong, what was in and what was out. No one could tell her different either. It made her an influential force to the world and an occasional pain in the ass to her baby brother.
All I'm going to say is, she sounds cute.
At that point, Shen just dialed his sister.
"What's wrong with you?"
he demanded as soon as she picked up. Kiki sighed. I really should start having my assistant answer my cell phone. Suze, put my brother on the do not answer list, would you? She called out. On it, Suze replied.
Look,
he said, ignoring both women.
I just want to make it clear
that you have a girlfriend and you didn't tell your sisters about her?
She's not my girlfriend.
Really? Because she told Steinberg she was your girlfriend.
Oh my God, seriously?
Shen, you're not going out with that girl who wanted you to meet her parents on the first date, are you?
No, she's a friend of my client. She needed to get out of her house for a little while. I was helping, but I'm starting to think she's delusional.
As Shen spoke, he glanced out the glass doors looking out over the channel. Stevie stood on the railing, facing the water.
Oh, shit.
What's wrong?
I'm afraid she thinks she can fly.
Oh, is she a bird shifter? Wait, do we even have bird shifters? I've heard rumors of crows, although who'd want to shift into an angry black bird? Shen couldn't listen to his sister's rambling and deal with a delusional MacKilligan, not at the same time.
I'll call you back.
What about eagles? Do we have any Shen disconnected the call and pulled open the sliding door.
Stevie?
He kept his voice calm, rational.
What you doing?
Listening to music.
Except there was no music, and she didn't have on earbuds. Okay. Does the music talk to you?
Music always talks to me. And right now it's talking to me about flying over the ocean.
Oh, God, you do think you can fly?
She opened her eyes, looked at him. No, I don't think I can fly. Then she added, Go fuck off.
I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm fine. Ballet, she said, closing her eyes again and facing the ocean and the wind coming off it.
What about ballet?
Can't you see it? Shen didn't answer. He just closed the sliding door and looked at his phone again. He zipped through his contacts list and speed-dialed the number he needed. Yeah? A voice said on the other end.
I don't want you to worry, but I think your sister is having a nervous breakdown.
There was silence, a deep breath. Then Charlie asked, Okay, I'm not going to have an anxiety attack. Instead, I'm going to calmly ask you some questions, and you're going to calmly respond. Can you do that for me?
Sure.
Okay, what makes you think my sister is having a breakdown?
We're at my sister's Freeport house, by the water. She's standing on the railing. I'm afraid she thinks she can fly.
Oh, my sister loves the water. She especially loves when the wind is coming off the water.
Yeah, she's facing the wind.
Okay, that's good.
She also said she hears music. There is no music.
My sister can hear music in her head, like you listening to a radio. Hearing music when there is none is totally normal for her.
Then she suddenly said ballet, for no obvious reason I could ascertain.
That probably means she's writing a ballet in her head. The music for a ballet, anyway. Most likely because of Oriana. She's probably inspired.
I guess that makes sense.
Just so you know, my sister isn't delusional.
Manic?
No, she doesn't have huge highs. She has inspiration, which might make her seem manic, but it's just excitement over new ideas. Her depression can get bad, but she usually just crawls under her bed and cries for a while. Her anxiety is the thing you have to watch out for. She gets freaked out by crowds of bears, squirrels. She doesn't like hamsters. Crowds of people, however, are fine. Hamsters? Anything that skitters. Oh, she doesn't like snakes either, which is weird, 'cause she's still half honey badger. Right. But you can tell when that anxiety is getting the best of her. You saw it the other day. She was shaking and naked in the cabinet because there were bears in her kitchen. Exactly, and that was when her meds had stopped working. It seems, though, that the new meds are working, and I'm going to have faith that they are working until I see definite evidence they're not. I'm not going to assume there is a problem. I'm not going to worry needlessly about problems that aren't there. Shen frowned. He got the feeling she wasn't really talking to him as much as herself. That's great to know, but I'm asking about Stevie. My sister is fine. It sounds like she's having a great time. So she won't try to fly away? Not physically, no. But my sister does live in her head. So if she shuts you out for a few hours, don't take it personally. She's just creating something, probably something amazing. Okay, Shen nodded. I just wanted to make sure. It's so cute how protective you are of your new girlfriend. I'm hanging up now. You two would make such cute babies. Shen disconnected the call and shook his head, wondering, again, what the fuck was happening with his life. It's not my problem, he told himself. It's not my problem. Her sister says she's fine, so I'm going to... During his speech, Shen glanced outside and immediately noticed that Stevie was no longer on the railing. Worried she had tried to fly, he went out on the deck and looked out on the water. But the wind shifted, and he caught her scent. Above him. He looked up and saw her perched on the roof. What are you doing up there? She shrugged, lips briefly twisting before she admitted, I chased a bird. Did you catch the bird? Maybe. Did you eat the bird? No. I still need my birds cooked, thank you very much. Perhaps with a light lemon pepper seasoning or a wine sauce. Uh-huh. Was it a seagull? Yeah. When you caught it, did it attack you? It was really mean. Because you snatched it out of the sky. Then it shouldn't have flown over my head. Shen let out a sigh and went back into the house. He grabbed some of that high-end bamboo from Shanxi, China, went to the couch, and continued watching the baseball game. Stevie had nearly filled an entire blank music notebook with her latest work when Shen woke up. He'd fallen asleep in front of the TV, a stalk of half-eaten bamboo hanging out of his mouth, one leg slung over the back of the couch's headrest. He hadn't snored the couple of hours he'd napped, which she was grateful for. And he'd left the baseball game on the TV, which for her was like a soothing white noise. When he awoke, he sat up straight, the bamboo still in his mouth. He didn't remove it, though. He just began eating it again and looked around the room. When he saw her, he seemed relieved. Did he think she'd snuck out on him? Why would she do that? This place was awesome. The water, the mostly friendly neighbors, except Mrs. Bartman down the way, who told Stevie to get the fuck out of my yard, whore. A reaction that seemed a little extreme, but Stevie didn't get mad. And the comment made the other nearby neighbors even friendlier, because they all hated Mrs. Bartman. What time is it? You're wearing a watch, she informed Shen. I am? Since I've met you. Oh, yeah. Look at that. And hey, he added, it's a Breitling. Stevie finally looked up from her work. You own a Breitling and you didn't know it? How is that possible? My sister gets free shit all the time. If she doesn't want it, she gives it to me or Jen. Lucky. All I ever get from Max is fist fights, and from Charlie, concern. She's trying. She again looked away from her work. She's trying what? To be better. About worrying over you. How do you know?
I called her earlier because I thought you were delusional and you were going to try and fly.
Stevie laughed. That's so ridiculous.
I didn't know. I mean, between you hanging out on the railing and the rumors you're spreading about us dating. Sorry, I mean, telling everyone you're my girlfriend.
I am your girlfriend.
You're not.
Since when?
Since forever.
Look, Stevie turned in the chair, her arm on the back. I know you think you have some say in this, but you don't. I've kind of made up my mind here.
Meaning what, exactly?
That I've decided we're boyfriend and girlfriend.
Because I'm cute?
That's a definite start. But come on, you have to admit we're perfect together.
I don't have to admit that, because it's not true. At the very least, it's unknown. And what is that noise?
She pointed toward the sliding glass doors. Cats.
Huh?
He got up and went to the doors to find that a large number of stray cats had congregated on the deck.
Why are all these scraggly-ass cats outside our house?
Stevie laughed.
What's so funny?
Our house? He growled.
I meant, he bit out slowly, my sister's house.
Sure you did.
Did you feed them?
No.
You've been feeding that stray cat outside the Queen's house.
I might as well. She's not going anywhere. She's chosen us. As far as she's concerned, it's her house now. It doesn't matter what Max does. We're stuck with her, so we might as well feed her. Stevie began doodling a $sign on the top of her music papers, but when Shen didn't say anything, she looked up. He was staring at her, his mouth open. What? She asked.
You're the stray cat.
Pardon?
She's not going anywhere. She's chosen us. As far as she's concerned, it's her house now. I'm the house in this scenario. I'm your boyfriend now, because you've decided I am.
As long as we're clear.
We're not clear,
he bellowed, but immediately pulled his anger back.
I understand that maybe you're at a point in your life where you're looking for someone to love. I'm just not that guy.
Why?
I'm lazy. I have no real ambition. I just want to make enough money to have a relaxing home and an unlimited supply of bamboo. That's it. That's all I want from life. But you need someone ambitious, someone who wants more from life.
I've tried that. It never works out well. Oh, that reminds me, she stood. We need to go out.
We're having a conversation here.
It'll have to wait. I have a date with Dr. Matt Wells.
The hybrid murderer?
He's not murdering people per se. He's experimenting on them. And when the experiments go bad and they die, he tosses their bodies out into the woods and sets them on fire.
Shen, his arms stretched out, hands palms up, just kept staring at her, with his mouth open.
It's wrong, she volunteered. Is that what you need me to say? Because it is wrong, and I know it's wrong. It's not something I'd ever do. But I don't get emotional over it, because he's a scientist, so I understand his thinking. It's wrong thinking, but I understand it.
You do know you're a hybrid, don't you? Which means you're at risk?
Chances are he's going after hybrids in the first place because of me. I've got to find out what's going on, and if I can, stop it. Shen dropped his arms.
And what do you want me to do?
Pretend to be my security.
I am your security,
she snorted. I'd never actually hire you as my security.
Why the hell not?
Because you're my boyfriend. Duh. You'd be too emotionally involved.
But I'm not your boyfriend.
Uh-huh. She dismissed him because they were running late. I'll go get changed. Stevie walked over to Shen, walked around him, and headed toward the stairs that led to the bedrooms.
Shen was silent for a few seconds, until he asked, Woman, did you just rub up against my back?
Well, she chuckled, grabbing her pack, into which she'd shoved some going-out clothes. I'm way too tall to wrap myself around your legs, and when I shift, my tail can wrap around your entire body a few times. So I assumed unleashing that would just freak you out.
Without another word, she headed up the stairs, leaving Shen standing there, with his mouth open, and the most adorably confused expression on his handsome face. Chapter 14. Shen readjusted his gun holster under his light business jacket. He always had work clothes in his sister's many homes. More than once he'd had to help her out, keeping the leeches and losers off her back when she was trying to work an event. So he had on his black jeans, black shoes, black designer t-shirt, and a black linen jacket to hide his weaponry. "Your sister is so cool," Stevie said from upstairs. "She has all these designer shoes in different sizes." "Don't wear those ridiculously high heels that she insists on wearing. I don't want to have to carry you from the car to the restaurant." Shen heard Stevie bopping down the stairs, which surprised him. He'd mostly only seen her barefoot around the house, so he didn't think she could walk in high heels, much less bop down the stairs. But when he turned around, he found that Stevie wasn't wearing any of his sister's giant-heeled designer shoes, but sneakers, Converse specifically, sparkly Converse, plus jeans, a t-shirt that read, "Shut your pie hole," and her hair in a messy ponytail. "What are you wearing?" Shen had to ask, laughing. Instead of being insulted, Stevie did a little spin on that bottom step. "You don't like?" "I like. But I thought you were meeting this guy for drinks at that fancy restaurant in Old Westbury. That's a rich area." "Right. He's trying to impress me. I don't care that he's trying to impress me. I want him to know I don't care." "And you want me there?" "You're my security. I need you to make sure he doesn't punch me in the mouth." She grinned. "Duh!" It was a 5-star restaurant where she was meeting Wells. He'd said he happened to be out on the island for an important meeting and had just enough time to get together for an after-meal drink. Stevie was fine with that. She'd rather not sit through an entire dinner with him, and she'd rather meet him at a restaurant than a bar. Meetings in bars, in her mind, often gave guys the wrong idea. She didn't want Wells to know what she was up to, but she also didn't want him to think, even for a nanosecond, that he had a chance, in whatever hell the world wanted to believe in, that he could ever get back into her panties. Shen opened the restaurant door, and Stevie paused a moment to let go the little shudder she'd been holding inside. "Are you okay?" Shen immediately asked. "Oh, yeah, I'm fine." "Are you sure? We don't have to do this," he said in a very low, quiet voice. "You are so cute," she said, loving how he continued to kind of blush when she did. "Get in the fucking restaurant so we can get this over with." Giggling, she walked inside. It was a very nice, very elegant restaurant. She stood out among the wealthy diners, but she didn't care. Maybe they thought she was a CEO from some Silicon Valley startup. "May I help you?" the hostess asked, her snobby gaze giving Stevie the once-over. "I'm here for Matt Wells. Name is Stevie MacKilligan." "Yes, Dr. Wells is waiting for you." The hostess started walking, and Stevie fell in behind her. As they moved through the restaurant, she turned around to face Shen, now walking backward. "Tomorrow morning, I have therapy. Can you take me?" "Sure, I can pick up Kyle afterward." "Great, but before you get Kyle," she remembered, "I need to go see Oriana at her rehearsal." "Why?" "Do I ask you questions?" she shot back. "You ask everyone questions. Remember the yogi? He was short-tempered and rude, which yogis are known for." Stevie bumped into something and realized it was the hostess, who'd stopped walking. "Sorry." She moved around the annoyed woman, and Wells pushed away from the table, stood. He was tall, nearly 6'4", with golden blonde hair and gold-green eyes, and a cat. Lion male specifically, which had been part of the problem with their relationship. Some lions were fun and interesting, and some you wanted to shove in a furnace just so you could watch them scream about their burning hair as they were dying. "Stevie," he said with that handsome smile. "Matt." "Matthew," he corrected. "I still prefer Matthew." "Uh-huh," she said. Stevie reached to pull out a chair, but Shen was already there, doing the job. She glanced back at him and saw that his whole disposition had changed. He'd gone from her adorable panda to the guy hired to play the Secret Service agent in a blockbuster summer movie. He was even wearing his sunglasses, at night, inside the restaurant. She bit the inside of her mouth so that she didn't laugh and took her seat. Then Shen stood behind her, his hands clasped in front of him, his gaze continually scanning the restaurant. It was ridiculous and hilarious, and she was loving every minute of his lunacy because she knew exactly how much it was annoying Wells and completely relaxing her in the moment. "It's so good to see you again, Matt," she lied.
"You too, and it's still Matthew."
"Is it? Because you've always looked so much like a Matt to me." A waitress came to their table and asked what Stevie would like to drink, but before Stevie could answer,
"She'll have an old-fashioned."
Stevie felt her eyes beginning to narrow on Matt's stupid face. She'd always hated when he ordered for her, and he would order for her all the time. Part of it was to show how well he knew her, but it was also a form of control, and Stevie didn't like being controlled. It irritated the hell out of her. "Actually," she told the waitress before the woman could walk away, "I'll have a beer. Anything you have on tap." The waitress looked at Shen, but he just shook his head.
"Your tastes have changed, I see,"
Wells told her. "I've never liked old fashions, but you kept ordering them for me anyway. When I was 18, Wells cleared his throat, then said,
"So you're looking for work?"
"No, I'm looking for a new home. CERN has been great, but I need something new. My old boss, though, has been calling me. The last message was a little hysterical. I hear you've got some great work going on at your lab, and awesome financial backing. That intrigues me."
"Really? You wouldn't mind working for me?"
"Why would I?"
"Well, the last time we met, you said you didn't want me anywhere near you."
"No. What I said exactly was I didn't want your hands or penis anywhere near me, ever again. And that still holds. But that was a social thing. Now, however, we're talking science, and you've always said you could separate the two."
"Of course I can, but I don't know what my labs would do with a theoretical physicist. As you know, my specialty is bioengineering."
Stevie took her time, letting her smile slowly spread until she couldn't stretch her face anymore without ripping the skin, and she let that smile speak for itself. Wells couldn't hide his sneer.
"Oh, I see. You've studied bioengineering."
"Yes."
"And have your PhD?"
"Of course, 4 years ago." He looked down at his drink, an old-fashioned.
"And what brought you to that field?"
The truth was that one time Stevie forgot to eat, and after 14 hours of no food, she got what Charlie always called the shakes. But before Stevie realized that's what was happening, she decided she had Parkinson's. She'd freaked herself out so badly in the 20 seconds it took her to get to that point. She had a panic attack and had to go to the hospital because she couldn't breathe. She decided if she was going to cure her non-existent Parkinson's, in case she actually ever got it, she'd have to study bioengineering. So she did. What she told Wells, though? I was bored.
Shen didn't know Stevie could be so mean. He knew she could be dangerous when startled. He knew she panicked easily. He knew she insisted on calling him cute and treating him like a giant stuffed panda bear before deciding they were boyfriend and girlfriend without his consent. He knew all those things about her, but he didn't know she could be mean. And she was being really mean to this lion, which meant, to Shen anyway, that she truly hated the guy, because she was nice to everyone else. Sweet Stevie, known on the bear-only Queen's Street as the nice one among the MacKilligans. Of course, this was Stevie he was talking about. She wasn't mean to Wells like her sister would be. She was doing with words what her sisters would do with fists or the cutlery from a nearby table. "I see you haven't changed much,"
Wells snapped, becoming more agitated the longer they talked. Was I supposed to change?
A little humility wouldn't hurt.
In science? Are you high? You expect me to be humble when I deal with men like you all day, every day? Men who seem to make it their purpose in life to convince me I can't be good in science and math because I have tits and a pussy? My confidence is my armor against assholes like you.
Speaking of assholes, how are your sisters?
Shen winced behind his glasses.
Going after Stevie's sisters? Probably not a good idea.
Stevie's spine straightened a bit, and even without seeing her face, he could tell that a dangerous coldness had spread over her like a blanket. My sisters are great, thanks, she replied.
Are they still following you around, making sure their baby sister is safe? Making sure that no one else comes into your life who might get between you and them? Someone who might offer you a future.
Like the future of living with a mama's boy who doesn't take a shit unless his mother tells him he can? Which, by the way, my sisters didn't point out to me. I pointed that fact out to them. Stevie folded her hands on the table. Aren't you supposed to leave a pride at some point? So you don't end up having sex with your cousin? Unless that's your thing.
Perhaps you should watch what you're saying to me.
Or what? Stevie pushed. You'll call your mom and tell her that girls are being mean to you again?
Wells slammed his hand down on the table, making the full humans around them jump. But before the lion could say a word,
Shen leaned around Stevie, placed one finger on the table, and calmly said to the male,
No, we won't be doing any of that.
Eyes that had suddenly turned bright gold looked at Shen, and Shen didn't like what he was seeing. Stevie had him so crazy, the man didn't even have control of himself in the middle of a full human restaurant. If he wanted to pull this bullshit with an axe, there was a Van Holt's steakhouse a few doors down. No longer feeling that Stevie was safe, he grabbed the back of her chair.
I think it's time to go,
he kindly but strongly suggested. Stevie didn't argue with him, just let him pull her seat out. But before Stevie walked away, she stopped and turned back to Wells. How's your brother? She asked. Wells glared up at her, but he managed to force a smile.
He's doing great.
Still a perpetual student? He has his own lab now, thanks. His own lab, his own backers. Really?
Like I said, he's doing great.
And I'm sure he did all that on his own, without any help from you or your mother. Shen gently pressed his hand against Stevie's back, trying to prompt her toward the door, and she did go, but not before mouthing at Wells, Mama's boy. Well, that had gone poorly. As Stevie and Shen waited for the valet to get the car, she couldn't help but silently beat herself up. She'd let Wells' idiocy get to her yet again. They used to have the same kind of vicious fights when they were dating, so bad that Max was the one who eventually took her aside and asked, "Is this really what you want?" She'd said it with no judgment, with no directive. She hadn't pushed Stevie to make a decision one way or another, but Stevie knew what her sister had been concerned about, because what was going on between Stevie and Wells had seemed like the kind of relationship their dad always had, with dramatic fights and hateful statements, and just being general dicks to each other. Realizing that, Stevie had made the decision that the relationship had to end. Wells hadn't handled it well, though. Despite his need to constantly put Stevie down as a scientist, he loved bragging about her to other scientists. Because she was a prodigy, she was worthy of being with him. So her walking away had really pissed him off, and he clearly wasn't over it, just as she wasn't over his cheap shots.
"Stevie, wait,"
Wells said, coming out of the restaurant. As Wells moved in close, Shen automatically stepped in front of Stevie. He was just doing his job. Protection was what he did for a living. But the simple move set Wells off.
"Move,"
the male lion ordered Shen, towering over the panda.
"Sorry, no,"
Shen said, And Stevie loved how calm he was. He hadn't raised his voice once, hadn't flexed his muscles, hadn't flashed his fangs. He just kept his tone calm and even, as if they were in a concert hall. "I said move." Shame Stevie didn't get that same calm behavior from Wells. Instead, he moved in even closer, glowering down at poor Shen.
"I need you to step back, sir."
Wells brought his head down so that their faces almost touched.
"Make me."
And in that same calm, cool manner, Shen opened his mouth and bit down on Wells's nose. It looked like a little nip, but Stevie heard the hard crunch, saw the quick snap of his powerful jaw. Stevie covered her mouth with her hands when Wells stumbled back, blood pouring down his face and into his mouth.
"You insolent bastard!"
Wells bellowed. Shen, still wearing those sunglasses, smiled, blood staining his teeth.
"You did get a warning, sir. The rest is on you."
He walked to the SUV and opened the door for Stevie.
"Ma'am?"
"Okay," Stevie said hurriedly. "Nice seeing you again, Matt. Tell your mom I said hi." Stevie scrambled into the vehicle, letting Shen close the door behind her.
"Sir, are you all right?"
one of the valets asked Wells, but Stevie wasn't too worried. No self-respecting lion male would ever have full humans intervene in a common shifter fight. At the same time, she wouldn't put it past him to unleash his fangs and claws and come after Shen. Shen, however, didn't seem too concerned, taking his time to tip the valet, then standing by the open door of the driver's side so he could remove his sunglasses, put them on the dashboard, take off his jacket, fold it, place it in the back seat, slide into the SUV, adjust the rear-view mirror and the seat, carefully check the side mirrors, and then slowly pull away from the restaurant. Stevie had seen people deceased for several days move faster. She looked out the back to see if Wells had attached himself to the SUV like a baboon attempting to flee one of those drive-through zoos, but after a few miles, she felt certain he'd decided not to make the situation worse. Stevie turned around and got comfortable in her seat. "You bit his nose," she finally said.
"If I had a rolled-up magazine, I would have used that instead. I went with what was handy."
Stevie started to shake her head sternly, but the laughter spilled out first, and then it wouldn't stop. The look on his face! She managed to get out, her arm around her stomach. "I've never seen him look like that before, and I've thrown things at his giant lion head."
"That particular expression you can only find on a startled lion male."
She wiped her eyes. "Conridge is going to be pissed. That did not go well, and I am not talking about your love bite."
"You don't just hate the man. You hate the man. It was an active thing."
"Why do you think I used to throw things at his giant head? Because he's an asshole. Personally, I think I was quite restrained."
"So now what?"
Shen asked as he stopped at a red light. "We follow the money. You don't get a fancy lab like that without some serious backers or the government involved." The light changed, but the SUV didn't move. Stevie leaned forward to see his face. "Shen?" she asked softly.
"You don't think the government is—"
"No," she gave a little laugh. "No. If someone was testing shifters, just shifters, then maybe. Full humans that know about our kind see us all as freaks. Maybe a challenge if they're hunters, but otherwise, we're just freaks to be destroyed. But to focus on hybrids, that's a specific kind of hatred. Like when full-blood wolves kill one in their pack because they're sick or something is wrong with them that we may not see, but that they sense. I think that's what it's like for whoever is doing this."
"And I think you're giving animals that do that sort of thing way too much credit by assuming it's some sort of instinct. Even animals can be assholes."
Someone beeped their horn behind them, and Shen pressed the gas.
"The question is," he went on, "whether Wells is doing all this stuff."
"I don't know, but I want to look into it. And I want to look into his brother, too. The man has like 4,000 degrees, but he would never leave college. He seemed happy there. Now he's got a lab and backers. How are you going to check out either of them when you have pissed Wells the fuck off? I don't know yet, but I'll come up with something. Something that's actually logical? Or at least your idea of something that's logical? Stevie looked out the window, folded her arms over her chest, and muttered, "So not appreciating that sarcasm." Charlie finished drying her baking pans and utensils and put them away in the cabinet near the stove. She folded up the towel and placed it on the sink rim. All the baked goods she'd created throughout the day were long gone. The bears had come in and wiped the table and counters clean of the last crumb. She could hear Berg and his siblings talking in the living room while they watched TV. Based on the scorn in Britta's voice, it sounded like a reality show. For someone who always said how much she detested reality TV, she sure did watch a lot of it. She called it hate watching, but Charlie didn't have enough time in the day to watch shit she hated just to mock it, unless it was a bad horror movie. Nothing entertained her more than watching a bad horror movie with her sisters. Actually, any horror movie. The MacKilligan sisters loved horror movies. Anything but torture porn, as Max called it. 2 hours of watching people being hacked to pieces or pierced with things was too much for Charlie or her sisters. They preferred movies with demons or ghosts or witches, anything supernatural. Horror movies had always allowed them to get lost in fantasy rather than dealing with the reality of their daily lives. True, her mother would have preferred that her pups spend their free time watching something with unicorns or girlfriends with traveling pants, but even she knew that sort of thing just bored her daughters. Charlie pulled a cold beer out of the fridge, thinking that maybe it was time for an Exorcist marathon for her and her sisters. The first and the third were their favorites, and the most terrifying. But the second and fourth ones, and there were 2 fourth ones, were the worst and most fun to mock. Positive it was always a good time for The Exorcist, Charlie started toward the living room, but stopped when she heard something behind her. She turned, studied the kitchen, didn't see anything out of place. She sniffed the air, but Charlie was still learning how to sift out different scents and locate them. It was something that hadn't been taught to her when she was a kid. Her mother hadn't lived long enough, and when she moved in with her grandfather's pack, she had more things to worry about with her 2 sisters than sniffing out the raccoon who kept destroying the shed behind the pack house. Frustrated, Charlie started walking and sniffing, trying to track something. "Gotcha!" a voice barked behind her, hands grabbing her waist. Charlie brought her elbow back, breaking the nose of whoever was behind her. She switched her beer to her other hand, and with her free hand, reached over her shoulder, grabbed a handful of hair, yanked the male body around in front of her. Then she kicked that body in the chest, sending it careening down the stairs toward the back door that led into the yard. The door was snatched open, and Max appeared, naked and covered in dead bees that had stung her when she'd attacked their hive. Their gazes caught, and Max frowned, looking down at the body at her feet. "Dutch, what are you doing here?" Max asked. Max's best friend glared at her, his hands covering his now bleeding nose. "Your sister attacked me." "You startled me." Max smirked at Charlie. "Right, that's why you broke his nose. But once you got him in front of you..." Now Charlie smirked. "Then I was just beating the shit out of him." Max laughed, but Dutch didn't. Tossing her beer to her sister, which Max easily caught, Charlie asked, "When Stevie gets back, Exorcist marathon?" "Exorcist marathon!" Max cheered back. "I'm so in." "Excuse me," Dutch complained. "What about me? Your sister attacked me." "But," Max said, pointing a finger at him, "she didn't kill you, and that makes you special and a little blessed." Charlie nodded. "That's true." Once Max put Dutch's nose back into place and put an ice pack on it, she asked, "So really, why are you here? I thought you were working."
"Still am."
Max sat down at the kitchen table across from her Wolverine friend. The lights were still off, but Dutch didn't seem to mind. "What do you mean, you still are?" Max asked.
"Your Uncle Will. He's on his way to the States. Private charter."
"He's coming for the funeral."
"Yeah.
So?
The group wants to keep an eye on him."
"What does that have to do with you and me?"
"I'm here to make sure you and your sisters aren't secretly in contact with him. I'm spying on you."
"Oh," Max nodded. "Well then, good job."
"You know, old friend, you're saying the right words, but that follow-up eye roll gives a vastly different message."
"You met with her?" Matt's brother demanded, stepping away from his desk. They shared the same home with their mother's pride, still. But it had been for the best. James didn't do well on his own, and local prides didn't really have any interest in him. For a lion male, he was too quiet, too obsessive, too irritating to be tolerated by lion females who were not related to him. Of course, Matt could easily get into another pride, but their mother had always said her two sons were together forever. Then she'd remind Matt that he had to take care of James. "It's all on you. Never forget that." And he didn't. How could he, when he faced that weight on his shoulders every day he came home? Matt poured himself a scotch.
"Yes, I met with her."
"Why?"
"I thought we could work some things out. After all these years."
"And how did that go?" Matt didn't answer, just drank his scotch. "That woman can't be trusted, and you know it." Matt poured another scotch.
"What does trust have to do with anything? I was just bragging."
"You wanted to brag to a woman who could probably not care less about you or what we've achieved."
"We?"
"Then why do you care we met?" he had to ask. "She wants something from you. Don't you see that?"
"She doesn't want anything from me."
And that's what had always bothered Matt about Stevie Stashuk. Considering what a loser life she'd had growing up, it amazed him that she refused to ever ask him for anything. And when he gave her things, like jewelry or nice clothes, she never seemed interested. Maybe even bored. As if she were above all that. And then her sisters. Good God, her sisters. He tried to be nice to them, but they'd made it clear they didn't like him. Thought he was too old for her. And they obviously didn't have thoughts that were higher than flowers pretty, day hot. They were cretins. Stevie, though, he'd overlooked her genetic defects because her brain was so powerful, and he respected her for that. It wasn't enough, though. It was never enough. He'd gone through most of their relationship, never knowing what she'd wanted from him. But he did know that it had all blown up that morning when he'd been talking to her. He couldn't remember exactly what he was talking to her about, though. And one second she'd been sitting there, glaring at him, and the next he had a fork sticking out of his face, because that's where she'd shoved it. He'd called the cops, of course. He was a shifter, but he didn't really believe that logic many other shifters had of handling that sort of thing on their own. What else were cops for, besides dealing with crazy women who suddenly attacked their boyfriends? But the cops didn't seem too interested, and she didn't even get a night in jail. The whole thing appeared to be forgotten by everyone except Matt and his family. Then he'd woken up one morning, a few months after the breakup, to find Max MacKilligan standing beside his bed. "Drop these charges against Stevie, or I'll come back and cut your throat while you're sleeping." Then, for visual effect, she dragged her forefinger from one side of her neck to the other, while smiling. Not needing a fight with the MacKilligans, he dropped the charges, not because he was frightened, of course, but because it just made sense.
But his brother had never really let the whole thing go, and was still angry Matt hadn't made sure she'd been charged and punished to the full extent of the law. James had always felt that Stevie was beneath his brother and didn't deserve any of the attention she'd always gotten. "She's a freak," James had insisted then and now. "And you continue to suck up to her." "Let it go, James. It's over." "Is it?" he asked. "Is it really?" Chapter 15. Shen pulled the car into the attached garage at his sister's house and turned off the motor. All he could think about was getting on that great couch, watching some late-night TV, and eating some bamboo. Life was good. "So," Shen said to Stevie, turning his head toward her, "want to go inside?" And he stopped talking because he wasn't talking to Stevie's face. He was talking to her ass. With her body between the two seats, she was leaning over so she could reach the back. "What the hell are you doing?" Shen demanded. "Why am I talking to your ass?" "I'm trying to get my backpack." "You could have just gotten out of the car, opened the back seat door, and pulled it out that way." "You and your logic. This seemed like a good idea at the time. It's just the bag is stuck under the seat and— Got it!" She began to shimmy her ass back into the front, dragging her ridiculously oversized bag with her. "Here, oh!" She cringed as her stupid bag sideswiped his head. "Oh gosh, Shen, I'm so sorry." "Why do you hate me?" he asked, rubbing his temple. "I don't hate you," she laughed. "It was an accident. Let me see your head." "It's fine," he grumbled, reaching for the door. "Let's just go inside." Shen got out of the car. He waited until Stevie had lugged her bag from the vehicle before engaging the locks and alarm, and then together they returned to the house. He put in the passcode to shut off the home's alarm. He secured the door, put on the alarm for the windows and doors, but not for the inside of the house, so they could move around freely without accidentally bringing in the local cops. Yawning and stretching, he tossed his jacket onto the nearest chair. Then he removed his holstered weapon, checked to make sure the safety was still on, and put it on the coffee table. "You want some ice cream?" he asked. "I think the delivery guys brought flavors other than crunchy mango bamboo." Not hearing a response, Shen looked over his shoulder, but Stevie wasn't behind him. "Stevie?" he called out, thinking she'd already gone to bed, but wanting to check so he wouldn't worry. He started toward the stairs, but stopped when something scrambled up his back. Shen froze. "Stevie?" He heard a purr, and that's when she stretched herself over his shoulder, her legs resting against his back, her arms and torso free hanging against his chest. "What are you doing?" "Throwing myself at you." "Is that what this is?" "I've found that for a woman to throw herself at a man, all she really has to do is get naked." And that she was, naked, not a stitch on, not even socks. Sadly, Shen couldn't even argue with her logic. Naked was usually the best way to get a man's attention, unless he had a specific kink. "Stevie," he began, but she'd started using her hands to knead a spot way too close to his groin, and Shen jerked. A random, abrupt movement that sent Stevie head over ass off his back and onto the floor. Before he could even reach to help her up, she was back on her feet. "Sorry," he muttered. "You startled me." Stevie pushed her hair off her face and shook off the embarrassment of falling flat on her ass in front of the guy she was so into. She'd admit that Shen was taking a lot more work than she was used to. Of course, most of the guys she'd been with were scientists who were more acquainted with their hand than a woman who was hot for them. Shen, however, was probably used to way hotter girls coming on to him, rap artists and supermodels, the kind of girls Stevie didn't have a chance against, except in a battle of intelligence. But Stevie wasn't one to back down from a challenge. She knew what she wanted, and she knew Shen liked her, so she'd give it one more shot. "Look," she began,
reaching back with one hand to brush something off her rear. "I like you." She brushed her butt again. "A lot. And if you're interested—" "What is on my ass?" she screeched, trying to look over her shoulder to see what was touching her. Shen took hold of her upper arm and held her in place as he leaned over and removed whatever she'd picked up when she'd hit the floor. He held it up for her.
"Bamboo leaf.
"Oh."
They're kind of all over the floor because of my eating. The cleaning staff will take care of it. But if you'd feel better, we can start cleaning tonight. Get all this stuff off the floor and—"
That was it. She didn't want to hear anything else about cleaning the floor, and she was tired of the mocking smirk on his face. She was going to take one more shot at this. Stevie grabbed Shen's black t-shirt, twisted her hand in it, and yanked him down so that when she went up on her toes, she could reach his mouth. She kissed him, hard, using her tongue to part his lips. Now, if this didn't work, if he still showed no interest, then fine. She'd move on and forget about something. What had she been thinking about? Because she really couldn't remember now that Shen was kissing her back. Any doubts she'd had about his level of interest were washed away, especially when he buried his hands in her hair and turned her head so he had better access to her mouth. His tongue moved around hers, toying, teasing. Her body immediately responded, her nipples getting hard, her pussy getting wet, just from one kiss. The promise of that kiss alone had her lowering her hand to his crotch, her fingers searching out the zipper of his jeans. But he stopped her, pulled her hand away. She was about to get angry. If he mentioned how young she was again, she was going to lose it.
"You threw yourself at me,"
he said, moving around her.
"That means I make the rules."
"I've never heard that before." He stood behind her now, both her wrists caught in one of his big hands. Shen leaned down and moved her hair off her ear so he could press his mouth against it and whisper,
"That's 'cause I just made it up."
She was fine with that, especially when his free hand slowly made its way down her stomach and slid between her thighs. He pressed 2 fingers inside her, moving them around, finding a spot deep inside that he pressed. Stevie started to move against his hand, but he pulled out, gliding his fingers to her clit. He took his time, circling, stroking, and brushing around and across. Her knees went weak, but Shen's arm tightened so that she was trapped against him, unable to fall, his other hand still gripping her wrists. As his fingers moved, his tongue did the same against her ear, stroking the outside, teasing the inside. Stevie pressed out her chest, but he ignored her breasts completely, which was making her nuts. She wanted his mouth on them, or his hands, something. Sweat began to bead on her skin, and she could hear herself purring. Her hips were moving, trying to follow his fingers wherever they went, as long as they kept stroking her clit or fucking her pussy. She didn't care. Shen walked forward, and she didn't even have to do anything. At this point, her feet weren't even on the floor. They were pressed against his lower legs, her toes rubbing against the denim. Her entire body was rubbing against him. She felt him going down.
"Bend your knees,"
he ordered gently, and she did, assuming he was going to stop so he could get a blowjob. She understood, though. She could feel his cock through his jeans, and it was hard and ready. And, from what she'd felt, huge. She liked huge. Max had once called her a size queen. Stevie didn't know they were in front of one of the armchairs until Shen pushed her face down on the seat. He moved his hand away from her crotch, but only for a moment. A few seconds later, his fingers re-entered her from behind, using the change in position to stroke her a little harder. He released her wrists and brought his now free hand back to the front of her pussy. He wet 2 fingers inside her and then dragged them back to her clit. He began circling and circling while still taking her from behind. Stevie pressed her cheek against the leather chair and let Shen work her body any way he wanted to at the moment, because it all felt amazing. Even though he wasn't touching her nipples, they were against the seat. Every time Shen pushed her forward, the grain of the leather rubbed against them, exciting her even more. Then Shen licked his way up her spine, and that first orgasm took her by complete surprise. She gasped hard, her legs shaking, her hips writhing. She came, but it was quick, a shock to her system. Shen didn't stop. He was too busy working her with his hands and licking her back. She felt his fangs brush against her human skin, and that set off a second wave. Another orgasm about to crash down on her, about to take her over. She couldn't stop it, even if she'd wanted to, and she didn't, because Shen wouldn't stop. He just kept going and going until Stevie cried out into the leather cushion, her hands reaching out and grabbing the arms of the chair, gripping them so tight she was sure she'd have to replace the whole thing. But it was the only thing grounding her, tethering her to this world, as the second orgasm broke her down, left her panting and shaking. Shen finally pulled his hands away, and she felt his absence when he moved. She didn't even care. She should. She should call him back and return the favor. But at the moment, she could only kneel in front of the chair, the rest of her limp against the cushion, and attempt to get her breath back. She had no idea how long Shen was gone, and as she began to shake off the sex daze she'd been caught in, she wondered if he'd left her. Her rational brain, which was buried deep at the moment, was trying to tell her that probably hadn't happened, but her irrational brain was just hoping they weren't done, and if he'd left, they would be. Some time passed, and Stevie placed her hands on the cushion so she could push herself up. She'd find out where he'd gone and deal with it. But just as she'd levered her upper body off the couch, a hand wrapped around her ankle and yanked her down to the floor before she was unceremoniously flipped over. Shen was kneeling in front of her. He was completely naked now, except for the condom on his engorged cock and the scowl on his face. To Stevie's own surprise, she wasn't frightened by that scowl. She recognized it. This was not anger or annoyance. It was focus. She'd seen similar expressions on her fellow scientists when they were trying to fix a problem. With his hands gripping her waist, he yanked her close and angled her hips up. He entered her without a word, and he was as big as she thought. He filled her completely, and she briefly wondered, could he tickle my tonsils with that thing? More than willing to find out, Stevie slapped her hands on his shoulders, wrapped her legs around his waist, and left the rest up to him. It was the wild panda in him. It was out of control. A fear he'd had as soon as he'd met Stevie for the first time in the Queen's house living room. The wild panda in him had wanted to grab her ankles, lift her off the floor, and have her suck his cock for an hour or so until he was completely drained. His wild panda side was like all wild pandas, horny, demanding, and insatiable. That's why he kept that part of himself hidden, except from other pandas. A full human could never handle that, and most of the other shifter breeds just got freaked out. They, like everyone, expected giant pandas to be cute and docile, and if Shen had grown up in a zoo, he probably would have been. He hadn't grown up in a zoo, though, and Stevie MacKilligan had thrown herself at him, naked and demanding. She'd even purred. Purred. What was he supposed to do with purring other than fuck it? Fuck it hard. Fuck it long. Fuck it forever. Then she made it worse. When he'd shoved his cock inside her without even the most basic, "You up for this?" she didn't start pulling away or telling him to wait or asking him to be nice. Nope. She just buried her fingers deep into his shoulders and growled at him. Growled. Not able to stand another second of this, Shen stayed on his knees and took a tight, probably painful, hold of Stevie's hips. Holding her in place, he plowed into her, loving how her pussy gripped him, how it pulsated around him. And every time he entered her again, her grip tightened. Not on his shoulders, on his cock. Her pussy gripped his cock tight each time he pushed in, making Shen crazier than he already was. He hadn't thought that was possible. Did she know what she was doing to him? Did she care? Too bad he couldn't be bothered to find out. Then again, he wasn't really that worried. The harder he fucked her, the more she held on to him. She pulled her fingers away from his shoulders and moved her hands to his back. She gripped him tight again, and he was just thankful that, unlike some cats, she didn't unleash her claws. He loved his spine and would hate for it to be split into pieces, even if it was during the best sex of his life. And it really was the best sex, not just because of the way Stevie's hips moved. She had this little swirl thing going on that was driving him insane, or the way her legs tightly held on to his hips, or the hiss she let out every once in a while. All that was great, but it wasn't just that. It was her. It was all her. Shen placed one hand flat against her back so he could keep her pressed against his chest as he turned on his knees away from the chair. It was in his way. Still buried deep, he put Stevie on the floor, placed his hands on either side of her head, and raised himself up a bit. Then he just took her. He fucked her hard and long, loving every second of it. He placed his hands so she didn't slide across the hardwood floor, keeping her trapped by his body. But, again, she didn't seem to mind. Her hands gripped his sides, and she raised her legs higher, spread them wider. Her back arched, and he went deeper inside her. He soon realized he had to come, but Stevie was nowhere near. Thinking she might need her clit stimulated to get there, he pulled one of her hands off his body. He brought the hand up and took her middle finger into his mouth, sucking it for a few seconds, getting it good and wet. Then he pushed her hand between their bodies, pressing the middle finger down on her clit. He couldn't tell her what to do. He wasn't a chatty guy when he was fucking. Thankfully, she understood without words and began to massage her clit while he continued to brutally bulldoze into her. The muscles gripping his cock began to tighten around him even more, and he knew she was close. He held on until her back arched and her legs shook. And as she beautifully came, he watched her writhe and moan and desperately gasp right beneath him before he finally let himself go, before he finally had what he wanted. He threw back his head, suddenly realizing he was sweating and had sent droplets of that sweat across his sister's nice hardwood floor. But he didn't care. He was too exhausted to care about anything. He gave one last gasp and dropped on top of poor Stevie, not even caring he was probably smothering her. But he felt her wiggle her way out from under him and crawl onto his back. She stretched out, asleep, seconds before he was. The last thing he remembered was her purring against his upper back and kneading her fingers against his shoulders.